Right. It seems like we are gaining faces here.
Hello.
All right.
Good morning, everyone.
Yes. Thank you
Morning,
for joining
everybody.
us. Yes. I have
Good.
the logo on.
Yay.
Uh okay. Yeah, I guess we left 15 minutes to to vamp here at the beginning, but that hopefully this will just get everybody uh you know gathered.
Stretch for
Uh
time, stretch for time, stretch for
yeah.
time.
One thing I will mention now and repeatedly again, I think, is if you're ever in a position where you're speaking, so if you're one of our speakers and doing a Q&A, ideally use headphones. And if you can't, make sure your Discord does not beep because that is often a problem with these sorts of things. The speaker's Discord beeps, and then everybody in the webinar checks Discord to see what the message was. So I will try to remember that myself. But I think in Discord you can make it not make noise. But anyway, uh, so
Maybe,
I guess as a reminder, there is a Discord. If you're just looking at this on YouTube, and you registered, you should have a link to get into the Discord, where there is a channel for each of these sessions. So you can pose questions there as the channel's happening or as the presentation's happening.
do you want to say something about people who get promoted because they're going to do a presentation? And
Yeah, hopefully most of the people are already here, but uh yeah, I'll probably repeat this uh later too, but so the way this is going to work is that we have uh in most cases pre-recorded video that speakers did, and then when that pre-recorded part ends, we'll bring them on to do a Zoom Q&A. So we will promote the um presenters to panelists. And I heard a Discord beep. um, and what I would say, and I'll try to remind people about this. If you are a panelist, um, keep your video and microphone off until we hit the Q&A. Just because I think Zoom will try to put you up. But anyway, yeah. So I think and then a couple of schedule notes. The We have a PDF schedule on the KansasFest.org site. It is a little bit out of date. The Google Calendar one is the one that is most up to date, and it's close anyway. But um, particularly tomorrow, we've added a few Q&As that weren't there before. One note about that: the so we have too much stuff basically for a 2-day event, and nobody wants to spend 14 hours in front of their computer 2 days straight. So we had to take a couple of the presentations that were given in Springfield last week and put them we posted them in a playlist, a YouTube playlist that you can watch in advance, and then we have some Q&A sessions with the presenters, the 10 minutes each. So if you've seen those already, um, then you can pose your questions. So that's your homework if you haven't done it by now. Tonight, if you can, try to watch those whenever they fit in your schedule, and then go into the channel and put your questions, so that we are ready for the Q&A when that happens. Um, Peter, just put the watch ahead playlist in the Zoom chat, and we'll make sure it's on the Discord as well. Um, yes.
we
What
also
else?
somebody asked about the Q&A button on the webinar. We got rid of that button because it was just there's too many places to look for questions. So it's just going to be too confusing. So Paul, is the best place either the chat or what about on Discord? Like, are we going to be looking in the specific channel for each talk?
I think we're gonna try to keep um we're gonna try to keep our eyes on everything, I think. But the advantage of the Discord is that it lasts. So if you ask a question, it will still be there 3 days from now. Probably I'll try to capture the Zoom chat and put that in the channel. But it won't have the sort of interactivity possibilities that the Discord would. So the Discord is probably best. But we'll try to watch the Zoom chat, and just because, it's actually, if you're depending on what you're watching this on, it's a little bit of a hassle to jump back and forth between Zoom and Discord. And as a third resort, we'll try to watch the YouTube comments, although that's the last likelihood of your question being seen.
Right.
But do pose the questions in advance, because the question time is fairly limited. So we'll try to feed those to the presenters as we see them.
Right. And just to be clear, if you go on Discord and you scroll down all the different channels on the left-hand side, there's a section that's called A24EVR Virtual, A2 Forever Virtual, and then each talk has its own channel. And so you want to post the question in that specific channel, not in a random channel or dorm lobby or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. Because we probably will not see that in the moment. Other things to mention, I don't know. There aren't any contests that are specific to the virtual event. We thought about it, and then we got distracted by other things. So last year there was a Slackfest contest, which was basically, it was sort of like a Hackfest, but without any rules, judging, or prizes. So feel free to do that.
Tom is asking about where's the video camera and mic controls. So Tom, I think right now you are just an attendee. I shouldn't say just an attendee. You are an attendee. And so you will not see an audio or video button. But once you are promoted to be a panelist, then you will see those buttons. But again,
Right.
Once you get promoted, be sure to keep your video and your audio off until it's actually time for the Q&A. Otherwise, you will show up as a mysterious person in the middle of your slides, which is not
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. I mean, we can control that to a certain degree, but it'll be easier if we don't need to.
Yep.
But Tom is in fact first.
Great. I can go ahead and promote him.
Yeah.
Okay. This will be a good test.
Yeah. So there are relatively frequent breaks. There's usually not more than like two or three things between breaks. So yes. What else? I am surrounded by screens, so I'm sorry that I'm not looking at you. But
Yeah. Yeah. Camera up here.
I'd also like to take a moment to thank everyone for joining us. We have over 200 people registered for this event. Looks like there's 69 attendees in right now and
Nice.
7 panelists. But we come from around the world, bringing a single shared interest, the Apple II. So thank you for taking time from your day. Thank you for sharing your passion with the rest of us. Everyone here is a volunteer, and we're here because we love the Apple II and we love the community around it.
you're here.
See if you guys can hear me.
Correct. Yep.
Yes. Actually, yes, I will promote, let's see, Rob, I think, is in the attendees, and he's second. I think, yeah, we can promote people. Yes, hello. I'm just responding to Rob saying I'm here in the chat. Should we promote? What do you think? Should we promote everybody now, or promote them during the thing?
As long as everybody keeps their camera off and audio.
Well, yeah. Yeah. I'll try to pin. Yeah, I'll just try to be aware, but so I will not promote except during the presentation. What is it now? Okay, got 4 minutes. 4 minutes to.
Ken says no Slack. I don't know what that means. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, or just a public service announcement?
Cryptic. Oh yes. Well, I don't know.
Or don't slack off.
Yeah, but participate in Slackfest. But we almost certainly will not see questions posted in the Slack. Yes. I never finished the only watch ahead video that is not ready and posted is mine. I will try to get that done tonight, but anyway, yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I guess so what as you watch these if this wasn't clear, we have several of these presentations were recorded at the University of Illinois Springfield last week when Kansas Fest met in person. And that's I haven't done a count, but it's maybe, sort of half-ish of the sessions we have were recorded there. So you get a chance to see what that was like in a sense. But also, if you were there, there's a ton of new stuff that you won't have seen because it's new to the virtual event. So, and we do not have a garage giveaway at the virtual event, sadly.
Portal technology does not exist yet. Sorry.
Yep.
So Tom is asking about where to look for questions. So again, people should be posting questions, ideally on Discord in the channel for that particular talk. So
Yeah.
for example, for Tom's talk, you would want to post questions in the floppy emulator imager channel. If I would say for presenters, if it's a really easy question, or something very, straightforward or something, just answer it. If you can just answer it while your talk is actually playing. But if it's a question that you think other people might be interested in, not everybody is going to be looking at Discord, especially not all the attendees. So it might be better to hold off on those type of questions and wait till the actual Q&A, because then we can say the question out loud and then you can answer it out loud, and everybody then gets to hear the answer.
Yeah. Yeah. So we will probably go ahead and feed you questions you might have answered anyway, unless there are just so many. But yeah. All right. I think we're getting pretty close here. Yes, this there's some questions about the YouTube stream. The YouTube stream is public. So if you're watching on the YouTube stream, hello. The advantage that you don't have is access to the Discord channels specific for 2024. So if you register, that's what you get. But okay, I think we've reached the time. So I will begin with Tom Jockey's Apple II floppy emulator and imager. And I will mute myself.
Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you.
Great. So my name's Tom Jockey. This is my second K-Fest. So it's been fun. I want to thank everybody for all the help. Last night I had a panic attack when the white smoke came out of the power supply on my 2E, and we had some nice folks really help out to get that repaired and going for today's demo. So everybody's been great. So I just want to say thank you for all that and all the welcomingness and friendliness of everybody here. It's a great group, and I'm glad to be back for my second year. So what I'm presenting today is an all-in-one floppy drive emulator for the Apple II, as well as a flux imager, so you can image your floppy disks, whether they're copy protected or not. I'm going to go through the slide deck pretty quickly. I want to do a demo and then leave it open for questions and or suggestions. So how does it work? Inside this box here, and on that motherboard, I have two Raspberry Pi Picos. One's a W, one's a regular one. and it scans the Apple II floppy drive at 16 megahertz, which is 64 times oversampling of the bits coming in. So that allows me to do things like protected copy protection, weak bits, detect all of that in hardware and a combination of software. So pretty much virtually any copy protected software can be copied. Inside the drive, I also are going to ship a little track sensor, and you put that in, and there's a little magnet that goes on the spindle for your the drive control of the motor, and it'll detect when a full circle has gone around. That's used for speed timing. It's used for being able to align tracks for copy protections that use sync tracks, and that comes with the unit as well. Why an emulator? Well, simple. How many of you have lost discs that went bad? Right? And also, how many of you had floppy drives themselves that have gone bad? That's why you need the emulator and the flux copier. So what does the emulator and flux copier do? It's simple. It makes WAS images or A2R3 raw images from your floppies. It stores them on an SD card in the unit itself. This box actually has a little removable SD card in it, 64 gig, and you can store 250,000 Apple WAS images on there. I think that's probably enough for most people, but if it's not, the board can actually support a 2 terabyte SD card. So if you have 4 million images, you're still good. The other thing it does is you can see on one side there's floppy connections, on the back side there's floppy connections, so that way you can actually still have access to your floppy drives even though that's in line, so you can boot off the real floppies as well as the emulator. And that's just controlled by software. Why flux imaging? Well, again, you got to get your data off your diskette somehow, right? And you could use things like, you know, I guess ADT Pro to kind of move the stuff around, but that's slow, it's time consuming, a little more prone to error. This will do it on average, a non-protected disk in under 15 seconds. And that's the slow version. I will have an optimized version that will do it in 11 in a few weeks. And it basically handles all copy protection except ProLock, because ProLock has little holes burned on the media, and there's just nothing I can do about that to emulate that. Burning holes in SD cards doesn't work. I've tried. So again, 15 seconds for unprotected, worst case scenario, 60 seconds for a protected disk. If you happen to know where the tracks are, it's going to be faster. That's assuming you're imaging literally every quarter track and letting the software figure it out. Pretty straightforward. It's simple. It supports 2 drives, comes with 2 track sensors, all the cables. You'll notice this one does not happen to have DB19s on them because I haven't been able to find a supply of DB19s. However, yesterday I managed to find a potential supply of DB19s. So the final version will have a DB19 to hook your Unidiscs to, as well as your Apple II DB19 floppy controller, and it'll also have a DB25, so you can hook up your cable from your Duo disc, and it'll act just like a Duo disc. So where was I last year? Well, for those of you who are here, you remember this. That's what it looked like. A little bit of, you know, baling wire and white wires and breadboards and everything that you could possibly go. That literally 2 days before I got here last year, I was sitting there with a hot glue gunning the wires down so it wouldn't fall apart during travel. And I only had to fix 4 wires last year, so it wasn't too bad, but it was really in an early prototype state. And this is where I was 4 weeks ago. A little bit more compact, but not quite where I am today. So I'll say watch the demo. You'll see where I'm at. As you can see, that's what it's going to finally look like. The boards, production boards are in. This is one of the boards, fully populated. I don't know if you can see that or not. When I'm done, I'll pass it around if people want to look at it. First thing I'll do is demo the Apple II booting off of the emulator. Just let me know when you switch it over. There we go. And just reboot the Apple II right off the emulator. Now I'm going to exit out of this and bring up the next piece of code. So I'm going to stop, start, and shrink. And stretch this down and stretch this up. Okay, so now we can switch back to HDMI, because now we're going to kind of go into the software. So the software is going to be available initially for Windows. Android will follow fairly shortly after that, then Mac OS, and then iOS. I'm doing that because I decided to use .NET MAUI for anybody who's done cross-platform stuff. It's a really, really cool .NET platform for cross-application development. Works really well. There are some idiosyncrasies, though, things like network access that are unique to each operating system. They got a hand code, which is why they're not all at one going. So on the screen, what you'll see is basically this display. It talks about what your drive info is for your emulator. You can check your drive speed, which I cannot do today because my track sensor did not survive the trip, unfortunately. But on the SD card, right, that's some of the titles that are on the SD card, and then you can actually select just by typing what you want. Let's say bouncing Kamungas, and you would say load, and it would put it in and let you boot off of that. And that's all it takes to load a new image. And when that's on your phone, it's just dip, 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 and you're done. So kind of show you that. That's what the interface is going to basically look like. And then fast imaging is the next piece, and I just have to temporarily power down to switch cables here real quick. Ordinarily, I'd have the pass-through working, but I didn't have it working in time for today. So that's good. That should be good. Give it a moment to connect the network. And again, for fast copying, that's all it takes is you put in a title, tell it which disk drive number you want, and as long as it's connected to the network, and we'll know momentarily, it did not connect to the network yet, of course. Just give me a moment, it'll reconnect. Just got to give it 20 seconds or so to find the Wi-Fi. These little Wi-Fi temporary ones for travel are okay, but they're a little finicky connecting. So just give that a moment for it to find it. It takes about 30 seconds. Now, ordinarily when you boot up, you boot whatever last image you had loaded, so it doesn't delay anything. You can just boot your Apple II. But it takes about 30 seconds to go out, find the network, and make all the wireless connections for you to use the software. So sometimes you have to wait a little bit, but once it's connected, you're good and stable. So let's just make sure this works here. Connected, that's a better sign. And shrink that down so you don't need that. And then we're going to scroll this up and enlarge it. There we go. And you can kind of see on the bottom, it's tracking, and the disk drive is, you can see it's counting up which track it's reading. And that number after it is actually how many flux transitions it's seen on the track. I'll explain a little bit about flux transitions so people understand what that is. On an Apple II floppy drive, bits are written as zeros are one value, whatever value you wrote last. It extends that, and as long as the voltage hasn't changed, the drive sees it as a 0. When you want to write a 1, you reverse the polarity, and that's what they call a flux transition. That becomes a 1. And as you're reading that through, that's how many flux transitions are on the track, and that can represent any particular number of bits. It's typically on most disks about 51,000 bits. And then it analyzes it, does the error checking, and produces the image. And that's all it takes to image a floppy. And you can see how fast that was. And then, because I don't have the track sensor, I can't demo actually reading in a copy protected diskette. But basically, the screen is similar, except you can select the title, which disk side you're copying, to build the WAS name properly. And then you can select what tracks you want, right? You can start track, end track, and then the step. So let's say you wanted to copy every half track. You could start at 1.5, go to 34 by 1, and when you want to add it in, all you do is hit the plus sign, it adds it to the table, and then all you have to do is hit start, and it will image it. So it's basically the same logic as the fast copy, and it just basically, that's all that's needed. Now, if you don't know where the tracks are, because some copy protections make it really hard to find, you could just simply specify every quarter track. Takes a little longer. The other piece that is not here on this screen but is in development is what I call boot tracing. And what you do is you have the floppy drive hooked up, you have the emulator hooked up to the Apple II, and you say boot trace. And the board just sits there quietly waiting for you to hit Control, Open Apple Reset. It sees the recalibration sequence and goes, oh, I know I'm copying a diskette. And it watches the tracks that are available. And then you say, I'm done booting. Everything's loaded. Start, and it'll go image those tracks and make a WAS. So you don't have to know where the tracks are. So, and that's what there is basically to it. If you have a large WAS collection, which a lot of folks do, all you have to do is pop the SD card, pop it into your PC, and I have a directory called import. Just copy everything into the import directory, plug it back in, turn it back on, and all the images are just available for you. So you don't have to do anything particularly special to make that happen. So that's basically what I had to demo today. But I'm here just to ask, have you guys ask me questions. I want to try to get feedback of things that, hey, this is what I run into, because I'm only one person, right? I don't live your experience when you're using the two. So, first, any questions?
All right, Tom, if you want to jump on and you can enable your video and everything. Looks like you're doing that.
Yep.
Great. All right, this is Chris. So a couple questions on the chat here. So first of all, somebody was just wondering what the KFest price was, if you want to.
Yep. So I'll cover that. So ordinarily the device itself retails for $199. I'm doing KFest price for $159. There's also a purely emulator only version, which removes the flux copying because everybody may have 5 or 6 or 7 or 100 apples in their basement. For those, that's going to be $99. Normally $79 for a KFest price.
Great. Thank you.
And it emulates 2 drives.
Awesome. Okay. And then there was a question about ProLock, which is the copy protection scheme. And somebody's wondering, they're just asking, does the WAS2 format have no way to represent a dead zone?
It doesn't, unfortunately. So the way I've thought of handling that, if there's enough interest, right? Because I'm going to focus on the high priority items first. If there's enough interest, WAS has this metadata section in the file. So in theory, I could add a field in there that says ProLock at track this, offset this, and read that in and make the emulator handle it that way. If there's enough interest and enough call for it. But that would be a low priority item for me.
Okay, cool. And then let's see, Kat is asking, will this also write to disks from a .was or other file like the applesauce?
Yes, hardware can. Right now in version 1 of the software, I will not be supporting that because my focus is getting data in. But yes, you'll be able to write out regular as well as copy protected images. I've tested the hardware for it, it works, but cleaning up the software and making it presentable is another issue.
Cool. Let's see. I don't see anything else here unless something has come in from somebody else. I haven't been paying attention to the webinar chat.
Yeah, I've been sort of looking around a bit, and I don't see anything in particular.
Another one just popped in.
Okay.
It says, what were the most useful resources you used to learn about how the hardware worked? Wow. So some of that was previous knowledge because I had been hacking software years and years and years ago when I was a teenager. So I learned a lot about the Apple II hardware then. But a lot of it had to come back, right? It was kind of, bit rot after nearly 40 years. Unlike, not that much unlike the floppies. So beneath Apple DOS was a good resource. Understanding the Apple II, Apple IIe was a good resource. I disassembled some of DOS and used that as a resource. So those were the primary resources. And then, of course, having an oscilloscope and logic probe hooked up to the drives and to the floppy connectors while it was actually running to take a look at what was actually happening timing-wise, clarified a lot of stuff that was unclear from the documentation. So that's kind of the approach I took. One of the things I did that to make sure the bits are actually represented just like the Apple when you create the WAS file, instead of reinterpreting the flux patterns myself, I actually wrote an interpreter for the P6 ROM on the Disk 2 controller. So it actually uses the same exact state machine that the Disk 2 controller does to interpret bits. So you're getting the exact same representation that the Apple II would in the WAS image. Looks like I got another question here. ADT Pro does not work on M series Macs, so we need some new solutions. Okay. Yes. So right now, I do not support the Mac in emulation. I'm looking into it, what that would take. There are some pinout differences on the controllers that I have to work through. But software-wise, it should not be much of an issue, and I would support the MOOF format in those cases.
Cool. Did you see? Oh, go ahead, Paul.
Sorry, I was going to say there is a bit of time, Tom. If you wanted to, if you can remember some of the things that you were talking about in Springfield, you could also readdress those, or just we have another like 10 minutes if you want.
Okay,
to.
sure. So I can cover a few things. I'm trying to remember back. It was a little bit of a blur. But one of the questions was 3.5-inch support originally, and as I said, not the first version of the software or the beta version of the hardware because it does require different pinouts. But the shipping version will support 800K 3.5 drives, and those should be able to image Mac disks as well as 2GS disks. But the Mac emulator will be a separate thing. But the emulator itself and the flux copier will work on a 2GS, 2 Plus, 2E. I have not hooked it up to a 2C, so I don't know how that would hook in. So if somebody's got a 2C and wants to help out, I'd be happy to work with you on that to make sure that works. Let's see what else. As I say, the Windows version is the first version. And I'm do some cleanup on the video display for that. One of the things that I kind of covered in questions and answered is why would it take 60 seconds versus 15 seconds to copy a copy protected disk? And that's because you literally have to step, if you don't know what the tracks are, because the way Apple copy protection works, the Apple Disk 2 can literally step on quarter track increments, and you can write data at any of those quarter tracks. And if you don't know where that data is, it's really kind of hard to copy an image. So that's what a lot of copy protections did. They did half tracks initially, then quarter tracks, different format data to find the data. The different formats, not a problem. I do resolution, not the nibble level, but the bit level on the track. So finding the data is pretty easy. But if you image all 140 quarter tracks on a disk, it'll take about 60 seconds to do that. And that, what it will then do is literally compare track 0 to track quarter. If they're the same, it drops the quarter track. It compares 1/4 to 1/2. If those are the same, it drops the half track, and so on. So it only ends up storing actually what's on the diskette. And that will make it automatically handle things like wide tracks where the disks were written on a special drive back in the day where the head was, let's say, 2 or 3 times as wide as a standard disk head, and things like EA Sports did a lot of that. And they would literally step the head while reading and continue reading. And the tracks have to be perfectly aligned or exact bit copies of each other, bit images of each other to support copy protection. And the analysis code will support that automatically. Just making sure I'm not missing any other questions here in the Discord.
Tom, I have a question.
Sure.
I can't remember if you answered this and I just missed it, but what about non-Apple II disk drives, so it's third party disk drives from back in the day? Like, is it going to work with those?
So hardware wise, it can. So what comes out of the back end of the device are the standard 2 IDC connectors or the DB19. What to support other types of floppy drives, you would just have to build a little adapter to do that, to map the pins correctly. And on the back of the unit itself, there's a 9-pin JST connector for expansion. So if there's things that you need to do that you can't do off the IDCs, there's 9 additional pins there that I can use to add additional support boards for other things.
Cool.
And in theory, again, would require analysis. If somebody wanted to take that up, the Commodores and Ataris of the day also use 35-track drives. So I could get the flux data in for those with the current software, but analyzing it would be another issue. But if there's enough, call for that at some point, I might do that. Or I'll document, I'll store them in A2R3 format, so anybody could write something to convert those then to the other formats pretty easily. Let's see, is there any reason why this wouldn't work for an Apple III sauce disk? No. An Apple III sauce disk is exactly a standard floppy 16 sector. All they did was change the physical sector ordering on sauce, just like they did for ProDOS to speed up the reads a little bit. But they're identical, and they would image with the fast imaging, just like any other 16 sector diskette.
Great. All right. Thanks so much, Tom. This looks fantastic.
I got one more question. The applesauce utilities. Okay. Yes. So yes, the applesauce utilities would be able to read the A2R format and analyze it. Another question. Okay. Can I image 40-track drives? For non-protected disks, yes. There's actually a little switch on the fast image that tells it whether you want to copy a 35 or 40-track drive. And it emulates both. And I do not support anything to do with the Cairo images. I don't know what I've heard of them. I've never seen the product. I've never used the product. So I have no idea on that at all at the moment.
Yeah, the CryoFlux images are, I think they're somewhat proprietary, but they're there's someone named Kier F. Who has done some work reverse engineering it. I think that you can find the information on that. But yeah, I mean, I think largely it hasn't been used for the Apple II very much. So
okay. And again, right, I'm open to suggestions and ideas. Right, when I was at KFest physically, somebody asked about the Mac emulation and how to support that, and I've spent the last week in the evenings digging through what it would take to support a Mac. And the way I decided to do it, I haven't implemented the hardware yet, obviously, because it's brand new. But inside the Mac, I'll actually have a little ribbon cable going to a little Zigbee controller that will transmit the enable signal from inside the Mac to another Zigbee controller that's hooked up outside the Mac and then hooked to the standard emulator. So you can literally support 2 Mac drives. And that's the easiest way. You don't have to put any holes in your Apple case to get the other signals out, because unfortunately, the DB19, from everything I've read, only has the enable for the external drive on it. So that way you can do it without any hardware changes to your cases and don't want to damage anything. That was the easiest way to get the signal through the plastic. So that's how I'm going to approach that. Anything else? If there's no other questions, I appreciate everybody's time. Keep reaching out to me on the Discord or my email. I'm happy to answer any questions, and take requests, etc. Yeah, thanks.
Great.
All right.
So,
Thanks. And we'll the next thing starts at in 3 minutes. So we'll just put up the break screen here for those 3 minutes. The next thing is Rob Kim talking about the A2C Tangy Pack video adapter for the Apple IIc and IIc Plus. Okay, we are about to start Rob Kim's A2C Tangy Pack video adapter for the Apple IIc and IIc Plus. There's only going to be about a minute for Q&A at the end, so go to the Discord channel and put in your question succinctly there.
Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you.
Hi everyone, this is my second in-person KansasFest and I'm having a blast, so thank you very much. So just wanted to introduce the A2C Tangy Pack. I think a lot of you have already seen it before, but here it is. What it is, so it is an interface module that plugs into the back of the Apple IIc video expansion port. It scan doubles that image and makes it something close to 64 by 480. And it will send that signal out to a VGA port and an HDMI port. So the HDMI port has an asterisk on it because it's, once again, something close to HDMI. It's actually a DVI signal going on an HDMI port. And it's not even standard signaling, but it's close enough where it will be, most monitor has been able to, sync and lock and display. It pretty much supports all standard 2C resolution, including double high resolution. And, it will do different modes where it can go from color and monochrome. And I try to make the controls as simple as possible, so there's no on-screen display or anything. You just push buttons to select and rotate through. So I presented something similar last year So this is what I had. It was essentially my development board. So lots of different things. And the name comes from the fact that this uses a Tang Nano 9K FPGA module that has the HDMI output. And the inspiration for this form factor was that Apple used to have this RF modulator that used to just snap in the back. So I'm like, oh, that looks really cool. I should try to make it something like that. So that's where this came from. So when I left last year, I had sort of a list of stuff that I wanted to do for the next step. And so the status is, well, yeah, I did improve the level shifter situation, so it should be a little more robust, but I did not stress test this because I didn't want to damage anything. So there is a big warning, do not hot swap this thing in and out with the Apple IIc powered on. So it's still the case. It should be better, but I don't want to test it. And, you know, let's see. And then the second thing is, if you remember, this was rather busy with all sorts of different ports. I pretty much pulled out everything that was available on that port. I simplified it quite a bit, and essentially I just have the VGA and the HDMI coming out. I really wanted to keep the VGA. There was a lot of discussion between, okay, you know, why do you need a VGA? But then in our community, you know, a lot of people still have VGA monitors, including me. So I left it out. It's definitely, the image is a little bit less than HDMI, but you know, it is what it is. There was a noise problem last time with VGA. I was driving the VGA signal directly from the Tang Nano's 3.3 volt, and it's a switched regulator. So it was rather noisy. So I ended up putting a LDO and a interface chip basically to improve that. There was a few things I wanted to improve with the color image on it. I didn't really get to that part, so I still might get to that. The other thing was, I think there was an option where I can actually plug this into an Apple IIe, but I completely abandoned that mainly because there's a lot of different options for slotted Apple IIs. So I'm like, well, you know, there's other people doing much better job. I don't need to do this. So this is mainly specific for the IIc and the IIc Plus. You know, for me, IIc was great because it's just low hassle. It's just easy to set up. So I just wanted to try to make something that was easy to just plug it in and you go. So, but I do have a few more things in mind about it, you know, improving the firmware, but I'm not quite there yet. One of the main thing I want to do too was, there's a few different options that you can do. I want to see if I can save that option as a default. That way you don't have to reset to your favorite setting every time you power on, but it's on my to-do list. Let's see how far I get to it. So yeah, basically, as I said, most of the work has been basically the new form factor. This is what the inside looks like. The case was designed to be 3D printed. So I've been 3D printing this in ABS plastic because I didn't want it melting if you left it in a hot car. And I did use heat inserts for the screws terminal so that I could take it apart and put it back together, which was very useful because I flashed this multiple times, as you guys know. The buttons, there's 3 buttons. Button A does scan line effect on and off. Button B, the first option is basically the default option when you power on. So button B, you will change from color to monochrome green, to monochrome amber, to monochrome white, and then back to color. And then button C is, by default, it doesn't have any borders that's shown. But as we were testing, we even saw this on some of the people's monitors. Sometimes the monitor doesn't recognize the fact that it is a video signal because the image is much smaller than the normal 64x480. So by pressing that button, it turns on a border that's white, blue, or green, or no button, basically, right? I just set up the GitHub page with help of Chris. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. I'm sorry, Jeremy, Jeremy. So I'm trying to put all the documentation and information onto the GitHub page. So far, we've tested every 2C and 2C plus has worked okay as long as it wasn't an accelerated 2C plus. So if you went into the machine and changed the crystal to run faster, it seems to have problems. I don't know what it is yet. I do have a 2C plus at home. I'm trying to see if I can go back home and accelerate it and see what the problem is. So I may be able to support that, but I'm not sure about that yet. I think I mentioned a few monitors had problems taking the videos without the border. So what you would do is turn on the border, let it sync, and then you can turn it off, if you don't want it. Okay. So so I made a small batch of 10 units before I came here, and I actually sold them all that was available. Thank you. So with lots of encouragement from Chris and Sean and other people, because I was sort of like, this is my hobby, I don't want it to turn into a job, but with lots of encouragement from them and others, I'm like, okay, maybe I can make a few more batches. So if you're interested, let me know. I want to put it, so I'm doing it very old style. I'm just putting an Excel spreadsheet with emails and contact information right now. And Ken has told me there's much better ways to do it, so I'm trying to set that up, but I'm not there yet. But anyway, for that, let me know. I want to put it in the list. The BOM cost for this was around $40, so I'm willing to sell it to everybody in the KansasFest for about $60. And then after that, if there's any other interest, I'd probably double the BOM and go for about $80. That's what I'm, targeting. So if you want to contact me on Discord, I'm Rob K on the Discord. I do have an Amplitude Infinium Slack thing. It should be Rob Kim, and my email's up there as well. And then special thank you to Jeremy, Stefan, and Joey. These are the guys that I met last year. And throughout the years, they've sort of prompted me along to, hey, you guys working on that yet? And, I get distracted easily and get sidetracked on other projects, but I definitely appreciate their encouragement to get me to actually finish this before I came to this KansasFest. And definitely I appreciate all the other people who has encouraged and cheered me on. Thank you, Chris, my biggest cheerleader. So yeah, let's see. So with that, let me just go to a quick. So hopefully this. Oh, wait a minute. Yes. Well, so HDMI is hot swappable. It's the connecting and disconnecting from the Apple that will have problem. And I think, I think it's the display. So once again, without the border, it doesn't recognize the fact that it's a signal. But now that the border is on, I can just turn it off. So, this capture card is having problems too, I think. Someone mentioned that capture card has problem with that, so it might be this. Because the vertical line, that does not exist in any of the monitors I've tested. So I don't know. Okay, anyway. And the other thing I think is also because this is not exactly 64 by 480, the dot pitch rate is slightly different, and I have noticed that some monitors actually have problems as it goes along. It phase shifts, so I'm thinking that's what it might be. But there was a series of, I think, firmware patches. We were so when I was demoing this in the vendor fair, Arthur came up and said, hey, what does it look like in text mode? And as I was demoing it, I realized text had colors on it. I'm like, wait a minute, it's supposed to be looking at the GR signal and turn off the color. And it wasn't working on that. So when I looked in the code, I realized I turned that feature off when I was debugging something and forgot to turn it on. So I fixed that, but then in the process of fixing that, I touched another part of the code that broke the very first line and the very last line, so that when it rebooted, the A, top of the A disappeared, which was very noticeable. And thank you, TJ, for pointing that out. So I have another firmware fix. So for about half of you who have this that I haven't patched today, come see me, I can patch it. Which, speaking of, I think Oliver last year recommended, strongly recommended I figure out a way to let the user upload the firmware. And there is a way, and thank you, Nicholas, for reminding me that there is an open source way of uploading the firmware. So I want to document all this in the GitHub so that, you know, if I do release another firmware, you guys can upload it yourself. It is basically a USB-C connector that you connect up, and you know, you run that firmware and it should be able to just upload it directly. Okay, and so now where is it? HG Okay. C. Oh, caps lock C. Okay, so there is a couple of known bugs. The very last line still has color fringe. I don't know if you can see that right there. The very last line of the video still has color. I don't know why, so I need to fix that. And then the second thing is, every once in a while, especially with the HDMI, there will be a blue line on the right side that shows up every once in a while, but I think that's something to do with the HDMI module. It doesn't always happen. But if you power cycle it, it disappears and it doesn't show up on the VGA. So I think it's something on the Tang Nano's HDMI module, but I can't figure out what that is yet.
There might be, that actually might be an artifact of HDR graphics. I'm not sure.
Oh,
Maybe somebody
really?
else would know. I remember,
But it doesn't show up on the VGA output.
maybe the VGA is just too crummy to show it. I don't know.
Oh,
You'd have
okay.
to check.
Yeah,
Pause it.
okay,
But
okay.
Anyway, it might be.
Sure, yeah. So there are a few things that are known. I am trying to, you know, address this as much as I can. And yeah, like I said, if you're interested in making, you know, getting this module, I am trying to collect a list of people who are interested and try to figure out how many more I need to make. So please let me know. And that's it. Okay. Any questions?
All right, Rob, if you want to jump on there, you got 1 minute.
No pressure, right?
Nope. Go for it.
So if you guys notice, first thing I want to mention is, yes, the color is wrong in that video. That's another thing that we figured out. I accidentally inverted the color. That is fixed. So I did a third firmware release when I was at KansasFest. Thank you, everybody who was very patient with me with all these firmware releases. I should have tested before I released, I guess. So the other thing is, yeah, video resolution thing and the compatibility. It seems like most of the VGA port monitors are pretty good, but for the HDMI devices that are coming from the consumer electronics side, like the TVs and capture cards, tend to do worse than monitors that are coming from the PC side. So LCD monitors or DVI, if you use that, tends to support better. I think it has I was trying to do some more research into it. It looks like the 64x480 that used to be the fallback resolution for many of the monitors sort of got dropped in the consumer side. So I may have to support 720p. I don't know. I think there was quite a few questions that went by on the chat. So I am going to try to answer as many as I can. I know we're short on time. So yeah, just keep hitting me with question and I'll try to answer as many as I can.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Rob.
Okay, thank you guys.
Excellent, thanks. So now we will switch to the making of the A2FPGA by Ed Aniff and Josh Norrid.
Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you.
Hi, Ed Aniff here with Josh Norrid. We're the A2FPGA team, and we're really excited to talk about how this came about.
Yes, welcome to KansasFest 2024. We've spent the last 3 years working on this product and the idea, and we're super excited to tell you all about A2FPGA and how it came about and where we're at.
Awesome. Well, like probably most of you, we are longtime Apple II enthusiasts going back to the early 1980s. I got started programming on Apple II at a very early age.
I did the same. In fact, I went to computer camp in 1982. I mowed lawns all of the summer prior, as well as the summer leading up to the event. And they had Apple IIs, and they had TI machines, and some little programmable robots called Big Tracks. And we got to see Tron at the end of the 2-week odyssey, and I was just amazed by computers. But my true love was always the Apple II.
So back in the early days of the pandemic, Josh and I work at an open source company, and we decided to have a guest speaker. Woz himself came in and spoke to the whole company on just the history of Apple II, and it was great. In the preparation for that, Josh and I got talking. We had to come up with a set of questions to ask Woz, and this really kicked things off. We started talking about all the cool things that we wanted to do with Apple II. There was only one problem, which was at the time I did not have an Apple II at the time. My collection consisted of retro computers that had not succeeded. That was kind of my thing. And so obviously the Apple II does not qualify as a computer that didn't succeed, but it felt like it was the right time to revisit the Apple II experience.
For sure, and I had been on Ed's case for a number of years. In fact, I had restored a whole group of 2Es and 2s and 2 pluses going back to 2004. Bought them on eBay, found them in various states of disrepair, and it spent a lot of time and love putting them back together again. And so I'd always offered up to Ed, hey, you're always welcome to one of these machines if you ever want to get back into it. And of course he, for whatever reason or whatnot, decided against it at the time. But after he met Woz and had his Red Book signed by the man, the myth, the legend, the next phone call I got from Ed was, hey, I think I'm going to need one of those 2 pluses, Josh.
Well, the answer was very simple, which was I just didn't have enough space. And now, sort of like looking around my office, I actually have about 5 Apple IIs now, which was what I was afraid of. And so now I'm going to need another computer shack or something. But yeah, so we got the Apple II and shipped over here. Josh had one in his collection that was in good shape, an Apple II Plus. You can see it there with the cat. And so then the first thing was, how do you get a good video signal out of an Apple II well, this was 2022. And so we tried, a bunch of the different stuff. They had an old Sony monitor. Finally settled on the Extron, which actually is one of the video converters that really does a good job with the Apple II composite signal, because as we all know, it is not the most standard NTSC signal in the book. And so that was good. I had a working Apple II. I was able to play Choplifter on the big screen. And really, at that point, like, everything would have been fine, except for one thing, which was, as we were thinking about, what the Apple II experience needed to include, Josh and I were fascinated by a specific, very rare add-on card for the Apple II.
This thing was unobtainium even back in 1983-84. It was called the Cinetics Super Sprite. And Ed, after losing several different auctions, finally happened to find a live sample in the real world, and he sent it to me for review. This was before he had his Apple II, so he wanted me to try it out and see if we couldn't get it back operational again. This board had no markings on it. It was in terrible shape, probably the worst shape I've seen a board in a really long time. It's a full-length board, takes the full chassis length of the Apple II. It incorporated a TMS 9918A VDP, which was the same video display chip found in the ColecoVision, the TI-99-4A, the first series of MSX machines and whatnot. It's a very powerful chip. In fact, many could even say that it was sort of the first GPU on a chip because of its design. Anyhow, the Super Sprite combined the VDP with an AY audio processor, a TI speech chip, and then it had this unique capability to not just do the sprites and the display modes of the TI VDP, but to also overlay that video on top of Apple II native video. And we wanted to get that thing working, so we had to reverse engineer it. And thank goodness for things like bit savers and Asimov and the Apple II documentation project, and quite honestly, just a lot of really good Apple II aficionados out there who were able to share information at various different points. But nonetheless, we had a board and we were missing lots of things, and including identification. So Ed spent about a month on and off over several days doing all of the logic reverse engineering. We identified every single component. We then looked at the back at the traces on this particular board and figured out where all of the different connections were moving to fill in our knowledge of the board. And then it came down to, how do we repair this thing? If you'll notice, the VDP has some broken traces on it. We had a lot of malfunctioning ICs, and it wasn't just socket problems. The jacks themselves were actually incorrectly soldered. So this board needed to be overhauled. So we did. First thing we did was pull out the Apple II and have the cat inspect it, make sure that it's ready to actually be stable enough for us. I replaced the jacks. We made sure that both of the clocks were functional. Got those operational again. We ended up having to depopulate about half of the entire board manually and very carefully in order to get access to the areas where I could repair the traces with significant magnification and a fine soldering iron. And even after all of that, the best video that we could get was terrible, and it only lasted about 35 seconds before the board blew up again, and we were never really able to realize the vision.
Yeah, so we were never able to get it to work, and although someday we will. But somewhere along the line, we were looking at various ideas of how to rebuild this board, because we were determined to see this in action. And at a certain point, we said, well, screw it. It would be easier to rebuild this thing using, modern hardware than to go through all of this effort. And one of the things that Josh and I had also sort of worked on in various projects in the past was playing around with FPGAs. And so that had always been, in the back of our minds as something to do with Apple II. I had done a bunch of stuff, and Josh had as well with Mr. FPGA. So we're big fans of that project. I'm a contributor to it, and we said, well, this might be interesting. And around that time in the retro scene, people had found the Tang Nano 9K, which is an FPGA module that has about mid-range, mid-power FPGA. So you could do a lot of cool things with it. It had, most importantly, an HDMI jack. and people were using this. They were putting them into things like TI 99s. They were putting them into
Naboos, yeah.
Naboo, and of which, of course, and that's a conversation for another day. Josh and I can talk about our Naboo adventures. But we said, okay, this is pretty cool. It's a pretty powerful FPGA, and I think we can do something around it. So we got a couple of them from AliExpress. Did some basic work, like, can we get a good video signal out of it? And the answer was yeah. And so then set the thing down on a breadboard, and now sort of the real challenge began. Like, can you hook this up to the Apple II? And I think probably, for most KansasFest attendees, you're probably very familiar with the story of, okay, how do we get modern hardware to talk to the Apple II? It's 5-volt TTL logic, and most modern stuff, whether you're talking about Raspberry Pis, whether you're talking about FPGAs, doesn't matter. You're probably at 3.3 volts. That's pretty much the standard at this point, and in another couple of years it'll be even down to 1.8 or whatever. And so you need to interface that, and so that was part of the adventure. And so you can see a couple of pictures we've got here, breadboarding it out. We used the first iteration of this was to do 74 series logic, and essentially map the critical pins from the Apple II bus through level shifting into signals on this Tang Nano, and that was how this was born. And you can see the pictures. We hooked it up. At this point in time, we did not blow up the Apple II. No Apple IIs were harmed.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah.
Right.
We don't talk too much about those details, but nothing that wasn't repairable, right?
Of course.
So we got this thing working, and you can see these pictures. And by the way, it mostly worked. We did not exactly get a working video signal. I was able to read some bytes off of the bus, but there were still a lot of things that were not working. But that didn't deter us. We said, what the hell? Let's go ahead and actually design a circuit board, which you can see the schematics for, and design the board for the Apple II, and that's where we ended up.
What was really cool was seeing how the schematic ultimately manifested into the mechanical design, and Ed actually did some paper prototyping. KiCad is really, really awesome for doing this kind of work, and both of us learned quite a bit about it. But when he printed out the actual paper and laid the Tang on it, it fit 100% perfect, which was certainly very helpful. And then, of course, from there, once we had double tested all of the different specifications and whatnot, we had our first series of 5 boards printed at PCBWay out in China, and thus begat the A2N9. Which was really awesome for us to put into an Apple II and actually see high quality HD video along with all of the hard work paying off.
Yeah, so most of the testing, most of the testing on this was on 2 pluses. We then of course did the 2E testing. Some of the timings are needed to be calibrated, but we started to get really clean bus readings. We were able to generate text. A lot of work to do to make sure that we were mapping the video signal into an HDMI display. So you've got your Apple video display, and it's 280 or 560 depending on what mode you're in. It's technically actually always in 560 even on a 2 plus, but you needed to center that within what was at first 640 pixels. We later switched to the 720 pixel wide mode, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. When we got to the GS, we needed the extra space to do the borders right. Also to get the aspect ratio a little bit more accurate. And so you can see we a lot of trial and error. Like for anybody that's gone and built an emulator, done anything where you're trying to get Apple II video right within a modern display, it is not an easy proposition.
We both have day jobs too that are high pressure. So, this was on and off over the course of about a month of additional iteration in the design, just making sure that we were accounting for all of the different behaviors we're seeing. We had issues with character sets, low res modes, high res modes. And what we wanted to do was we really wanted to focus on making sure that every pixel was accurate Apple II video, and that all of the transitions between video modes was happening precisely as it would cycle accurate to the way that the Apple was. Obviously, we were reading to and from the reading and writing to and from the Apple II bus, which helped tremendously. But effectively, we were shadowing what was going on in video memory, and that was the ultimate solution for how we solved our problems.
A couple of points on that. Really, the cycle accurate piece is a pretty big deal. There's a lot of ways of solving this problem, but generally, FPGA retro computing is about really matching cycle accurate, and that's a little bit of the difference between sort of an FPGA based design and something that maybe is using a microcontroller specifically for the video and I/O generation. You can use the microcontrollers for other stuff, like if you're reading from a SD card or something like that, you're probably better off with a microcontroller that can run a nice modern software stack. But if you want to get the video just right in a cycle accurate way, there's a lot of stuff you need to do, and and FPGA tends to be a better way to do it. But that said, other thing I will say is there are a lot of things that end up just being sort of kind of artistic judgment when it comes to getting artifacts right. Like much props to all the folks who have built emulators and done all of the Apple II, previous Apple II FPGA stuff, because it's very hard to figure out sort of the right and wrong way. We looked at all of that, and I can't say there's still areas there's still things I look at, and I'll look at that artifact and I'll be like, that's, we need to do something about that. During this course, we started to during the course of the trial and error, a couple of things came up. We ended up with what we call our Ultima test, and Ultima ended up being a really nice way. Every time we do a rev of the bit stream on the card, does it do Ultima? Ultima gives us the would give us the high res test. It would give us the Mockingbird, and so we did that. We also did testing with things like music instruction set and so on. And so we got things, again, remember, this was all on the A2N9. We got pretty far along. But there was one thing, the thing that kicked off this whole project to begin with, that was still really key for us.
And that was getting the Super Sprite absolutely nailed, getting all of that functionality, particularly the ability to overlay the video with the native Apple II video with sprites and VDP video. In order to do that, we really had to focus on using some modern tools. So we had a lack of software, we had a lack of really solid documentation down at the register level. So we had to break down into assembly. So we used Merlin 32, and we used the IMHEX hex editor on our modern machines Macs, Linux, PCs running Windows, variety of different environments were used to pull all of this off. But the key thing for us was to make sure that all of the video modes of the VDP were working in TMS 9918A mode, to make sure that the Apple II video was still working, make sure that we could combine the two on the same FPGA, and then make sure that the overlay worked. And we got all three, again, through lots of iteration and lots of trial and error, thanks to the use of some of these modern tools. The key thing was that, and you see the overlay working here, it's not a trivial set of functionality to get this to work, but we knew it had to be possible, otherwise there would never have been an Apple IIe video overlay card. So we knew that it was possible. It just wasn't very practical in the early 80s when it was implemented in the original design. But we got it to work in the FPGA, and now it's part of every single A2 FPGA design. And with the Mockingbird, you have even more functionality. So now, all of a sudden, we had an entirely new problem. And that was, we've got video overlay in TMS 99, we've got Mockingbird, but we're out of gates.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So around that time, Cypede, which is the company that makes these modules, had dropped the Tang Nano 20K, which is much bigger chip, about a little over twice as big as the 9K. With, by the way, a lot of other nice things, more DSP processors for doing the multiplications that are necessary for getting nice clean audio and things like that. And so we went back to the drawing board. You can see here we went and went back to the breadboard. But there was an important thing about the Tang 20K, which was it has a lot less I/O pins, and so this was a problem because we used every I/O pin on the 9K, and again the 20K ended up only having a little over half the number of I/O pins. So we needed to figure out a way to basically handle that, and that's where the CPLD came into the design. The CPLD could do the level shifting, and also we could basically multiplex Apple II bus pins into a smaller set of FPGA pins. And so that was a key thing for us to do. We tested it out on the breadboard. We got working video. We got the working Super Sprite capabilities. We still had plenty of room. And so this was pretty exciting. So we quickly designed a new board. You can see the schematics here. Shipped it off to PCBWay. And so this was what we thought was our final design, because it looked good, it worked well, everything was good except for one thing, which was Josh and I were not 2GS people. We were 2+ folks.
We had moved on when the 2GS came out. We were already in Mac and 286, 386 world at that point. So we never had the experience with the 2GS in the mid to late 80s like a lot of you all have. So we honestly didn't know anything about it, to be frank.
Yeah, exactly.
So we had to educate ourselves very fast because we knew that 2GS people would probably be super interested in something like this as well.
Well, actually, I mean, it just came up with some of the testers and so on. And so we plopped it in, and surprise, surprise, it didn't work. And so we had to dive into the reference manual. We had to dive into the tech notes. Go figure. There were a couple of more signals, actually about 3 more signals that we absolutely needed to route in that weren't there. M2 select, MTB0. We could have done without the Q3 clock, but we did really need it. And so that required us to go to a bigger CPLD, which we did, and so that required a new rev, and we did that, turned it around, this was I think we were already into about October of last year at this point, and got things working, and then needed the software stack, and so this required us to update the software to now handle the VGC, which the good news of the VGC was that it's not a very complicated beast. It's actually a very nicely designed graphics controller in and of itself. So I think that got banged out over the course of a weekend, had something working that allowed us to go and get into GSOS. We're able to play games. It was looking good. And then at that point, we shipped it off to a bunch
We sent it to Henry. Yeah, we sent it to Henry at Reactive Micro.
Yes.
And you know, we had our fingers crossed and thought everything was fine for a few days, and then Henry reached out and he sent us this picture of what was happening with the super high resolution graphics mode on something that is called the Mech Computer Explorer, which, if you know Henry, you know that the Mech Computer Explorer is sort of his go-to diagnostic for all things Apple II. And he sent us this, and it looked like we were having a problem with the SHGR transitions, and we could not figure out why for quite a while. So we had to investigate it yet again. And Ed found out that it was actually an issue with handling and dealing with the 2GS specific video display register, which is something that is native only to the 2GS that we had no experience with before.
Yeah, the interleave modes, and specifically the way the Mech uses it, because what the Mech does, the Mech Computer Explorer specifically turns off interleave mode so that it can load the graphics while it's in regular Apple II mode. I think it's one of the few pieces of software that does that, and so that was quite a pain. But and there were a bunch of little details like that as we went through the GS. We finally got it working. Published this stuff up all on GitHub, and at that point, like, we'd been talking to Henry off and on, and Henry was talking with Josh and was like, well, hey, we need to ship this thing.
Yeah, and so we had developed quite a familiar relationship with Henry. We had bought power supplies and chips and supplies and all different kinds of things from him all throughout this journey. And so once he had tested this and we had really proven over several months that it was something that a lot of folks would be interested in, we chose to work with Henry and Reactive Micro as the supplier and distributor for these boards. So you can actually go to reactivemicro.com, and that is where they are available. Henry provides support. You know, the beauty of this project, though, is that the entire core, as Ed mentioned, the entire core for the FPGA was built in a modular way. Ed spent a lot of time and effort to make it very easy to put different modules together. And remember that A2 FPGA, as a philosophy, is really all about a multi-card design. With the A2N20 today that we have, the V2 today, you're effectively getting 3 cards plus video output all in one, right? Taking up one slot. But there's still plenty of gates left, and the idea would be that we could add additional modules. So we'd love to see what the community does with the project, although we're continuing to think about some new ways to continue to stretch the design ourselves.
Yeah, there's some stuff coming. Obviously, some of you already know, and Sonic audio chip is in there. It's being debugged. Mostly works, but some issues. Super serial card is in there. We still need to get some things around the interrupts working, and then disc 2 will be coming soon. So we've been really happy with the reception and the support from all of you, and really excited about everything around this. So hopefully. Hopefully this is hopefully this has been interesting for all of you, and look forward to continuing to collaborate with the community. Thank you.
Thank you for attending our session. Apple II forever.
Take care, everyone.
Right. Thank you, Ed and Joshua. That was amazing. Looks like we have a lot of questions on the chat. Is there anything you want to say beforehand, or you want me to just jump into those?
Let's jump in. I think we probably belabored the point already on the video, but we had fun making it.
Cool. Okay. I got to ask Ron's question first. What's the price, and is there a K-Fest price?
That's a good question. There will be a K-Fest price. I don't know what it is. We'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, no problem. So let's see. L2 is asking about the it uses the CPLD, and he's saying that's going to be end of life. And so, what are your plans for dealing with that?
Yeah, so we're using a Xilinx CPLD, and the thing is that the 5-volt parts have been end of lifed by most of the major manufacturers. There actually are some other CPLDs available. The CPLD was end of life actually just earlier this year, so there's plenty of them in inventory. But we already have a rev that doesn't require it. It cut some corners, and getting it out the door gave us made things simpler. But we will do like we did in the A2N9, which is to use standard off the shelf 74 series glue logic in subsequent revs.
Cool. All right, Eric Rangel is asking about what language is used for programming the Tang module, and maybe just a related question is how, if somebody wants to get started in that, what's a good path?
Well, so the README files have the links to the download. So it uses a Go-in FPGA, and so you can download all the tools for building it, and it's in Verilog.
Awesome. Cool. And then just a comment from I think Peter and some other people about the Super Sprite support and just how awesome that is. And so there's not really a question there, but I think people are very happy that you've added support for kind of what was really a obscure card.
Josh was the big Super Sprite. He did all the demo stuff on that.
That comes from a long time ago. So remember, go back to when I was introducing myself in the talk. When I went to computer camp, we had an Apple II lab, and then we had a TI 99.4A lab. And everyone was playing games and writing code and building stuff in the Apple II lab. But in the TI lab, we had TI Logo 2 running on TI 99.4As, and we had sprites. And with sprites, you could do different things because there's like 25 different levels of overlay capability. There's easier animation. It was much easier to do sprites on the TIs than it was to build shape tables in AppleSoft Basic and flip your HDR and HDR2 modes and all that kind of stuff. So I was just always enthusiastic about sprites, and of course now that's like a common way of doing video game development, and the whole industry exploded. But I wanted to see it on an Apple II. I wanted to see enhanced graphics on the Apple II. The other thing too was, this wasn't just our observation. Steve Ciarcia, the Circuit Seller author, he actually came up with a design in Byte magazine. Edwin, was that 82, 83?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, most people don't know that was the Super Sprite and the Third Millennium card, and there were a couple of others. They all based off of the Steve Ciarcia design that was in Byte magazine, and there are actually, and I think you can get reproductions of that card as well. But the overlay piece was the part that was super tricky, and Actually took us a while to figure out exactly how the Super Sprite was doing it. It wasn't actually doing overlay the way that TI had initially suggested. They had an alternate mechanism that they came up with on doing the overlay on the black levels that we had to figure out. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely part of that's why we spent so much time on this video. Everybody, who's previewed it, it's like, wow, you guys spent a ton of time on the Super Sprite. And we are like, yeah, if it hadn't been for that, this project wouldn't have gone anywhere. We would have been happy piping composite through the Extron.
Well,
So,
Super Sprite led us to the real problem, which was you get a really clean HDMI video output in 2022 when we were doing this on an Apple II. So anyway, now everyone can benefit.
All right. So are we going to see a Super Sprite game from you guys?
Possibly.
Or is
Yeah.
that an exercise left to the
No, I actually started work on that, but the problem is that like every time I do that, I discover something new on the A2 FPGA that we want to add. So
Cool.
It's all about feature creep with A2 FPGA. Cool thing is it's modular enough to where we could do just about anything.
Awesome. Let's see. Michael asks, how do you handle video mode switching mid-scan line, like for example in the French Touch demo scene discs?
Yeah.
And he's wondering, do you mirror all the video RAM, or how does that work?
So we do mirror all the video RAM. This is one of the areas that we need to still do more work on. It's the one area that I'd actually hoped it was one of the goals was to have some demos around that for KansasFest. There's a couple of challenges. So the main one comes from the fact that we need to make sure that the scan line to the software is where we think it is, where the software that's running thinks it is in relation to where the FPGA is. And the FPGA speed, the HDMI speed is not, it's very close, but it's not precisely in the same place as the NTSC output in terms of sort of how long it takes a frame to render. But the bigger issue right now is that the only place that the card can get the sync output reliably is in slot 7. We're looking at a couple of different ways of not making that the case, but right now in the sort of work in progress where we have that precisely working, the card has to be in slot 7, and which wasn't a bad answer when we were doing this for 2 plus, but then when we got to GS and everybody wants to be in slot 3 now or they need to be in slot 3 unless they're in the Rev 3 boards. So, and a lot of the focus and testing over the last 6 months has really been around GS. That one threw us for a loop, really, just first of all, the amount of GS stuff. And GS, by the way, has a different mechanism for figuring out where the scan line is as well. So really good question. It's one of the areas that we've done some work on and would love to hear from people who have been close to the problem for like other ways to solve it. But it's one of the ones that sort of pains me the most because we did take a lot of pride in the cycle accurate piece, but that one, and you see all of the stuff coming out of the French demo scenes uses that all the time. And we did a bunch of testing with that stuff, and it's unsolved at the moment, but we have a few means for solving that.
Okay, cool. And I guess semi-related, here's a question from Quinn. Good luck with this one. She says, can you explain how the overlay works in the video signal in 5 seconds like I'm a 5-year-old?
Sure. Yes. So what we do is every time that there is a lit pixel, a colored pixel in the TI 9918 output, we basically swap to that. We keep them both in perfect sync, so they're both drawing at the same time, the Apple II video and the TI 99 video, and we just switch on a per pixel basis, assuming that the TI 99 pixel if the TI 99 pixel is black, we show the Apple II video. If it's lit up, we show the TI video. So very simple. And that sounds very simple. However, that's actually not the way that the TI data sheet said that you do it. This was something that we discovered the hard way by looking at that circuit board, the Super Sprite board.
Awesome. Perfect. Eric Rangel is asking about on the GS Hyper Studio, used to have support for a video overlay card, and he's just wondering if that kind of device could be emulated in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is it'll use up a whole bunch of gates because what the GS overlay card did was they basically put a second VGC on the card. And so we have a working VGC controller in the design. We can just instantiate a second one and switch between them. Um, it just it just was one of those ones where we were trying to figure out, where do we want it. We do have a bunch of gates remaining, but um, would probably rather use those for like a Z80 soft card or even like a 6502 accelerator versus just chewing up another instance of the VGC. And also the VGC uses quite a bit of video RAM as well. And because the speed the VGC operates at, we actually keep that in the memory that's on the FPGA itself. That module chip has memory in the FPGA, and it also has SD-RAM. But the speed that the VGC operates made it preferable to use the RAM that's on the FPGA, and there's a lot less available there.
Got it. I guess related to that, if you are willing to tell us what are your future plans for, supporting different cards and what's next?
Well, we have a couple. So, the main things right now, the super serial card is super important to us. But we found some pesky issues. It doesn't happen with all models, and so we really need to figure that out, and probably will need to spend some time looking at it on a scope. Where it looks like the timing of the interrupts is not exactly right, and so we get crashes sometimes when super serial is turned on certain machines. Unfortunately, it's one of those ones where it doesn't happen on any of my machines. It happens on one of Josh's machines, and then happens every single time for some of our testers. And so it's one of those type of annoying things where you're like, having a tough time replicating this. But we want to get that working and turned on by default because a lot of folks want that. I mentioned InSonic, like that's like the number one thing. Everybody wants the InSonic audio coming out, and so definitely want to get that working. And then after that, would love to do some stuff with co-processors. We have enough room there for a Z80 or even another 6502 implementation. There's going to be an OSD on-screen display for configuration and things like that. So just a lot of convenience and nicety type stuff.
Awesome. I mean, it is fantastic. So I think we are out of time for questions, but there's a lot of discussion going on the Discord channel. So that's over in Discord in the Making A2 FPGA channel. So if people have more questions, maybe Ed and Joshua, you can just monitor that.
We'll hang out in the Discord for
Awesome.
a while we watch the other presentations.
That
For
sounds
sure.
fantastic. Yeah.
Thank you all
Thanks
for
again.
having us.
Absolutely. All right. I think, Paul, if I'm correct, we are up to a break now from 10:45 Central Time until 11 a.m. And then it looks like we will be back with the Apple Tinny 2.
Yep, sounds right. So see you in 15 minutes. Okay, we are back from the break, and there's a little bit of a change in plan. The the next session is John Flanagan, and oh, actually, I only know Rickles, but they will introduce themselves properly. Talking about the Apple Teeny 2, and instead of playing the video from Springfield from last time, they're just gonna present live, and I will make the video from Springfield available. So okay, if okay, I think John, you are here. Can you become
Yes,
present? Okay.
should
And
I turn
then
the video on?
yes, please. Okay, okay. And I will get Henry in here as well. Oops. Okay. Sorry. We made this plan actually very close to the end of the break time. But okay, good. I will now, let's see, spotlight you both and then
All right.
send you on your way. Okay. Just about ready. Okay. Okay, great. So yes, this is the Apple Teeny 2, make it a double presentation, and if you could just sort of introduce it and then yeah, then take it away, I guess. Thanks.
Okay. We presented Apple Teeny last year originally, where I was doing it on a pair of microcontrollers, a Pico and a Teensy, and that's kind of why the Teeny name, but also Apple Teeny is a great name. Um, in the last year, what I presented, and when the video comes up, you can see it if you want to watch the video separately, are just development efforts over the last year, because there were definitely some successes and some failures. And at the last minute, we pivoted to being another FPGA project, which is very interesting to compare and contrast with the A2 FPGA project. And I've said it before that I would like to engender a friendly rivalry. You are in the lead, but we're going to try to kick your ass. So I'm saying this mostly so that you will have the humor value of when we stumble and hit our heads on all the things that you've dealt with. So that's going to be a lot of fun, and it is very exciting. So we are still doing the same kind of approach where we aren't doing the HDMI directly on our card. We are shipping everything out to a separate device, which can be a Raspberry Pi 5 or a full desktop. We did this originally with 100-bit Ethernet, 100 megabit Ethernet, but we now have on the FPGA we're using as a riser card that can do 1.6 gigabit out, which is more than enough to get the bus out. And then we can offload all of that. That's going to pay dividends later on in terms of functionality, because it takes a lot of gates that would otherwise be running things directly off. And the only thing we're having to do is ship the bus out, which so far has been extremely easy. And the next challenge is getting two-way traffic going on. So Henri has been doing the other side of it. That's Rickles over there. He's been doing the software side of it, where he is very experienced in stuff he's done. He did a rework of Deathlord called Deathlord Reloaded, and learned a lot of how to do this kind of thing. And when we were talking about this earlier, he's like, he saw my horrible, horrible graphics code, and I think he took pity. So he's taken on that side of it. He has a lot of the features of Super Duper Display to show. That's the side that works on the remote rendering side, the Pi 5 or the desktop. It has a lot of features like post-processing, all kinds of stuff. And I think he's the better person to start explaining that if we want to hand over to him.
Thanks, John. So let's jump right into it. Let me see if I can share something. Here we go. God. Okay. Let's see if I. Oh no. Okay. Can I share the screen here?
Is it giving you an error?
There
Oh,
we
no.
go.
Okay, there we go.
All right, you guys see this? All's good?
I can see
Yep.
it.
Excellent. So what you see here is as soon as you launch a super duper display on the host computer, which as John said, can be pretty much anything, you see a screen before the Apple II is turned on. The application is written in OpenGL, which is ancient and on purpose, so that any old computer can do, and you can pull any junk computer that you've got lying around, and you can run the application on it. So this screen here is actually an SHR screen. And what you see is the renderer doing one pass and displaying whatever the shadow memory has to show that screen. So SDD is getting from Appletini all the bus information, and then it keeps track of the memory. So it has a shadow memory, and it keeps track of course, all the soft switches and things like this. So every time you're going to see other screens, because here Super Duper Display is running in an offline mode, in a sense, because I don't have an Apple II with me. So I will show you samples that are as if an Apple II were running, and then the memory changes, and then the renderer re-renders. So let's start here with putting this in full screen if we can. Guess not, doesn't matter. Okay, so let's go here and show the menu, and this is Super Duper Display, and you can change the resolution of the full screen, which is very important in a Raspberry Pi. So you could run it on Raspberry Pi 4, which is kind of underpowered, but then if you reduce your full screen size, you're going to get a lot better performance, and you can do pretty much everything that I'm going to show here. Okay, you can of course change the background color of your thing, etc., etc. So basically all sorts of cute little things. So now let's go and load up a first screen. So you've run your Apple II, you've run Tomahawk, and you see the screen. So that's your classic classic text screen. So if I go in video, Apple II video settings, you start seeing that we can do certain cool things. First of all is the borders. So just like VidHD, you can play around with the border colors, and you can change the border sizes, which is something that you don't see often. Borders are supported in the Apple IIe, just like VidHD, and then you can play around with your vertical borders. And the less borders you have, the more screen space you have, and the bigger your screen is going to be. Right, so let's just play around and let's say, okay, we've got this amount of borders. You have a maximum size of borders because again, this is a renderer that is very cycle aware, and so you can only have this many borders in the HBL and VBL. So now let's go ahead and go into the soft switches and say, all of a sudden your screen is now in a high-res screen. So you've got Tomahawk here in classic high-res mode. And let's take a look at other modes like DHDR. As you can see here, it works perfectly well. It's basically NTSC DHDR running in HDMI. And so you've got all the benefits of RGB, and at the same time, the benefits are of NTSC. And this is mixed mode. You remove the mixed mode, you see the good old beastie DHDR Ultima 2. And then let's keep going. And here is a GS snapshot. So this is a SHR, and this snapshot is basically I was using kegs and stopped the game at some point, grabbed the whole memory and loaded the whole memory into SDD, and so this is what you're seeing. And in fact, the funny thing is, if I remove SHR, I was playing Aquatron before that, and that's what's in the high-res memory right now. Next step is going to be very special modes that you guys talked about in earlier sessions, like the HDR Spec 1. Spec 1 is an RGB card, especially the EVE cards mode, where 11011 turns the 0 into black, and spec 2 is the opposite. So the interesting thing here is that you can see the text is very, very readable. If you remove the spec 1, obviously you end up with the fringing, the classic fringing of the Apple II. Here's another mode, which is a mode that we discussed before. It's called the Column 140 mixed mode. And that mode takes the HDR and allows you to have a set of pixels that are black and white versus the classic 16 color stuff. So if I remove the Color 140 mixed mode, you end up with this stuff, which is standard Apple IIe HDR. So that's a mode that was in certain Video 7 RGB cards, and it's just cool to have. And next is the more fun stuff. All of a sudden now we've got, again, since it's completely cycle precise and we've got the power, we now have the mixed mode in SHR and HDR. And so not only do you have the mixed mode, just like VidHD does it here, we can also tell it to not force SHR width in merge mode. So here now we've got the two different width. SHR is the larger one at 640, the other one is 560 plus the borders. And then you can play around some more and just go and say, hey, show me the wobble. And so now I've got the actual wobble of the sine wave of the analog screen. So this is, again, just fun stuff that we can do because we've got a computer to do it now. And by the way, all this rendering is done on the GPU. It's, I don't know if it's the first one, but it's probably one of the few renderers that does everything in shaders. There's one shader for legacy modes, one shader for SHR, and one shader for the mixed mode, which basically takes two shaders, and that's the mode, and does the wobble. And next, of course, is another feature that I've got, which is an event recorder. So you take event recording, SDD allows you to record up to 30 seconds of events and replay them at any time while your Apple II is running. And so, of course, you replay them later on, not during the Apple II session. So now I'm going to replay what I did with Karateka. So we're going to run a Karateka demo. And so this is me playing Karateka with loud sound. And so we do have support for sound. I'm going to reduce the sound dramatically here. And also Mockingbird. As soon as the Teeny has two-way support, so we can do IRQs and things like that, we're going to have full dual Mockingbird support with 6 AY chips and all the channels. And so now this is the feature set, but then the final feature is indeed the funky post-processing. So I like this, it's very pretty, but let's make something actually prettier. So I don't want borders. And now I want really to do something nicer. So right now I've got scan lines. So I can remove the scan lines, obviously, which is pretty standard stuff. I can change the integer scaling. So as you can see here, this is the default resolution. I'm running on a Mac M3, so that's the resolution. I can increase the resolution. I can go back to integer scale. And now I'm going to go full CRT mode for you. So now I'm going to go to full CRT mode and start playing around with what the CRT can do. So I'm going to change scan line weights, play around with the mask settings. I'm going to change the mask size to be pretty big, slot mask a little bit, reduce that, increase subpixel, dark, this much, bright that much. Geometry settings, I want barrel distortion. And I'm going to cut the corners a little bit to make it, kind of like my good old CRT crap. And then I'm going to change the color space to NTSC, reduce the saturation because my screen sucks. Brightness, kind of like this. The black level is, let's reduce it because in the old days they used to crap out. Change these things a little bit, and then really my CRT sucks. So I'm gonna massively screw up my convergence settings. And there we go. You now have Karateka running on a crappy CRT screen. And that's the end of my demo.
Okay, can you disable your screen?
Yes,
please?
I'm going to disable it. How do I disable it? Let me see. Geez, how do I disable this?
There.
We're good. Okay.
Okay. Is there anything else that you think we should mention or cover, or should we open it up to Q&A?
Let's do Q&A. It should be fun.
Okay, so I've not been watching. I have not seen any questions show up. Do people have questions that they would like to ask? Sorry. I am just seeing some affection for crappy CRT emulation. That is a feature that Henri has been very proud of. Or Rickles, I don't know what you prefer. In the past, told me not to mangle your name. Okay.
Now, one thing I should mention regarding,
sorry.
is the way the renderer works. It only needs the cycles, the cycle interrupts basically, and the memory, and of course soft switches basically. So it could be used as a renderer for anything really. So if you've got an emulator that is obviously generating these cycles and generating the memory and doing all this stuff, you could technically take this open source renderer and plug it straight into your emulator.
Okay, so we do have a question here from Ron. How difficult was it to implement all these different modes?
Well, first of all, nothing would have been easy if we didn't have Applewin. Applewin.
Okay.
Applewin, we both love Applewin. Applewin is the ultimate. So whenever I had problems implementing any of these modes, I'd go back to Applewin to try to figure out how they did it and what they did. So Applewin was a huge resource. Now, at the beginning, at the beginning when we did this project, the idea was not to do cycle accurate or anything like this. It was just to say, okay, let's just do RGB. Sorry, let's just do RGB, and it's super easy. And then I was like, no, let's try to do the render, the shaders with NTSC, and how can we do that? And it wasn't that complicated. It was just a matter of converting the CPU renderers into GPU code. And once I got the NTSC stuff running properly, the other modes became very easy. It's just tiny little changes. So because again, we're running OpenGL, we're running C++ code. It's not Verilog. It's not embedded circuitry. It's pretty straightforward.
Okay, so we have another question here from Jay Rand. Very cool. Any concern about the long-term viability of OpenGL? Apple is deprecating it fairly aggressively, for example.
Well, there was a reason I used OpenGL, is that I'm sure most of you have deprecated computers lying around. And so it's going to be
one.
Right. So just plug it in and you're done. Assuming you've got USB 3 or whatever it is on the computer. But that's the reason. Now, switching from OpenGL to Vulkan or any other stuff is not very complicated, or even Metal if you want to use Apple's new stuff. Apple deprecated OpenGL, but it didn't delete it, and it's not going to delete it anytime soon.
And you have just grudgingly Vulkan as well, right?
Sorry?
You have grudgingly discussed Vulkan as well.
Yes, Vulkan we can move to Vulkan relatively easily because the way I implemented OpenGL is like this modern OpenGL. So OpenGL and this OpenGL implementation and Vulkan are very close. It's just that Vulkan is more complex, but it would be pretty straightforward to move to Vulkan if you ever wanted to.
Okay, the next question is from Paul. The Apple III has a couple of other nice video modes. Any idea how hard it would be to do this in the Apple III? The memory model is somewhat different from both Apple II and Apple IIgs. I don't know how easy it is to get access to the whole memory on a 3. I will start with this because I actually did do some looking at Apple III stuff based on people's comments at KansasFest, and it would have to start with me for some of the reasons Paul talks about. Is ultimately things get kind of easy on the renderer side as long as you have all the information, and mostly it's just about delivering all of that information to you in a way that you need, and having just documentation for what to do. So I think it's possible, but there's work I would need to do on my end. I would also need to get an Apple III, which gets us back to my comment earlier about N+1 being the right number of computers to own, where N is the number of vintage computers you currently own. And you know, Apple III would be on the list if we're going to be starting to do hardware support for it. Do you have any other further comments on that, Henri?
I'd say I haven't looked at the Apple III modes, but they should probably be pretty straightforward by now. I've got quite a bit of experience now in the different NTSC modes and the merging and all these kinds of things. So it shouldn't be hard to implement if we ever get the Apple III hardware thing going.
Okay, I'm going to mention something that came up in the A2FPGA approach, which is the main thing with doing the cycle perfect like French touch demos is figuring out where the BBL is. And I hope to swap techniques with them, because once you get the BBL and you have cycle accurate implementation, a lot of these things are just kind of easy. I just wanted to get that in before the next question, which is from Michael on the Apple Win person. He's asking which OpenGL version, 3.x, 4.x, and also talk to me when you do the Vulkan port.
Right. I'm using 3. Let me go back to the code here. I'm using 3.x on Linux, and no, actually I'm using ES2 on Linux, OpenGL ES2 on the Pis, and I'm using 4.1 on the Mac is the latest available, and 3 or something on Windows. But I'm using very few extra features of OpenGL.
Okay, this next question, I think we're going to direct to the Discord because we're running out of time and it might be a little involved to describe. Greg Lovecamp asks, my apologies for being a little lost. Are we looking at an emulator or a video interface to an emulator, or a hardware piece in an actual Apple II routing video to a Mac for rendering? I'm sorry, I just got lost somewhere. It looks great for whatever it is. I couldn't find any info on web search. I do apologize that we are not very well advertised on the web, and that's on me because I know nothing about how to set those kinds of things up, and we've just always been working on hardware things and making stuff and not enough on the documentation. We are like, what Rickles is showing is just replaying and showing that as a feature of something we can do. But all of this works live, or did at one point before we started reworking things with the FPGA, where we can, like, the original thing is a card, you put it into the Apple II, and it records every bus event, complete precision, and puts it out over a line to a real computer to do things. And that just makes all kinds of things possible. So,
Paul has another question regarding the VBL. And Paul, we have gotten the VBL working, and I do have the French touch demos working perfectly. And I didn't show that you could actually automatically determine if it's a PAL or an NTSC Apple II, but we can also automatically determine that based on the VBL. And you can also, of course, manually set SDD to be connected to a PAL or an NTSC Apple II.
Yes, and what we lost there is we used to have two-way communication when we were still using a microcontroller rather than the FPGA. So we could do things like on boot, like do a kind of boot injection where we would determine the VBL via whatever method, like you're like hitting the soft switch or doing vapor lock. And once you know it, then you just start counting cycles because you see every bus event, you know exactly where you are on the phase. But we lost that with the FPGA because we no longer have two-way communication. Once I re-implement it, which I am hard at work at making a new PCB rev, we will get that working again and we will show it off. And also, I should mention, that's probably the point at which we would start looking for beta testers, because we would be able to make some initial cards. They would still be clunky prototypes with a stack of boards from SparkFun. And people signing up for this would need to be pretty familiar with the technical support for how to like upload new versions of bitstreams, because we would be doing a lot of that because we would not be getting things right. But that's going to be the really exciting stuff that happens this year, is just building out and starting to support the huge list of features that we are ambitiously, hubristically attempting to achieve. Michael also adds that only slot 7 gets access to video information. That's another thing the A2 FPGA team were mentioning, is that sometimes your card needs to physically be in a certain place in order to get the behavior that it needs. But because if you decode the entire bus, you can ghost yourself, mirror yourself, whatever the term is that you're using, to all of the slots that you need, or in fact, to all of them if you wanted to, and just figuring out how to work around cards that may physically be there and not using their slots. Looks like we have 2 minutes left. If there are no further questions, somebody's typing something, we may be ready to wrap up.
Okay, thanks. The pressure on Martin here, who's typing in the Discord. Are you gonna finish? Yeah. Thanks. I am glad that you opted to do this with your time. It was very interesting to hear the questions and to see the demo of the software as well.
Thank you for letting us. Okay. I think we'll just wrap up. Anything we need to do, we can do on Discord. Thank you, everyone, and we are excited for next year.
Thank you all.
All right, thanks. Let's see. So yeah, the next up is Oliver Schmidt with a purpose-built software-defined hardware with the A2 Pico. I will bring that up here. And yes, well, maybe I'll wait a couple of seconds since we haven't quite. Yeah, there we go. Now we've hit it. All right.
Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you.
Hello, my name is Oliver Schmidt, and I'll talk to you today about purpose-built software-defined hardware with the A2 Pico. I guess many of you have seen my last year's presentation about A2 RetroNet. So let me start with an overview of the project evolution. Last year, the name A2 RetroNet was used both for the single firmware and the prototype hardware. By now, the A2 RetroNet is the name of one specific firmware project. There are several firmware projects, and they all use together a library which is called A2 Pico. And additionally, the hardware also has been named A2 Pico.
Let's have a closer look at the hardware evolution. Last year, I presented a prototype that was developed together with Glenn Jones. This prototype used a bus switch for voltage level shifting. This was the fastest possible solution, and it was only available in SMD. This year, I'm not using a prototype anymore, but a ready-to-ship product. It's developed together with Rale Paleviv, and it's using transceivers for voltage level shifting. These transceivers are slower, but as I know by now, they're still fast enough. The benefit is that the design is available both as SMD and through hole, which is very do-it-yourself friendly because there are no chips to be programmed at all. Okay, so after having this clarified, I'd like to take a look at modern Apple II expansion in a more general way. I see a trend towards all-in-one designs. For example, if you think about a fast CPU of course requires fast RAM. If you have fast RAM, you might think about having your mass storage I/O coming from some SD card work directly with that fast RAM instead going over the rather slow Apple II bus. And if you're at it, maybe you want to have your video out going from that fast RAM instead of the slow bus. This allows you nice video modes to be accessible via DVI, also known as HDMI. What you end up is something that more or less is an own computer and pretty much only uses the PSU and the keyboard from your old Apple II. Another thing is, think of cards that sit in one physical slot and have a certain functionality. Then you have a virtual card with another functionality sitting in another slot, and yet another virtual card in another slot, and so on and so on. So you end up with one physical card that looks to the machine like a lot of virtual cards, meaning the other slots of your machine cannot be used anymore. So please don't get me wrong, those all-in-one designs are, of course, from a technical perspective, really great things and really cool features. But is the outcome then really still an Apple II? Or are we rather having a wag the dog situation here? It's, of course, your personal opinion, how you think about this. My very personal take is that I would rather not want to replace any mainboard functionality, but rather augment the mainboard functionality. And I personally believe that one physical card should only use one logic slot and not have virtual other functionalities. And in general, I believe it's a good idea to stick to what the Apple II reference manual says about Apple II peripheral cards. In this context, a peripheral card is basically about three things. It's about the I/O space. There you have 16 addresses which are usually connected to certain I/O ports that trigger certain hardware functionalities of the card. Then you have the card ROM space. Here you have 256 bytes of address space that can exclusively be used by the peripheral card. Usually there's a ROM here. Usually people call this also the slot ROM. And finally there's the expansion ROM. This is a 2 kilobyte address space that is shared between the peripheral cards. I will come back to this later in my talk. So, although the A2 Pico is a software-defined hardware solution, it deliberately stays within the limits of such a classic peripheral card specification. That implies, for example, that you will never be able to build a graphics card based on the A2 Pico design, because that would require you to access the video RAM, which is outside the specification I just showed. So the question might be, can you build something interesting within this limited scope? I believe yes. For me, in general, the Apple II is all about being creative within certain given limits. And this is also true for the A2 Pico. So looking at it sort of from the other side. Although the A2 Pico is a classic peripheral card, from the developer perspective, it still offers all the advantages of software-defined hardware. Additionally, all 7 currently published A2 Pico firmwares are based on the same shared A2 Pico software library. That library shields the developer from the low-level details of building an Apple II peripheral card. Rather, he can focus on implementing the 6502 code for the emulated ROM and build the C code that defines the actual behavior of the card. From my perspective, A2 Pico basically brings 2 innovations to the table. It's a really very affordable price for the end user, and it's surprisingly low effort for firmware development. The latter means that you can approach a project in a new way. You can really do a top-down approach, meaning you first have your overall software idea, what your project is supposed to do, and then you think, it would be great to have a certain hardware in place for this purpose. And then you just build the hardware for exactly this purpose. After a quick recap of A2 RetroNet, I will show 2 examples I will call interrupt, inversion, and page streaming. So let me take a quick look back at A2 RetroNet and show you what I mean with being creative in given limits. A2 RetroNet is about providing mass storage I/O and character I/O in a single slot. In general, there's no technical problem about doing that, but the problem is making the Apple II understand that in a single slot you have both functionalities. Usually the Apple II understands about a functionality in a certain slot with the so-called ROM ID bytes. And the ROM ID bytes for mass storage I/O and character I/O contradict each other, so you cannot have both. However, Prodos only cares about mass storage I/O, but not about character I/O. That means any program that does character I/O, for example, doing a printer or call a modem, will have to manage this on its own and think about the slots and finding the device on its own. This allows us to do what you can think of a Janus ROM. During the boot of Prodos, it looks like a mass storage I/O card, so Prodos will understand and use it as mass storage I/O. Afterwards, after booting, you can switch the ROM to look like a character I/O. This doesn't hurt Prodos anymore because its detection process is over, but now other programs can detect this character I/O card. So this is what I mean with trying to find new creative ways inside the given limits. Interrupt inversion. As the name implies, this means that we are going to do something in a, let's say, opposite way than it would be done usually. So let's first start at looking at the more traditional ways of doing interrupts. Normally, interrupt-driven I/O is desirable for 2 reasons. First, we want to get the incoming data as fast as possible from the device into a main memory buffer. For example, a serial interface chip has just a single byte of device buffer. Additionally, the main memory buffer is also size limited, so it may also overflow. In certain scenarios, in the area of network I/O, we therefore want to signal flow control to our peer in order to make him stop sending further data as soon as possible. However, it's important to understand that interrupt-driven I/O usually does not result in fast I/O. First, the interrupt itself brings quite some overhead into the machine. The ROM processing and the operating system processing, there are a lot of CPU cycles going into this for each and every interrupt handler. And the second thing is, just having the data very quickly into main memory doesn't help. The data needs to be actually used and processed. And this is normally not done inside the interrupt handler. It's done by the foreground program. So having the data quickly into main memory does not speed up anything in any way. Modern network I/O devices usually have pretty large device buffers, maybe much larger than the amount of main memory one would want to reserve for this purpose. Additionally, they usually handle flow control automatically based on the fill level of their device buffer. What does that mean? First, interrupt-driven I/O is basically unnecessary because the device buffer is large and it never overflows because of the implicit flow control. And the foreground program can process the data right out of the device buffer very efficiently. But it's not all. Interrupt-driven I/O is actually harmful because reading the data from the device buffer eagerly hampers the automatic flow control of the device. Means the peer thinks that we are just fine reading more and more data, which is not true because we're just getting the data interrupt-driven out of the device. But where do we process it? And additionally, just the interrupt handling, as mentioned before, wastes a lot of CPU cycles we can spend otherwise by just not using interrupts. So now that we got interrupts out of the way, let's have a look how the foreground program actually accesses the device buffer. Usually this is a FIFO. That means the foreground program just repeatedly accesses a certain I/O port and gets one byte after the other from the I/O port. That's very nice and efficient. But when it's about a network, you always have the problem that there might be no data available at all right now. Usually you need to check if there is data available by looking at some status bit, and only if the status bit says that there is data available, then you can read it. We can see this in the second code. But if you look at it, this means that instead of the 4 CPU cycles for just loading the data, we are already there now by 10 CPU cycles. And this is just for the hopefully unusual special case of no data being available when we expect it. So, wouldn't it be great if we could let the program just read the data, read the data, and only in the case there is no data, do something special, keeping the program from trying to read data in the first place? The question is, could we maybe generate an interrupt if a FIFO is about to become empty and therefore keeping the program from reading data? Generating an interrupt is a usual way to describe it, but not a very good way to describe it. Let's look at this. Interrupts aren't a pulse, they are rather a state. So the device sets this state. You call it asserts an interrupt. Then there is some CPU handler that does stuff with the data that's coming in. And additionally, always it does something with the device that makes the device deassert the interrupt. And then the interrupt handler returns. And if the interrupt handler would not do this deassertion of the interrupt, it would be called again and again and again right away, and therefore the foreground program would not have any chance to run. So it would it hangs. So with this background knowledge in place, we can now think about using our software-defined hardware approach to create a hardware that asserts an interrupt as long as its FIFO is close to being empty. The interesting thing is that this device does not require an interrupt handler to deassert the interrupt. It can deassert the interrupt on its own as soon as the FIFO fills up again by data flowing in from the network. So therefore we can have two ways of interrupt handlers. We can have a trivial interrupt handler that basically does nothing. It just returns right away. This interrupt handler is executed again and again and again until the FIFO fills up and therefore the interrupt is deasserted. Then the interrupt handler is not executed anymore and the program continues to run where it was and starts to read from the FIFO again. Exactly what we wanted to do. On the other hand, we can have a more typical interrupt handler. This interrupt handler actively checks the FIFO in a loop inside the handler until it's not close to empty anymore. This interrupt handler is only executed once in such a scenario. The idea is that inside the loop it can also, for example, check the keyboard for some escape key, allowing the user to quit from waiting. And on entering the interrupt handler, it could provide some visual feedback. Think of just having the high-res screen turn on those bottom 4 lines of text, and on these 4 lines something is written like waiting. And as soon as data comes back, the interrupt handler quits the loop and the 4 lines of text are removed again and the program continues with its usual operation. So with interrupt inversion, we are not wasting any CPU cycles at all in the usual case of data nicely flowing in. Only if there's something specific, unexpected happening and the data is not there, then we do something special. And in general, let's summarize. Traditionally, an interrupt means that something needs to be done urgently, and the foreground program not running is just an unwanted side effect. With interrupt inversion, the interrupt is asserted when there's nothing to do, and the fact that the foreground program doesn't execute is exactly what we want to happen. And this is why I call it interrupt inversion. And by the way, something like A2Stream would be pretty much trivial to write based on such a software-defined hardware that implements interrupt inversion. Page streaming. Yet another rather specific approach to, let's say, a more special scenario. With a traditional way to implement hardware, you would rather not invest the effort. But with software-defined hardware, the way you do it with A2Pico, it's so simple, it's so easy that it's a viable idea to implement this. Let's see. Let's assume the scenario at hand is video playback. Of course, we don't have any cycles to waste for whatever decompression of the data. Video playback on a machine like the Apple II is about getting the bytes from some source and pushing them as quickly as possible onto the video screen. And that's all. Of course, we only want to set the pixels on the video screen that have changed over the last frame. So our memory access pattern will be random access, sparse, not one byte after the other, because we don't know beforehand in which areas the video screen has changed over the last frame. So the data we are reading likely consists of pairs of a byte we want to write into the video screen somewhere, into the video RAM, and then the address where to write it. If we think about typical 65C02 code to do that from a FIFO device, it would look like this. We would load the value from the device, then we would load the low byte of the address, the high byte of the address, then we would store the low byte and the high byte of the address into the 0 page in order to allow us to do an indirect store. Then we would store the value at the address. If we calculate this, this means that we have 23 CPU cycles for processing a single byte. This is not nice. The 6502 can work much faster with data that is, let's say, embedded into the program. So we might have the idea of seeing this data not something we access, but seeing this data as something that we execute. So we would prepend each of the data bytes with a load accumulator instruction, and we would prepend each address with a store accumulator at an absolute address instruction. So the 3 bytes making up the value and the address would become 5 bytes, starting with load accumulator immediate, then the value, then store absolute, and then the address. Looking at this in the typical way of writing 6502 code, we have an LDA, immediate, SDA, address. This means only 6 CPU cycles, which is nearly 4 times faster than the 23 CPU cycles we had before. Of course, the CPU cannot execute bytes from a FIFO. We need to have those bytes we want to execute in some memory location. And we are trying to do this from a peripheral card. So what are our options? Fortunately, as we've seen before, a classic Apple II peripheral card can contain a 2 kilobyte expansion ROM. It's not uncommon for more complex peripheral cards that those 2 kilobytes are just not enough to contain all the instructions necessary for operating the peripheral card. There you then have 4 kilobytes or maybe even 8 kilobytes of expansion ROM. But the address space that can be used by the expansion ROM is of course always the same. It's limited to those 2 kilobytes. And therefore larger expansion ROMs need to use paging. They have several pages of ROM, and there's some way to switch back and forth between those several pages of ROM. Usually there's a page register that allows the CPU to select the page it wants to use. Coming from here, it's surprisingly simple to go to page streaming. Instead of just having 1 or 2 or maybe 4 pages of expansion ROM, you are going to have a lot of pages. And the CPU doesn't select any of those pages explicitly, let's say page 2 or 0. Rather, it says, I'm going to move on to the next page. The pages that it used before are not accessible anymore, but they are not necessary anymore. That's all. Look at the implementation. The Raspberry Pi Pico has 2 megabytes of flash memory. This won't get you far when it comes to page streaming. But the A2 Pico card has a micro SD card slot. The Raspberry Pi Pico has 2 ARM cores, called Core 0 and Core 1. Core 0 reads the expansion ROM pages from the micro SD card. It uses this with a DMA controller. Pico ARM Core 1 answers the expansion ROM read requests from the CPU. There, the innovative PO architecture from the Raspberry Pi Pico comes into play. So imagine it like this. Both ARM cores share 2 things. First, they share an expansion ROM page ring buffer. It has 8 entries. This is a data structure that Core 0 writes to and Core 1 reads from. And then there is an expansion ROM page read request queue, again with 8 entries. Here, Core 1 writes to and Core 0 reads from. And this way, both cores put these data back and forth, and the CPU sees just those pages flowing in. Okay, let's summarize. Page stream means we have basically an infinite number of expansion ROM pages. This allows us to do infinite loop unrolling. Every load instruction can just load an immediate value, and every store instruction can have a fixed address. This speeds up code significantly. At the end, it allows us to answer the question, what can the Apple II do if we equip it with an infinite amount of RAM? Some further thoughts. The 6502 code in the expansion ROM pages might be generated just in time, based on some network data, for example. This might then be nicely combined with interrupt inversion. Okay, so what I really want to show in this talk is how easy it is to create new software-defined hardware with A2 Pico. Therefore, I've created a really silly hardware that is only capable of just playing a single demo. Because I also want to showcase the capabilities of the Apple II GS, it's using the 2GS film mode for video, and it's using the GS and Sonic audio chip for creating a nice stereo 26 kHz audio. For the audio, I'm using what I call a raise the oscillator accumulator approach. That means the oscillators run in free run mode, not generating any interrupts or alike. I'm just making sure that I replace the content of the DOC audio RAM in the right way, so that by the time the oscillator accesses a certain memory location, the right content is placed there. The demo, by the way, runs at 1 MHz because all memory that is touched is on the slow side of the machine, which is the video RAM, the Ensoniq I/O control ports, and the peripheral card expansion ROM. Everything is on the slow side, so this is pure 1 MHz. I only needed less than 30 lines of new C code for the page streaming. This shows really how simple this can be. For the actual data, I used FFmpeg to process the original video, did some filtering, downscaling, created a big bunch of PNG files. I used Audacity for resampling the audio track. And then there is a custom written C program that does basically two things. It does a delta generation for the film mode, and it does the audio-video multiplexing. And the output of this C program is the 65 CO2 code that goes into the expansion pages. In this case, we have 80 megabytes of 6502 code sitting there. And this is played in roughly 3.5 minutes. On the GitHub page of this firmware, there's also a YouTube link where you can see the demo in case you cannot, for example, listen to it very well. I don't know what audio quality you here have. It might really be nice to listen to this with, let's say, high-end hi-fi equipment, or at least a headphone. Yeah, enjoy.
てのこともまだ知らないも思いが深を開けたのならば全て壊すのなら黒になれ
So, I hope you enjoyed the demo. Let me emphasize again that A2Pico is open source, both hardware and software. And quite some effort went into creating the do-it-yourself friendly through-hole A2Pico, so just go ahead and build your own. And for everybody else, fully assembled SMD A2Picos are available. First, for worldwide delivery from Bulgaria. And recently we have a reseller in the United States. So I guess you can there get it faster and more easily. It's supposed to become available very soon there. So maybe you want to subscribe and show your interest. Thanks for your attention. And this now opens the Q&A.
All right. Thank you, Oliver. That was amazing as usual. Just spectacular. It's funny. I was reading the, I asked for questions on the Discord, and everybody I think is just completely blown away by it, and so no one has even had any time for any questions yet. But one question I had, there was a couple different links. You said one of the links is to the project with like a through-hole version that would be suitable for somebody who, only knows how to do through-hole soldering. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes. On Radis website, on the GitHub side, you can have Gerber files for a through-hole variant. You can just get the board produced by the usual suspects and then populate it on your own. And again, the interesting thing here is it's just a bunch of standard chips and no CPLD or whatever to program, which is usually already then getting somewhat complex. And actually getting this all done without any CPLD was the primary effort I put in here.
Excellent. Eric Rangel is asking how much can be crammed onto a floppy disk using this technique.
Don't know. The point is that this is, I think there was some years ago, there was a demo where it was about streaming data from a disk2 drive, right?
Yes.
Without not having any sectors and whatever, just using it as a stream of data. I think this is pretty much the best you can do there. I would think this was really great demonstration. Yeah.
Cool.
I think here, yeah. So I would like to, I'm looking at my slides. I think I would like to add one aspect. Maybe for one or the other, it looks like, let's say 2 years ago, Oliver presented something about cool audio on the Apple IIe, and now it's cool audio and video on the Apple IIgs. So it's sort of similar. To me, this is totally different. What I presented 2 years ago, that A2 Stream was, let's say, a tour de force, a multi-year project. And it was really bringing me to the edges of what I can do. And to be honest, it was sort of, let's say, showing off what I can do as an Apple II software developer. This is totally different. It's really on the opposite side. This is just, let's say, 2 or 3 handfuls of C code that go into this hardware. It's supposed to show that it's really super simple. And apart from the need to acquire some knowledge about the Ensoniq chip, this was of effort from, let's say, maybe 2 weeks or 3 weeks, this demo. So it's really totally different. And this is the point I want to make, because of course, with other hardware approaches, you can achieve much more and you can achieve much more, let's say, interesting things, but they are very complex. And this here is really totally simple, that simple. That's the point really I would like to make.
So I'm actually curious. We heard from Ed and Joshua earlier, and they ran into a lot of difficulties with the Apple II GS, partly because they weren't familiar with it, and also just because it is so very different. And I'm just curious about what is your past history with the 2GS? Like, did you find it equally difficult, or do you have more of a background in that?
It's surprisingly, let's say I would say it's the other side of the coin of A2 Pico being so, let's say, primitive from the Apple II perspective. What I said before, this just being a very basic peripheral card in the very sense of being a peripheral card. This means that it stays totally in the boundaries where the Apple IIgs creators thought about full compatibility. So this project, apart from actually requiring the super high-res screen and the Ensoniq chip, it has nothing special for the Apple IIgs. So there's no specific code, there's no workaround, there's no whatever in the A2 Pico. A2 Pico stays to the very simple basics of Apple II bus access. Therefore, it works, just always worked out of the box on the 2GS.
Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I guess just keeping it so simple actually was a huge advantage in this case, right? Like maybe the more complex your hardware, then the more, platform specific problems you might run into, I guess.
Exactly, perfectly. You really phrase it perfectly, because the point is I stick to these ideas with these, let's say, only a 12-bit bus access and using these signals, IO cell, dev cell, and dev IO strobe. And these are the signals where the Apple IIgs is perfectly compatible, or nearly perfectly compatible to the other machines. As soon as you start doing your own address decoding, then you won't get into trouble with this M2 cell line, where it's about that the Apple IIgs brings the upper 8 bits of the address bus at a certain point in time on the address bus. And there you run totally quickly into all kinds of compatibility problems. And A2 Pico deliberately stays clear of all these types of things.
Great. Let's see, there was just a couple questions. Someone asked if the slides for the talk will be made available.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
I would love to send them, or I would actually prefer if they would be made available somewhere on the KansasFest site in some archive area. That would be my preference, because I've created them exclusively for this event, and I think they sort of belong here, therefore.
Okay, that sounds great. And I think the code for the actual demo that's on your GitHub already, right? That bad
Right.
Apple IIgs, is that okay?
It's the GitHub is public since a few minutes, and the video is published since a few minutes. I actually postponed all this to make sure that you are the very first ones to see this demonstration. I really held it back until this very session, so it's sort of a exclusive prime.
Great, thank you. All right, I don't see any other questions, but don't go away, Oliver. Stay on the video. So I'm going to, let's see, I'm going to try and share my screen if I can do that. So we already announced this at the in-person KansasFest, but and Oliver, sorry about you getting a sneak peek, but basically, so every year we give out the Apple II Forever Awards to people in the community who have made significant contributions to the Apple II and retro computing in general. And this year, one of our outstanding awardees was Oliver Schmidt. And this is for all of his fantastic contributions. So that includes the A2 Pico, as he just talked about, but all of his work on CA65, A2 Stream, which is the audio and video over the network, and just kind of consistently being at the edge, pushing innovation. And then finally, I think we should also add just kind of his contributions to the community and to, he's always on Slack answering questions, and sometimes, posing his own questions. And I think that is really valuable to the community to be so heavily involved. And so, Oliver, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Really, I appreciate this more than you likely can imagine, and I'm really, really very proud of receiving this award. Actually, I hoped that I would maybe at some point get there, and I'm really happy to be there today.
Yes.
Really, very much. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Well, we definitely hope to see you again in person one of these years. So we'll
Yeah, it's not that easy.
Yeah. This is
not always in my scope.
Nope. I know it's a ways. Yeah. So this is a real plaque. It's not just a screenshot, and so we will mail it to you as well.
That's great.
So
it certainly will not be, let's say, hidden away in some cupboard. It has a nice place waiting for it. Okay.
That's great. All right. Well, so that brings us to the end of Oliver's talk, and so let me stop the sharing there. So I think next we'll segue into the rest of the Apple II Forever Awards. So Oliver, you're welcome to stay on for that as well. Obviously, I've already given you yours, but at the in-person KansasFest, we also presented the other Apple II Forever Awards, and so this year we had a worthy list, including Rich Williams, who was one of our featured speakers at the in-person event, and this was for all of his work at Apple Computer over the years, starting out with his contributions to DOS and to the FID and Muffin utilities, as well as his later work on the Apple IIc, the 2GS, the Twiggy. It was just a tremendous list, and we'll actually get to listen to Rich's talk later on in the program. And then we gave a award to Rob Jamel, and so he also was one of our featured speakers, and he worked at Apple for a long time, first as the lead of the industrial design department, and then later as a marketing lead. And he was the one, Rob was the one who actually came up with the original design of the Apple IIc, so the form factor of it, and really kind of started the whole kind of Snow White design, really. And so it was great to hear from him as well. And we have his talk that we'll be playing later. And then we had Jordan Mechner, as all of you know, so the author of Karateka and Prince of Persia, and he actually joined us remotely during the in-person event as well. And so we want to thank Jordan for his many, many years of contributions to the Apple II, and also for saving and archiving all of his materials and making them available to the community. And then finally, our last two awards for this year went to Ian Sark Primus and Justin DJ Scott, and they are longtime attendees of KansasFest. And every year they have a repair room, which is one of the dorm rooms that they just convert into this giant hub of repairing computers. And it's not always even Apples. They have everything in there. And so if you ever have a problem with any of your machines and you come to KansasFest, Sark and DJ are the ones to seek out. And they work tirelessly to fix everyone's hardware. There's usually a line of hardware that's out in the hallway in front of their room, waiting to be fixed, and they do the best job that they can every year to fix everyone's hardware. So that was the list of awards for 2024, and unless I am missing anything, does anybody else on the committee want to chime in on anything?
I think you have gotten it all. Thank you for presenting them.
Excellent.
And congratulations to all recipients.
Okay, so Paul, what is next on the schedule?
Next on the schedule is the lunch break. For those of you who are in a time zone where lunch is appropriate. And then after that we'll have the celebration of the print shop's 40th anniversary, and let's see, Lucia Grossberger Morales on Space Lace. So, okay, but first lunch. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
See everyone back here at, I believe it's 1:30 Central Time. Is that correct?
It is. Yes, I had to check.
Okay, 1:30. See you back here.
clicks in harmony. A place where geeks can all be free. Sharing stories, swapping parts, filling up nostalgic hearts. From basic code to games we play, it's history that lights our way. Cracking jokes and swapping mods with our techie squads. Apple IIs and memories, buzzing like the bees in trees. Kansas Fest we celebrate, old school love we elevate. Apple IIs and memories, buzzing like the bees in trees. Kansas Fest we celebrate, old school love we elevate.
All right. I think we have returned from the lunch break, and the next presentation is April and Melody Ayers Griffiths doing celebrating the print shop's 40th anniversary. So I think April and Melody are here. There we go. Okay. Excellent. So go ahead. You're currently muted. There you are. Okay.
Well, good afternoon, KansasFest, and welcome to our presentation about the print shop. The print shop is basically it's a software package that's kind of dear to me. When I moved schools in 1985, the new school I went to had an Apple IIe that they had just got, and one of the software packages that it came with was the print shop. And so it was a lot of fun, and we used the print shop to create all sorts of banners and stuff for school activities and Christmas and things like that. And over time, more and more students started to use it, and the teachers started to get more and more upset about the fanfold paper budget. Yeah, but I always kind of wondered about the two guys that, made it, David Balsam and Martin Kahn. And so, I mean, I looked into that a few years back. The story starts around 1982. David was a musician, or is still, they're both still around. David's a musician, and at the time he was making a living as a software specialist doing training, and he went to a party at Martin's house. Martin was a graduate of UC Berkeley and had degrees in mathematics and linguistics, but he discovered his passion in creating computer graphics and computer art. And so he was working as a graphics programmer for Broderbund and North Star Software, and then tried to make it, like he was trying to make it as a digital artist, but there wasn't a lot of appetite at the time in the community. And there still kind of isn't, but anyway. So he was making software that created art and was trying to leverage the graphics hardware of the time as much as he could. And so, he had a lot of his art on display at this party that David went to, and they hit it off. And so they started a relationship. And one of the things they decided to do was design some software together because because that's a
Wow, we did that?
yes, we did that. Anyway, so the first project they decided to design was called Perfect Occasion, and it was a video greeting card program, and it allowed you to create animations and that sort of thing to celebrate occasions and that sort of thing. And then the idea was that you would put it on a disc and then mail it to the person you're sending it to, and then they would put it in their computer. But the problem was it was only for the Apple II. There wasn't a lot so it was unlikely that somebody had an Apple II, like that their grandma had an Apple II. And so Doug Carlston from Broderman Software suggested that they create something that printed instead, because if you can print it out on a piece of paper, you can send that to everybody. And so they went to rework it. The second thing they decided to do was the original program that they made was very open-ended, like almost like Photoshop or that sort of thing. And they decided that your average user was going to have this was Martin's background with the training or David's background with the training. Anyway, suggested that it needed to be more workflow oriented, and so that's where they sort of came up with the idea to develop the workflows for the various things, for the greeting cards and the signs and banners and so on. and so they developed it, and in 1984 it was released, and to widespread acclaim because it was a very well designed piece of software. It still is. So, what do we have in here? We got the So they created a graphics library disk that went along with it, I guess, in later copies of the print shop. They gave you a card. Welcome to the world of the print shop. And this card has been included to show you how to fold your print shop greeting cards. Customer card. Yeah. Anyway, but one of the things they did is they provided stationery, colored stationery. So they got a bunch of envelopes, and they sent you colored handful paper and Pixelite software, which was David and Marty. It's interesting. There's a serial number. Oh, there's a serial number on the handful paper. That's interesting. I never noticed that before. It says Broaderbund software down on the bottom. So David and Marty, one of the things they did was they sold colored paper and colored ribbons themselves. Graphics Library Special Edition. Graphics. And so they sold the graphics, and they sold the extra discs for fonts and that sort of thing. So there was a third person involved, and that was Corey Kozak, and he did all the ports for the various other platforms. So Martin did the Apple II, and then Corey Kozak did the Commodore 64 and Atari and IBM PC and stuff. He's got kind of an interesting story. He learned to code in the back of a Radio Shack when he was 12 years old on a TRS-80. He inhabited the back end of the Radio Shack, and the salespeople were okay with that. Eventually, one of the salespeople hooked him up with this other fellow that wanted some software developed, and that person basically provided him with an Apple II. And so he created a program called Apple Spice, which was an AppleSoft BASIC extender, and he met Doug Carlston at a user group meeting. And Doug Carlston hired him, gave him a computer, and it's kind of infamous because he with his print shop money he bought a Porsche. So so that sort of tells you how much they there's some quibbling over between the parties involved about the anyway, the royalties and stuff. But I think it's fair to say that everybody did very well from that. Okay, so we created a few things to celebrate the print shop. I mean, we had our existing the print shop club site. I guess we could put on screen sharing.
Yeah, let me bring it up on. Oh, hang on, I'll bring it up.
Well, you need to share.
I know, I'm gonna put it over there.
Okay.
This is joys of live demos. Oh, hang on, wait.
Okay, that is there.
Yeah, let me just share. Desktop one? Yes, sir.
Okay, so we created the print shop club. It runs a version, it runs an Apple II emulator that we call Cyanide, which is a web-based emulator.
So it's written in WebAssembly using Go.
Yeah, it's written in WebAssembly, and so then when you
oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. Yeah, because of the thing.
So
I'll hang on. Where do we want to do here?
Yeah. So it loads up, and you can create the graphics, and it's the color version of the print shop. And so then it prints it off and downloads the PDF to your computer, so then you can print it off. But we kind of like wanted to look at a few things. One, while the graphics library disks provide a lot of graphics, we wanted an easier way. And there's the graphic editor, but we wanted to create an easier way to import graphics and fonts and borders, and then, so you can put them onto a disk. So we created the editor. So I'm just going to the editor, which is the links. There's a link on top. So when you go into the editor, it comes up with this, and there's, you can see the submenu at the top. There's images, borders, fonts, and media. And so whatever you create in each of those categories. So let's like import an image, I guess.
Yep. Yeah. So here's gonna import a picture of our puppy named Freya. So it has different options for dithering. You can draw manually too, but it has different options for dithering the graphics as well. It'll allow you convert existing images. And yeah, so once you're actually happy with something, and you can use pens and shades and things, and you can draw and edit this to your heart's content once you've imported it.
The different dithering styles.
Yeah, so you can change the dithering styles on the fly. So that's a custom one that we use by default. This one's Atkinson, so it's got all the common ones like Floyd Steinberg and yeah, and so you can adjust the threshold there, like at which it sees the pixels as black or white for the dither. And once you are happy with that, I'll go back to Atkinson. Yeah, you can either export it, which will download just like a binary file version of it that you can use with either Diskmate or Ciderpress, or you can click Add to Project. And in this case, little indicator appears on the media tab, so you can see that we've now got Pug clip art 572 bytes in size on there. So and you can keep doing this. You can just add more images, or you can do things like adding borders and fonts as well.
Okay, so we were going to print out a demo. We were going to print out a demo for KansasFest using the Modern Tectura font and the Apple, the
Apple logo.
The Apple logo. So
yeah,
let's
let's show what you can do with this. So we can go import image again. In this case, I've got a PNG of the rainbow Apple logo, and I'm just going to switch it back to this dither, and let's go to about there. I think that's a good representation, like shade-wise, of the different colors. So let's add that to the project. And if I go back to the media tab, you'll see that that's now present. And we need a font. Now, in the old days, you just edit these bitmap fonts. But why not, in this age of TrueType and OpenType fonts, just take an existing font from your desktop machine and import it. So this is the Modern Tectura font, which everybody, I think, you will recognize. And I'm just going to shorten that name a little bit, just so it's more readable in PrintShop itself. And we're going to go add to project. And in the media tab, you'll see it's there. It's got a preview of the font. It's just under 5K. And I think we're good to go, unless we want to do a custom border that's a little more involved. You can edit.
There's no border on a banner.
That's true. No borders for banners, but you can create and edit borders in here as well. All right, so at this point, we've got our resources in here and we need to use them. So I think we're going to do this through Micromate.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So one of the things you can do now is you can download the DSK. And so that's the disk image for that. I'm going to hit open here. And it's going to put it on the wrong screen, but you can see in my file manager, I've got the PrintShop. It just says PrintShop data disk, and it's got a date stamp there. So that is the disk that we have just created. And now let's do some magic. So here's a micromate instance running we made earlier. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take that data disk and I'm going to drag it to drive 2. Give it a second there. Oh, and yeah, it's scrolling. All right, so we're going to do banner. Oh, and that's the other thing too. Probably should mention at this point, we've added full serial support to Micromate. So in the hardware super serial card, we've actually got it configured. Oh, by default, it's changed. All right, so serial ports. This will pick up your operating system serial ports. And in this case, I wrote it down earlier. We want to use our image writer that is on USB 0. That's actually selected. Okay, good. You can just reselect it. Okay, so let's go banner. Let's make a banner. And so we have the disk in disk 2 now. So we can, when it goes to choosing a font, we can go from other disk, hit enter. And you see there it says Moditecture. And shall we do solid or outline?
Yeah, solid.
Let's do solid. All right.
KansasFest.
Yep. Okay. And we're going to choose a graphic. And again, we're going to go from other disk. And we're not going to select the bug, as cute as she is. Let's select the Apple graphic. And let's do before and after message. Now, we've currently got this set up for an image writer connected to the super serial card. We pre-configured that from the print shop side. And we're going to select print. I'm just going to make sure the printer is online.
All right, so while it's thinking about doing that, we've also done a couple of other things too. So the serial.
That might not be working. I might need to power cycle the printer. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Let me try that. I'll do it again.
Let's press escape.
Yeah, let's power cycle it. There we go. Okay. There we go. So you can't see it on camera at the moment, but there is an image writer behind Melody, image writer 2 that we recently got going. And it is doing its thing, which is noisy.
Okay, so what else can the serial do? I think there's also parallel, I think you got going.
Yeah, there's parallel support. So we have a parallel card in the default configuration. I'm hoping that printer's not too loud. That's in slot 1. We generally have a parallel card, and so you can print to that. And also both of those devices can also print using either an Epson printer emulation, or now we've added in this release that's coming out after this, an image writer emulation as well. So when we were talking about like being able to print a PDF, you can do that from in Micromate, and you can use either an image writer emulation or an Epson printer emulation.
So we're going to close the beginning of the screen share.
Yep. Slot share.
Okay, so it's only done the Apple. It's still thinking. So this is the image writer behind us. I'm just thinking about the fonts. We actually got some seal colored image writer cartridges off of eBay, and we tried one earlier. and it seems to work, although there is some suggestion from some participants that the rollers might not hold up, for if we try to print something serious, but it's still amazing that these things they haven't dried out. So it was just interesting getting an image writer 2 working, after all of these years. So can that be put into warp mode?
Yeah, I think it might be.
It's stuck.
I think we might, in grand demo fashion, I think we might have found a bug.
Okay.
Which is funny because I did print out an entire banner the other day on this.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Well, like escape and just do the banner again, just without the okay, I think it crashed.
Yay, demos.
Demos, yes, they crashed. Okay. Well, I'll leave you to try rebooting that. Maybe you should shuffle over.
Yeah.
So 1 second. So poor thing. Anyway, so I did want to show something sort of interesting that we had acquired recently. So this is an Aero 1000 XL. It's a Canadian Apple II clone. It was made by some company called Trading is Logistics.
You'll have to hold it up to the camera.
Yeah. Logistics Products Incorporated. But it turns out there were a whole mess of different companies mostly out of Toronto, by a number of people that started up that created clone Apple IIs. And they were never seemingly in large quantities. I mean, the serial number on this one is like 29, made in 1983. So I guess they were trying, a bunch of people, they were trying to get into the education market, and this one was obviously a school computer. Same word. Anyway, but it's interesting because they were all sued by Apple.
That language card is.
Okay. They were all sued by Apple, and there was an injunction, but it didn't actually roll through the courts until 1987, so well after they stopped selling these, and they were fined $5,000.
I'm sure they made it a little more than that.
Copyright infringement does pay. Whoops.
Oh, that language card. Yeah.
The card fell off.
Yeah, it's a think a language card there.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's interesting because it goes into the. All right. At some point, we're hoping to get the ROM from this.
Yeah. There doesn't seem to be much online about these, so I'm pretty sure the ROM hasn't been dumped yet. So.
Okay. Anyway, we're gonna try the banner game quickly.
Yeah, we will. We'll see.
I can move on to the 2C. Talk about printmate. No graphic.
Yeah, no graphic.
No, we're just gonna try to see if it's gonna print the font. Yeah, because I'm curious whether or not it held up on the font. Yeah, it did. Okay, so we got a little work to iron out with printing the certain fonts. But yeah, it'll sort out.
Yeah, I'll just stop that one.
I'm sure April will figure it out in short order. Not right now.
Okay.
Not
in the middle of this. No.
So then the final thing is PrintMate, which is a server-based sort of based on Micromate, where we've taken the serial, the Anyway, you can talk about
Well,
that.
it's actually a little more. But yeah, so the essentially PrintMate will act as a bridge between any kind of retro computer. In this example, an Apple IIc and another printer, like be it another dot matrix printer that maybe it connects on parallel, but the 2C doesn't have that interface. Or as part of like Micromate, we did that PDF print emulation. Maybe you've got a commodity laser printer sitting around and you'd like to do some print shop signs and stuff like that. So essentially it's acting as a bridge. At the moment, it will kind of auto detect all the printers that are attached to the system that it's running on. And you can plug in. It works with like USB and parallel dongles that you can kind of get off Amazon for, you know, between $10 and $20. Maybe probably less in US dollars. But today what we're actually going to do is we've got the 2C hooked up, and I have got you know what, might want to power up actually that's probably fine actually. I hope. I say that and it's a demo. So with PrintMate itself, it's nothing really to look at. There's a lot of logging on the screen, but basically when you run it, it looks at your system, it picks up the state of the printers on the system. And then you can also, in a configuration file, you can kind of map like certain serial interfaces and things to it to say these are inputs, and route the output appropriately to a printer as required. So what we're doing today is we've got the Apple IIc running print shop. We have got an Epson LX350, which we purchased new this year off Amazon, I think, for a couple of $100.
Yeah, they still sell them. About maybe.
About $300 Canadian. And it's still around. It's a dot matrix printer. This one's actually hooked up over USB, so it's not actually today connected over either parallel or serial. So PrintMate's going to kind of act as a bridge for us. Okay, and so we have a serial cable from the 2C that's running to my machine that PrintMate's on. And PrintMate knows that it's going to receive print data at a certain baud rate. In this case, it's 9600 baud, 8 data bits, 1 stop bit, no parity. It's connected to the 2C's printer port, and we are going to have a go at printing something, and hopefully this works better than the demo from Micromate. Okay, so let's just do a sign today. I'm just going to use stock graphics for this for expediency's sake. Let's choose good old beads, and we're going to choose. I want to go to the next page at least so we can get the Apple logo, because I know it's on page 2. We're going to do small and staggered, and we're going to choose RSVP, and we're going to say, let's try this again, Kansas. I'll split it over lines. Best 2024. I'm going to center it. And so I've just told it, yeah, it's a serial Epson compatible printer attached. And so depending on the operating system and the way that the print management works, it will behave a little differently. In this case, we're actually running this demo from Linux, and it's actually going to spool the data first to PrintMate. PrintMate's going to capture that, and when it's got it, it's going to forward it across to, it's going to spool it to the printer. So it's going to be quiet for a minute, but you'll see that it's got the good old printing there on the screen. I'd share the screen for PrintMate, but it's just a lot of log messages about receiving serial data at the moment. It's not much of a looker. It's more about what it does. So Is there anything you want to say in the interim? We've got probably about a minute 30 seconds here because this is not warpable.
Okay. I mean, it's just looking through the
Yeah, so oh actually
looking at the comments, I guess, in the channel.
Yep.
Go back up to the top pages. Others.
Yeah. Oh, there's some interesting comments about print shop experiences. Yes, the infamous thinking printing, which people will be able to see on the screen behind me.
Yeah, anyway, you just read. Yeah. And Dennis Kovacic in the Print Shop 40 channel has mentioned about, scroll back up, please.
Yep.
Scroll back up. Yeah, in the chat. Yeah. Oh, that's the webinar chat. Sorry.
That's the webinar chat.
That's the webinar chat about their experience with the, scroll up a bit more because there's something from them about.
Oh, got it. There you go.
They worked in an elementary school from 1980 to 1990, starting with 2 Apple IIs and growing to an Apple Talk network with 4 2GSs. And the kids loved making signs and cards for their parents at the print shop. My favorite part was when they printed them and the computer said thinking while processing the data for the printer. I told the kids, you realize, of course, that the computer isn't actually thinking, it just thinks it's thinking. The expressions trying to parse that were priceless. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Okay. Okay, there.
Where?
Yeah.
April and Melody, do you want to answer online the question about the repo for Printmate?
Yeah, so I just responded to that. So it's currently in a private GitHub repo. I'm just filing off some rough corners. And in the coming week it will be made public and released as open source. There we go, it stopped. So yeah, that code will be available. So it's written in Go, it'll compile on pretty much any architecture, but I'll drop binaries for everything. It could be put on a Raspberry Pi just fine. The only thing will be how many thing will be how many USB ports you have free for like connecting peripherals and things like that. There we go. So that's via Printmate to the USB connected printer.
Yeah. Well, I think you can do parallel as well, can't you?
Yeah. So we do actually have a USB parallel interface. I mean, it's probably a bit involved to hook it up now.
Yeah.
But yeah, so you can hook up parallel printers, and yeah, the whole goal is just to act as like an interconnect bridge between machines and that. And the other thing that it will be doing, or actually it does support now, is it does allow you to print over TCP as well. So if you send the raw data to a TCP port, which is configurable, you can route it to a printer as well. So one of the things that's yet to do on Micromate is actually expose that and allow you just to print to a Printmate server, which means you could put the printers in another room in your house and you could just print to them over TCP.
Okay. So are there any other questions?
Let's see. There's a question from Nicholas about is the version of Micromate with the serial port coming or available soon? And then also a question about...
again, that will be released this week. I've just got to do some final testing on the Mac and Windows builds. and look at that bug on Linux with the image writer support. Yeah, just that should be coming in the next week as well. But we'll drop some messages, and I'm sure Melody will share with everybody when those are available.
Yeah, when things are sorted out.
All right, and then there was another question about have you ever considered releasing Micromate as open source?
So that is on the horizon. Yeah, it's really been a matter of time. I want to clean the code up a bit, just to restructure it to make it a bit more maintainable.
Yeah,
and it would be absolutely fantastic to get other people involved and working on that as well.
Yeah, and on a note for Micromate, since the last time we provided an update, like at KansasFest, we've added cycle accurate NTSC rendering.
Oh yeah. So
So
it's been out for
it's been out for a
probably a few
while,
months, but we didn't do much fanfare about it.
No,
but all Data's cool stuff runs.
Data's demos run in Micromate now.
They didn't used to.
We're still like we tried to get PAL working, but we didn't quite figure that one out. So we'll have to maybe take another whack at that in order to get those French touch demos working. But in the name, like, you know, at least we're sort of there, partially there.
Cool. Let's see. There was a question from Jonathan on the chat here. Where did you find the history about the print shop creators?
Okay, so there's some articles. So one part of it is I've talked to David Balsam directly. He's a fun guy, and and I have talked to Doug Carlston as well. And so the interview with Doug Carlston, and also there was an article that came out at the time on the print God, I can't remember which magazine, but anyway, so it's on the Print Shop Club website. If you go to the top right where it says articles, and then there's listed there. So there's the Broderman, like there's the Doug Carlston interview, the reprint of the magazine article that came out at the time. And it's interesting, like it's interesting that they're friends in the magazine article. Yeah, I guess that was just the time. So anyway, so you can check those out.
Cool. And wait, just to be clear, those are interviews from back in the day, but you said you also interviewed them?
Oh, I interviewed Doug Carlston a couple of years back for Electronic.
And
David, but that interview I haven't published that yet. But there's the Doug Carlston interview and the article. Yeah, and I think it might be something else on Electronic, but I can't remember right now. Okay.
Cool. I have a question with your interfacing to modern computers. I assume you're using some sort of like USB RS-232 for like serial, like some sort of cable, and have you had?
Yeah, so one of the things I'll do, and I should have had the list for hindsight is 2020. I've got a list of adapters that I will share that have worked for us. There are some cheaper adapters on Amazon that have not a full implementation with the UART, so it's better to get anything. Actually, I can tell you by just bear with me a second. I'm on Linux, so I'm doing an LS USB. If you get anything with a prolific based serial like that, it shows up as prolific serial bridge. The ones from like Ugreen on Amazon are good. There's a couple of other future technology devices as well. The FT232 USB UART works incredibly well as well. And there is another one for the prolific based ones. I'll list these out later. That works really well for parallel to USB as well.
That's great. So all these years we've been telling people not to bring their image writers to KansasFest and just throw them away because they're not worth anything. But now we're gonna regret that, aren't we? Because we're all gonna want one.
Yeah.
There's still a little bit of life in them yet.
Cool. All right. Anything else you want to add about your project or?
I think that's about it. So I'll post in the print shop channel. I think we actually did have somebody share a print shop. Anyway, I'm like, oh, sorry, scroll up. Yeah, at the top. Yeah. My wife expects, J Rand says, my wife expects print shop club cards from me on special occasions now. I used to use Virtual 2 to do this, but now use your website, which is much more convenient for sure. This is a card I made a couple of years ago for her 50th and attached a couple of gifts. So I don't know if we can.
Cool.
Okay. Anyway, you can see the card. You can see the card in the channel. And so thank you very much for that. And thank you everybody for all of your comments in the channel. And when the software updates and releases and stuff, they'll be posted there. So thank you very much.
Yep. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, April and Melody. All right. So next up, we have Lucia Grasberger Morales, and she is going to talk about Space Lace, an interactive kaleidoscope. And so, Paul, I don't know if you have a video for that.
Yeah, so I have yet to see Lucia in the Zoom. She sent a couple of videos and said that she would talk about them. So maybe I will start the videos, and hopefully she will have a chance to appear and talk about them. I'll read the description here quickly. So maybe if people can just watch the attendee list just to see. But so Lucia Grasberger Morales started creating Apple graphics in 1979. In 1987, Great Wave Software published Space Lace, an interactive kaleidoscope, co-authored by Lucia Grasberger Morales and Bob Bishop. Space Lace will be shown at the California Museum of Photography and AKG Buffalo. And during the talk, Lucia will show Space Lace and take the viewers through the educational portion. And then she actually provided some links to meet in the Magic Light box gallery. So if you go to the actually probably any of the calendars, but the Google Calendar will have this link. I have not gone to that link. Maybe that's where she is. But yeah, so I mean, if she doesn't show up, then what I was thinking I would show is the Magic Lightbox galleries. There's a video that's sort of walking through some of that, and I'm sure that you'll have some commentary on that. But at least we can start with that. Everybody in agreement? I guess it doesn't matter because I'm in charge. But yes, hopefully, as soon as Lucia, if you are out there, raise your hand. And otherwise, I will start the video and continue to hunt for you.
I program my own computer, beam myself into the future.
Okay. I think we still have not located Lucia. It's possible that we can have her do a Q&A later. But in the meantime, there was a second video. This is actually Space Lace. And so I'll play that and we'll continue to search. So Okay, the video ended somewhat abruptly. I think so. We have not had any success locating Lucia, so we'll see if we can maybe get fit her into the schedule somewhere tomorrow. But there's a link. So if you go to the Discord channel, there's a link to the Magic Lightbox Gallery, and that first video that we saw, sort of go walking around the gallery looking at the stuff on the walls. That is something that you can do yourself. So that's what the link shows. So there, I think as I'm speaking, there are probably like 6 or 7 people wandering around, running from thing to thing and jumping into the air and of course all sorts of things. But you can actually sort of also appreciate the art. So okay, I think unless anyone jumps in here and objects, I think what we'll do is just take a 30-minute break instead of a 15-minute break, and then after that we will come back to hear from Rich Williams, our featured speaker for this or one of our featured speakers for this year. Okay, thanks everyone. See you in a little while.
Flashing lights, so they gleam. Apple II, living the dream. Retro vibe, it's the scene. 80s tech, making it clean. Green screen glow all night long. Kansas Fest, where we belong. Tech heads Kansas Fest. Let's go back, Apple II. On the track, coding track. Coding track, never slack. Retro wave, full attack. Glowing screens, midnight bliss. Nostalgia hit, can't resist. Future beat, let it mix. 80s groove, techno twist. Green screen glow all night long. Kansas Fest where we belong. Tech heads cheeking so strong. Party hard singing our song. Kansas Fest, let's go back. Apple II on the track. Code and chat, never slack. Retro wave, full attack. Floppy distance, win and world, data dance, give it a twirl, give it a twirl. Old school charm, boy and girl, rave the past, gems unfurl. Kansas disc, spin and whirl, data dance, give it a twirl. Old school charm, boy and girl, rave the past, gems unfurl. Kansas Fest. Green screen glow.
All right. I think we have essentially reached the end of the break. And so maybe I will now take a moment to introduce our next session. This is Rich Williams, who is our featured speaker, or one of our featured speakers. Rich is an Apple employee from 1979 to 2009. He was an early member of the 2C design team and was responsible for the mouse and serial port firmware, because this is the 40th anniversary of the Apple IIc. That was a part of the hook there. But Rich was also the project lead on the DOS toolkit and was the author of FID and Muffin, and helped port the 2C firmware to the enhanced 2E ROM, wrote the 2GS memory manager, wrote drivers for the Apple III Twiggy drive, did many other things. So, and you will hear about that. This is a talk that Rich gave last week in Springfield, and Rich was also there for the whole event, the whole in-person event. So that was excellent and wonderful. But no, okay. So now I will start the playback of Rich's talk from last week, and then when it's over, Rich should be joining us to do some additional Q&A here. So there's a channel in the Discord if you have questions, or put them in the Zoom chat as the talk goes along, and hopefully we'll have a chance to hear the answers. So here we go.
Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you.
Okay. Let's see how this works. How is the echo? Too loud, too low? I see some thumbs up. Okay, that's good. With the echo, it sort of tempted me to want to come up and say, like I'm a stadium announcer, now playing for KansasFest, in position number 1, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for inviting me here. What we're going to do today is I'm going to share some of my history at Apple, mainly up through the Apple II, from when I started up through the Apple IIc, and then we'll see how much time we have after that, because we want to have plenty of time for a Q&A for questions which you have. And if the sound becomes a problem, wave or do something to get my attention so that we can address it. You've put in a lot of effort to come here to see all the things here, and we want you to enjoy it, learn something, and do all of that. Okay, so starting out, every presentation gets a title slide. So this will be my history at Apple. And one of the things that has occurred to me is we do t-shirts for everything these days. Future archaeologists will probably not call this the Iron Age or the Bronze Age or the Machine Age. We're in the t-shirt age. That man has no logo on his t-shirt. I'm not sure about him. Okay, but so I went up into the attic, pulled down a couple of bins of old Apple shirts. I think I have another bin of Apple sweatshirts. And I'm going to try to use those to illustrate some of the projects also. Okay, but I'm going to start a bit before that. When I was watching some of the interesting presentations some of your other speakers have done, they would talk about how did they get into computers? How did they learn about computers? For me, it really started in high school. The only high school t-shirt I had, though, was from the 20-year reunion. I wasn't into buying shirts from my high school. I think most of us aren't. But I started there where, this seems to be affecting where I stand, too. So I signed up for a special advanced class with computer programming. This is in the early 1970s, around 72, something like that. and we learned BASIC. Now, many of you also started learning BASIC, maybe on an Apple II, maybe on an Atari or something like that. My view of the computer was one of these. This is an ASR33 teletype. Out of curiosity, how many of you in here ever had to use those? Yeah, a few of you have the memories of those. We thought it was pretty cool. We could talk to this computer that was somewhere. We weren't, you know, I know the Oakland school system had recently retired their G15s, which were vacuum tube computers. They had like a mini or something like that at this point. And we had 2 teletypes in the back of one of the math classrooms in a small room that was like the size of 2 closets. Now, teletypes, for those of you who have them, are amazingly noisy. Also, the only way I could really make a backup, I guess I shouldn't wander too far from the camera, should I? I have a tendency to wander and wave my arms a lot. But anyway, they're very noisy. The only way to make a backup of the BASIC program, and I wrote a couple of extremely large ones, was to paper tape. And that would also be incredibly noisy. It's punching out the paper tape. And if you change one line, you have to redo the whole thing again. But one of the things that happened that was pretty funny one day when I was working in the room there, with the teletype clacking away, I was done. So I opened the door and stepped out into the classroom. Oddly, given that it was the middle of the school period, it was empty. I stepped out into the hallway. It was empty. I walked down the stairs. It is empty. I have this feeling, for those of you who ever watched an old TV series called The Twilight Zone, where they'd have some episodes like, there's been a war or aliens and everybody's gone. Actually, they had a fire drill, and I could not hear the fire alarm over the teletype. But that was pretty fun. But I enjoyed that. I also took an electronics hardware class, took that for 2 years, where we started with the elements of radio, spent a year learning all the stages of a tube-based radio and building one from scratch, which included making our own chassis out of sheet aluminum. And we didn't really get into transistors until a little bit at the very end of the second year of that. Then after I graduated, I went to UC Berkeley, where I majored in ECS in the College of Engineering. That's electrical engineering and computer science, kind of combination of hardware software major. But generally, my view of the computer hadn't changed. Well, it had changed, but maybe not that much. We were still using Hollerith punch cards. How many of you have had to use Hollerith punch cards? Probably more. They're an interesting thing. Been around for a long, long time. But so the process of doing a run of a program would be you wait your turn to get onto the key punch to make your changes. You then wait in line for the card reader. Then at some point in the future, somebody behind the counter will bring out some line printer listings that have your results. Then you find out you made a typo and you start all over again. So everybody who has gone through this will tell you that we really learned to check your code over very properly before trying it. What we tend to do nowadays, I certainly do it when I do Python programming, is you think you found the problem, you type it in, see what happened, try something else. It's also at Berkeley that I had my first experience with coding in machine language. And I'm sure many of you have played around with the machine language on the 6502. My first exposure to machine language was on a CDC 6400, which was kind of one of the supercomputers of its day. It had 60-bit words, 18-bit address registers, was ridiculously fast, which didn't make a whole lot of difference to me because I was still having to do things on punch cards and waiting in line. But the computer did its part pretty fast. One of the interesting things with that class is it was being taught by a person who was actually a mathematician. It was a specialty being numerical analysis. At one time in class, I brought in an issue of Popular Science that had an article about the 8080 computer, which I thought sounded pretty cool. And I show it to the teacher, and he explains to me that this does not have enough registers. The 6400 had a lot of registers. It doesn't have big registers. These things are never going to go anywhere. Don't waste my money. And maybe from a mathematician's point of view, that there was some truth there, but we all know differently. Then after that, I took a class in Pascal, which I thought was pretty cool compared to BASIC. Still on the punch card machine. Only problem with the punch card machine is that Pascal, like C, for those of you who haven't programmed in Pascal, every statement ends with a semicolon. The IBM 29 key punch machine with the sort of default keyboard, which is what they had at Berkeley, had no semicolon key. What you had to do at the end of each line is hold down something called the multi-punch key, and then you could punch 12, 7, 8, which were the rows that you had to have a hole for a semicolon. And you get pretty good at that, but it's pretty annoying. Plus, will have forgotten many important things that happened in my life. I will probably know till my dying day that the multi-punch for semicolon is 12, 7, 8. And then I went on to other classes that involved microprocessors, digital electronics, and such like that. One of the things that I heard at Berkeley was that one of the professors, this is when I was getting ready to graduate, had a contact at Apple, and the Apple II computers had come out by that time, and that Apple was looking for people. And I thought, what a great idea. I could actually get paid for doing something that would be a hobby otherwise. So I interviewed at Apple. I was very fortunate that they made me an offer to start in May of 1979. And that brings me up to my first day at Apple. Sound check here. Is the sound still okay? Great. So my first day at Apple, sort of like with most jobs, you get a badge, you're shown your office, you meet with HR, they tell you what your benefits are, and you get whatever your workstation is going to be. Apple was still a very small company then. I was told there was about 250 people there. That might be a little low since my number was 356, and I wouldn't have thought that they would have had that much turnover, but maybe that number was just a couple months old. So the first thing we do is we get a badge. That was pretty straightforward. Then we're going to get a desk. And I'm shown where my desk is going to be. Now, what they had done is in the Banley 1 building, it's basically one big building that has 4 quadrants to it. There was a map that I saw that got posted online of the floor plan that Chris Espinoza had done about 8 months previous. And there was an area set aside for production. And I think that was Disc 2 production. And they had just moved that out. And they were going to use that for programmers and engineers, of which my manager, who started the same day I did, and I were the first 2 people. So I'm brought to this room, a humongous room, way bigger than this, and plopped down kind of about a third of the way into the room are 2 desks and a long extension cord to bring power to it. And those are our desks. And so we're sitting at our desks, and they gave me an Apple II computer, which they had put together out of some parts they had in the lab because they didn't have the latest run of Apple IIs there yet. And I was sitting at the desk with the manual. They just told me for the first couple of days, just figure out the Apple II. And it was kind of bizarre to be in the middle of this big room, because people would have to get from one end of the side of the building to the other and walk through the room. And they'd go through the room. They would look at us, Jack McDonald and I, who kind of looked like kids who had been sent for a time out in the middle of this big empty room. And by the end of the first or second day, we just dragged our desks over to a wall. So at least it didn't feel to us like we were in a big room. We could be facing a wall. Then on the second day there, Wendell Sander, who I know you had as a speaker for when they were talking about the Apple III stuff, he had noticed that my Apple II didn't even have an Apple badge on it, the little thing saying Apple II. And he had a couple in his desk drawer, so he brought me one. That is also so that was what my badge looked like on the first day. And that's what Apple t-shirts looked like back then with the rainbow logo. One funny thing with the badge, a couple years later, I was still using the same badge. I was going in between buildings. The peripherals division had moved to a place about 2 miles off from the main Apple campus. And I'm going in between buildings, and a guard stopped me because in this picture, in the picture on my badge, my hair was permed. Something that my brother did to his hair, and everybody copies what their big brother does. And my hair was back to the normal thing. I had contact lenses, so I didn't have glasses. And the guard would not let me in the building because that was clearly not my badge. But like a true engineer, I looked at my badge and I looked at the guard and I said, but I'm wearing the same shirt. And he stared at me and goes, okay. Well, let's see what else I want to talk about the first day. So like I was saying, the company was still very small. When I met with HR for the benefits package, the lady, Cindy Nagel in HR, one was very happy and proud that they had a benefits package and gave me a photocopy of a sheet of binder paper that had scribbled notes on what the benefits package was, with the promise that at some point there will be something that looks official. But that was one of the cool things about being with a growing company. One of the other things that happened in my first few weeks at Apple, I'd gone to an electronics show with some friends from college, and I had And we were picking up little free samples of things like dip switches and stuff like that. And I was talking with one of the sales reps and made some comment that I worked at Apple. And he got all excited about that. He said, "You work at Apple?" I'm going to, and I've learned to be careful when sales reps say things like this. He said, "I'm going to be right by Apple. Why don't I drop off some more samples?" I'm kind of there, well, sure, that sounds great. I felt very important. Sales vendor was coming to visit me, and I'm just a new programmer here. And there was some little video board or something that I was trying to build at the time. He was going to drop off some samples for that. So he comes, he drops off the samples, we chat, and then he says, "Can you take me to see Rod Holt?" I don't know how many of you know who Rod Holt was at Apple. This was a problem because I didn't know who Rod Holt was at Apple. I just started there. So I'm kind of there, well, I don't know Rod Holt. And he goes, "Oh, well, okay. He'll just phone Rod up sometime," or something like that. And I take him to leave, never saw him again. But then I started to panic because I was there thinking, I have taken samples from somebody, and have I now committed Apple to something? And I started having all these thoughts that maybe my career at Apple is going to be over after 2 weeks. So I look at the org chart, figure out who Rod Holt was, who's like way up here in the hardware group and one of the very early Apple employees that they brought in to do analog stuff and design the power supply. I go and I introduce myself to him. Now, Rod Holt is, first of all, incredibly tall. Looks like somebody who would be happy at a Grateful Dead concert. And he's actually a very neat person, but I didn't know him. And so I explained what I have done. You know, I've got these samples because I work at Apple, and the guy seemed to be wanting to talk to you, and what have I done here? And Rod looks at me and goes, "So you told him you work for Apple, and he gave you samples?" I'm kind of there, oh God, the axe is about to fall. And you say, "Yeah." And he goes, "Cool." So it was all good. Okay, so my first project at Apple that was assigned to me was something called the DOS Toolkit. How many of you know what it is? Lots of you probably. Okay. It was a collection of useful utilities, most of which were mostly done. And they wanted to bundle them up into a disk. This was in the DOS 3.2 days, and ship that. They also wanted me to write a program to copy files from one floppy disk to another. The utility that Apple had would copy a whole disk. So you could copy a disk and delete all the files you didn't like, but you couldn't just copy a file. And my assignment was to do that. And there wasn't really any specifications for what it had to do, just that it better copy a file. Now, slide aside on that. I was at a barbecue about 8 years ago, talking with a friend who used to work at Apple in designing user interface stuff, who now works for venture capitalists. And he asked me what my first thing I did for Apple. And I said that I wrote file copy. And I explained because what I just said, you could copy a disk, but not a file. He then shouts to his wife on the other side of the swimming pool, "Hey, Kim, Rich here wrote copy for Apple." And she's there, "Wow, copy and paste are my favorite features on the Apple. That is so cool. And I tried to explain to them that, no, that's not what I was talking about. I'm not sure they ever really quite got it. So the DOS toolkit had a lot of good things for it, or had a lot of good utilities on it. And I wrote FID. And I'm sure you've all heard the story about Fishhead, yes? Yeah. Well, it's true. I named it Fishhead, which stood for File Shover, Helper, and Duplicator. Somebody else thought it meant something slightly different. I think their acronym was, or the words they assigned for the acronym was actually better. But that's what it was. And there was a certain amount of controversy about the name Fishhead. Marketing didn't like it. In fact, the product marketing guy, Joe Shelton, thought we should call it the Apple File Copy Utility, with spaces. And I was kind of there, well, I'm not typing all that in. Even though I got pretty fast at typing Fishhead, I didn't even like typing the whole Fishhead thing in. So it was a big controversy going around, what were we going to copy it? What were we going to call it? And I pretty much had management sold on the name Fishhead because it was funny. It came from a Barnes and Barnes song called Fishheads that I liked in college. Then I was having lunch with another person in marketing that was a friend of mine, and she said that in some meeting, someone said that Fishhead is also some sort of an ethnic slur for people from some countries that eat a lot of fish. And I had never heard this. But that kind of took all the fun out of the name of shipping it that way. So I renamed it FID for File Developer or File Duplicator, whichever you want it to be. And as it says in the listing, which is probably still too tiny to read from way back there, one of the first lines in the program said, FID really means Fishhead in disguise. And so everybody seemed to be happy. It was a short name, it was easy to type. Life is good. Sometime after, and then FID got moved to the DOS 3.3 System Master because they were coming out with a new System Master, and that actually made more sense. But then a few months later, Joe Shelton, the product marketing guy, had been in the line printer room, and he was in there because there were office supplies and such in there too, and I guess I was making a listing, maybe it was even this listing. And he comes storming into my cubicle, and he goes, I just saw it, and it says Fishhead in disguise. And so I had betrayed marketing. But then we went back to being good friends. So that was the story of the DOS Toolkit and FID. How many of you have played Raster Blaster? So Bill Budge, back in the early 80s, worked for Apple. And a lot of us during lunch, Bill Budge, Andy Hertzfeld, Rick Riccio, John Arkley, you might recognize some of those names, and I would go out, we'd have lunch, and we would play pinball. And Bill was very interested, I guess, less in pinball itself as being able to simulate physics with computers. And he liked doing highly optimized and efficient graphics code. So he was working on Raster Blaster. And I was helping him test it. Because one time he was sort of joking with me saying, I will give you $1 if you find a bug. So I'm playing it, and I hit the balls in some fashion. It goes flying through the wall and off the screen, and Bill Budge owes me $1. Maybe I should have just collected. But then we decide to go double or nothing. So while I'm doing printer listings or just have some idle time, you know, I would play this current build of Raster Blaster, and the ball would get stuck somewhere. So now he owed me $2. So we decide to go double or nothing. I think you can tell where this is going. So at one point, I had it up to either a $128,000 or $256,000. Because in a way, it didn't really matter. We were just going to keep going double or nothing, I guess, either until I couldn't get it to fail or I got a house. But my take on the whole thing is at some point we're just going to declare it is good enough to ship, and then it would be back to nothing. Which is what happened there. You know, we finally got to where it had made it through the weekend, and there wasn't any failures. He shipped Raster Blaster, and life was good for everybody. So during all this, showing how when you do something, that usually influences what they ask you to do next. Since I did a file copy program, and they needed somebody to work on the disk routines for a new custom disk drive Apple was going to make, they go, oh, well, Rich, he's kind of the disk guy now. So I was working on the software for what, on the marketing side, it's called the Unifile disk drive. Got another shirt. Its code name was the Twiggy disk drive, having to do with the dual file or the dual unit. And Apple was doing a lot of innovative things to increase the storage of the disk drive. You know, with the 5¼ drives with DOS 3.3, it's like 143K, something like that. This drive got about 6 times that storage, mainly with a couple of things. One is the bit rate, the size of the bits on the disk were half, so the bit rate was double. So for those of you who have done low-level disk 2 things, one of the code words takes 32 microseconds. With the Twiggy, I'll just keep calling it Twiggy drive. With the Twiggy drives, they would be in 16 seconds. We also had a double-sided disk with 2 heads, so that doubles your storage right there. We were also doing something where we could change the speed of the motor, which wasn't common then, because if you think about a disk drive, if this actually was a disk, I guess with a very big hole in the middle, when it's turning, when you're making one revolution, there's been more media going under the head on the outside tracks than the inside track. So by changing the motor speed, this is called constant linear velocity rather than constant angular velocity, and keeping the bit density the same on either every track or just groups of tracks. We were doing groups because it takes time to change the motor speed. You can get more sectors on the disk. And so that got us up to the 6 times storage. We also wanted to improve the encoding scheme for better detection of errors. On a disk 2, 8-bit bytes get turned into 6-bit nibbles. So 3 bytes gets turned into 4 what we call nibbles. The checksum is basically 1 nibble. So if you had a single bit error on your disk and the checksum was just running exclusive OR of all the data in the sector, you would have a 1 in 64 chance of just passing anyway, which for an error detection code actually isn't very good. But the disk worked, but the disk twos worked, since they also had a certain flag byte that was being looked for at the end of the sector. So that improved the error detection, but we wanted to do better on that. And the way you would do better in checksumming schemes is you scramble the data a bit as you do your running exclusive OR. And so you add some rotates in it and then do the XOR. And what that does is when you get an error, it tends to smear it out among a number of bits. So the chances of getting an error that you accidentally think is a good sector because you had a complementary error, like with 2 single-bit errors, that won't happen. The other thing that I wanted to do with this was to achieve what is called one-to-one interleave. On the disk 2, the disk 2 software does a couple passes through the data. The first pass is it makes all the nibbles. So a 256 byte buffer really takes like 342 bytes or something like that, because you've turned it into 6-bit nibbles and the code words for it. If you could do everything in a single pass through the data, pick it up from RAM, do the encoding, update the running checksum, and write it out, or do the reverse when reading it, you could read an entire track in a single spin. And so I was trying to figure out a way of doing that. And it came out with a different way of doing the nibblizing, where I assembled the byte that would hold the extra bits that are falling off from shifting the bits out to make a 6-bit nibble. And I would always be assembling that nibble byte for the next 3 bytes that we're going to write, rather than doing it at the same time. And that got us to a one-to-one, which was still useful, even though we eventually canceled the Unifile project, because we use that same disk format for the 3.5-inch drives. So then I guess that does beg the question of why did the Unifile get canceled? Well, a couple of things. One is Apple learned making a disk drive isn't easy. There's a lot of precision for it. Making a state-of-the-art disk drive is even less easy. We also had trouble getting media that actually could handle the densities which we wanted. One of the things that was causing problems is that depending upon how humid the air is, this is being explained to me by the mechanical engineers, disk media absorbs some moisture and will expand a bit. And the more humid it is, the more expansion that you get. But it doesn't do circles evenly, usually depending upon how the media was essentially painted onto the mylar. It will expand differently along one axis rather than the orthogonal axis. So we just weren't getting that reliable of performance from it, or quality rather from it. And the 3.5-inch drive was starting to be demonstrated around then. And any of you who have seen a 3.5-inch disc and a unifile disc would just say, given the choice, you would want the 3.5-inch disc. I mean, the thought that you could just take a disc out of the drive and pop it into your shirt pocket was pretty awesome at the time. And so I think that it was the right choice, even though at first for the Macintosh, they had to come down to it being a 400K drive rather than the 800 and a 60K drive. But we did that with the knowledge that the drive technology is going to get better, and we will get there with the higher densities. Okay, so while doing all of that, I was working on some fun side projects on my own, which also means sometimes when I'm at work and just have some change I can't wait till I get home to try out. And there are a few things that I made. One was a card for the Apple II, where I'm going to confess something here. I didn't make a slide for it. My first personal computer was actually the Commodore PET. And I bought that before I'd even heard of an Apple II. And one of the things I liked on the Commodore PET was they had graphics characters, so that you could make, little games and stuff like that. And so I wanted to I made a board for the Apple II that I could unplug the character generator ROM. I had a board with RAM on it that I could put in the character map, or the bitmaps for the characters, and then I could do graphics characters. I probably had one of the first, or a very early Apple II that didn't have an 80-column card that actually had lowercase, because I could make lowercase characters, and I was pretty happy with that. And Wendell Sander came to look at it. I have no idea if that board had any influence on being able to download characters in the Apple III or not. Never asked him about that. But that was a fun side project. My hardware design wasn't that great. I had an awful lot of chips on it. So I don't think there was too much interest in making a product out of it. But it did demonstrate the usefulness of downloadable character sets. Oh, another fun side thing. Around that time, in my first several months at Apple, I was pretty good friends with the head of the hardware lab, and I kept asking him, so what was the Apple I? And he was explaining the Apple I to me and pointed me to some articles about it from when it came out. And then I said, well, can I see one of them? And this was Cliff Houston. And he told me, oh, we have a bunch of them in a cabinet because there was a trade-in program. And I can get you one. So a few weeks go by and haven't heard anything from him. So I asked him about it again. And he goes, oh yeah, I haven't had time. I'll have to look. We need to clean out the lab anyway. And this sort of went on for a while. And every once in a while I would ask about it. And he'd say that he would go get one. And then finally one day I asked about it and he goes, well, I looked in the cabinet and they're all gone. We must have thrown them out. Which on the one hand was too bad. On the other hand, if I did have one, the big problem with having it now would be it's worth an absurd amount of money, but I would have absolutely no documentation that it was mine. So who knows what what I'd be able to do with it. But I almost got an Apple one, which was sort of neat. So some of the other projects that I worked on, sort of as side things, one was I wrote a driver for the Apple III so that an Apple II graphics tablet card could be plugged into it. I wrote a program kind of inspired, this is using a program inspired by mouse paint for drawing pictures with the graphics tablet. And use that to make some slideshow demos that we showed with the Apple III at some of the shows and the marketing people used. This was all when copyright issues seemed to be a bit less because I was not much of an artist. So I would just go get magazines or whenever we went to a bookstore after going out for dinner, you could often find me in the children's section buying coloring books. Because that works great with the graphics tablet. You can just trace it out and then you fill in colors. So I did do a couple of slideshows there. You might recognize that. So that was from a Byte magazine cover. That I think was from a D&D Dungeons and Dragons game, Pogo comic strips. And we did use this for doing fast slideshows demonstrating from the profile hard drive when Apple came out with the hard drive. And for those of you, let's see, the Sketchpad 3 program, that's on like one of the Apple III archives that are out there. Peter Petrosky, the guy who does, I'm probably getting the last name wrong. Once I had posted a picture in the Apple III users group setting my Apple III up. And he goes, oh, you're running some sort of software. I think there was a Donald Duck picture on it. You should post that software. And I said, I'm not posting Disney pictures because I don't want the mouse mad at me. And that was what the graphics, the Sketchpad 3 menu looked like. So that was all kind of fun stuff. And then as disk drives got faster, tried to make something that's sort of faked looking like a cube, rotating. This gives me a chance to take a drink of water. Strangest thing, so I filmed this with my iPhone, and then when I was playing the movie back on my Macintosh, the thing that sort of startled me about it is I could hear the disk 2 seek noises coming from my Macintosh speaker. Oof. So that was kind of fun. So another project that was going on at Apple, my involvement with this was fairly peripheral, but we were creating the Apple IIe. And this is one of the prototypes for it called the Super 2. Rick Riccio is the person who was working on the ROM for that and did a rather amazing job. We were then giving systems out to the other programmers within Apple just to get it tested as much as possible, because we were trying to figure out all the things that might have gotten broken either by the hardware or particularly with the monitor ROM, since he was making quite a few changes in it. Now, I was surprised when I learned that I still had one of these. It was in a box that I thought was going to be my old Apple II Plus. And after I had started following things on the Apple II enthusiast group, that a Facebook group, said, oh, I'll start hauling down some of my old computers. And when you do that, this probably happens with all of you too. Turns out what you have isn't what you thought you had. And sometimes they're kind of nice surprises. So one of the things that happened at Apple around now, or not around now, around this time, was we had moved software into the newly built Banley 3 building. And we had gone from just having cubicles that were cubicle walls with regular office furniture in them with pods of 4 people to people actually having their own cubicle. And it was the whole Herman Miller thing with the hanging desk and the hanging file cabinet and the hanging shelves. And we thought that was a cat's pajamas, as they say. And then we found there was this other great benefit to cubicles. Because it was laid out it's almost like playing adventure where you're in a maze of twisty little passages. There's just all sorts of squirrely things, getting you from one street of the cubicles to the next street of the cubicles. And a lot of us, particularly in software, a few hardware people, tended to work pretty late at night. And then we felt like doing stuff. So we bought a ton of dart guns. And we would play these assassin games where it's to the last person who hasn't been shot. Then at some point, people were complaining a bit about darts being everywhere the next day. And we switched to those other guns that shoot the little discs. Of course, people then just said there's little discs everywhere, but I guess they weren't quite so annoying. But, people would have different strategies when doing this stuff. We really had a lot of fun doing it. But one of the times, Bob Bishop was playing with us. I know Bob Bishop hasn't been one of the featured speakers before here. And so we're playing the game, we're all running around, we're shooting each other. We get it down to what seems to be one person. And somebody goes, where's Bob? We're kind of there, well, we guess Bob got bored and went home. So we play another game. We're running around, we're shooting each other, having the time of our lives. Still didn't see Bob, but we figured he had gone home. We did 3 games. We're then done for the night. We're putting everything away. And then at some point, Bob walks up and goes, I think I won. And he just found some obscure corner to hide in. But Bob always had a kind of different way of looking at things. So this gets us back to around 82-ish. And Apple was continuing to grow. It's becoming a pretty big company. Apple had reached the quarterly sales rate that would be $1 billion a year worth of sales. And so they commemorated it by giving every employee a set of 4 handmade wine glasses that had an Apple logo on it in a nice little thank you box. And we all thought that was pretty cool. Got almost nothing done that day because we were all standing in line because nobody wanted to miss their free wine glasses. But the important thing to remember is that this is 1982. So that $1 billion a year is all Apple peripherals and Apple IIs. It was all the people like you who were the customers. It was really you that made this happen. Another thing that I almost put a picture in, and I probably should have, that shows it was all the Apple II. Have any of you ever seen what a share of Apple stock looked like in 1982? Okay, well, in 1982, because companies print whatever they want. Oil companies will have a field of oil wells. Car companies do something with cars. It's probably all sort of moot now because physical shares pretty much just aren't done. The Apple stock shares, kind of up at the top of the share, showed a beautiful picture of an Apple II. So Apple knew that's where sort of, I guess, who the father of the company was, or at least the breadwinner. The Macintosh project was going along then. They came out, they were working quite hard, often had a dinner with them. And they came out with the sweatshirt. It was in the box, so I thought it was worth a picture. So there's two interesting things about it. One is it says Macintosh staff on the front, but it's spelled different. And then on the back, it says 90 hours per week and loving it. Because they were sort of proud of how hard they were working. And Andy Hertzfeld gave me one of the sweatshirts, and then I wore it after a Beta Breakers race up in San Francisco. And someone asked Jobs why I was wearing one of those shirts, and he got mad at me that I wore it, but he gave it to me. Okay, so that is getting us up to the time, which is what you really wanted to talk about. Has this been interesting so far? Yes. Okay. Have to sort of check on that from time to time, because I know my wife sometimes is sort of there. Yes, I've heard the old Apple II stories. Thank you very much. Okay, so after I was done with the describe stuff, I was turning over writing the firmware after I had sort of worked out some of the low-level stuff for the 3.5-inch drives over to someone else. I actually had offers to go to the Macintosh group, or they were forming this new Apple IIc group, and I decided to go with the Apple IIc group. So I'm going to have some of the shirts from back there in this. As you know, or as you may know, IBM came out with their compact PC sort of January that year, called the PC Junior. And so the 2C group the marketing people made this shirt, which is, the Apple IIc, it's not a Junior, and it really wasn't. It was a whole Apple IIe stuffed into a pretty darn small box. Here's one of the prototypes. Hopefully and I know that I've spoken with a lot of you here who your first computer was an Apple IIc, or your favorite computer was an Apple IIc. Yes. So I want to thank you people who made it a success. So Apple IIe in a compact form, serial ports, 80-column card, disk drive. Plus we added the mouse interface to it and the 65CO2 on it. And major challenges were making both the hardware and the software fit. I was explaining to some people at lunchtime today, or earlier today, getting the software to fit was a lot of work, but it was kind of what we do. We crunch code and make things fit and optimize things. try not to break too many things while we're at it and fix it when we do. So I encourage you all to come to Rob's talk tomorrow when he talks about some of the product design issues, because that's really where a lot of the magic was with this. Because making this and making something that wasn't going to melt down just from heat buildup was a pretty amazing accomplishment. And the stuff that I was doing for the 2C, in case people want to ask me questions about it later, was the mouse code and the mouse text and the serial port stuff. Serial ports were a bit tricky because with the serial port and the 80-column firmware, that was where we were most likely to have marketing come back and say, we just broke something important. It's not working right anymore. Figure out what you broke and fix it. Then you can go home. So one of the things with the 2C was they tried this new policy. This is after the Macintosh shipped with the name Macintosh, the Lisa shipped with the name Lisa, we have to not get married to our code names. So there was this policy where every month or so, it had to get a new name. The first name for it was, or when I was being told about the project, was ELF, which was coined by Mike Markkula, CEO at Apple, because he thought it was, that, this was what he wanted, a small, compact Apple II, and it would be everybody's little, we'll say friend. That's not the word he used. But, and so that kind of started the name, but it went through Lolly and Chelsea and Zelda and Teddy and VLC and Yoda and E.T. and lots more, constantly changing. I think the only people that we managed to confuse were ourselves about what project are we working on. And there was a football at Peter Quinn's office. Peter Quinn was the person in charge of the entire project. And every month they would write the project name on that football. It was like this orange toy football, as a way of keeping record of it. So when doing the software, which was done by Dick Houston, a very early Apple employee, Ernie Biernick, who later on went to Macintosh and Newton stuff, and me. So we'd be doing ROMs for it. Sometimes we would name the ROM after whatever the current month's project was, or project name was. So it would be Chelsea with a number after it and stuff like that. But the ROMs really weren't that tied to the project name. And then Dick Houston, who had a very good sense of humor, is there, we need to do better with our names, because we could name it anything we want, as long as it was something like 9 letters. So he said, what do we want to make the vice presidents and head marketing people say in project meetings? So we started coming up with names, and the main one that stuck in my mind was the Bubby Chub ROM. Just because then somebody is going to have to be out there saying, Bubby Chub's not ready to ship. Or Bubby Chub is great. Or what's Bubby Chub? So what was working on the ROMs like? We put in a lot of late nights, a A lot of it was just trying to crunch code to make room for it, for the stuff which we needed, particularly with the 80-column firmware, and getting the serial stuff in there also. Sort of making things, you know, since we'd have to preserve points in the ROM, our routines sometimes got broken up in odd ways just so that they could build and fit together, like putting together a sort of Tetris machine, a game program or something like that. And one of the other things when we were working on it is, so what was it like to build a ROM? And there was a little bit of going back to what I was talking about with the punch card machines, where you spend a lot of time waiting for things. Assemblers weren't as fast then when trying to build an entire ROM. So you had to assemble the code. You had to link the code. If you're going to burn a ROM, you have to do a pass through that image file to fix certain checksums in the ROM. You then have to convert it to a binary coded hex file that we're going to burn with the ROM programmer. This is all very time consuming. You then had to erase your EPROMs. Well, we would have a couple sets, but sometimes if you're trying to turn things quickly, you're waiting to erase them. And that could be half an hour or so. You then have to program the EPROMs. So I had some flashbacks to back when I was in college with those darn Hollerith cards. Just spending a lot of time waiting for something to happen and staring at your code, trying to figure out what the bugs might be so that you can at least start fixing them. The other thing we did is we got really good at games like Load Runner. And we played a lot of Load Runner. Later on in the Apple building, we got a Defender video game. So we got pretty good at that. Actually, they also had a video game, a Defender game over in the Macintosh building. And the person who was like the best one at Defender was a guy named Burl Smith. And he was the hardware architect for the Macintosh. And showing how sometimes your best strategy isn't in the spirit of the game. I don't know. How many of you have actually played Defender and know the game I'm talking about? Some of you have. Okay, the object of the game is aliens are coming down, they're going to capture the people and take them up, and you want to prevent that, because if they capture all the people before you've killed all the aliens, you lose. So, and you have a little spaceship you're flying around as the world kind of scrolls by. Burl, maybe this shows why he was so good at optimizing hardware, realized the best way to get a high score in the game is the first thing you do is you fly around and shoot all of the people you're defending except for one. And then you pick up that person with your spaceship, because your spaceship holds one person, and you fly around and kill the aliens. And then you win, because you finally killed all of the aliens and gotten some humongously high score. But I don't think that was the spirit of the game. Okay, so another thing that sort of happened around this time, let me see where I'm in my slides here. Oh, I already talked about the next slide. So another thing that happened around this time, the Macintosh group had moved into Banley 3. You remember before I was talking about the assassins of Banley 3 when we had all the Apple II software people in there. The Macintosh team was sort of proud of what they thought of themselves as their pirate image. And they even had a pirate flag hanging over their building. And I'm not sure which one of us thought of doing this. It was either Dick Houston or me. But we decided that it would be funny if we stole the Macintosh flag. And then we decided it would be funnier if we replaced it with an IBM flag. So we go and get a couple of a white and a blue bed sheet, and we kind of staple or sew them together after we've cut out the lines to make the IBM logo in blue on white. And then on the back of the flag that we made, we wrote with the big Sharpie, "Goobers are us." And we headed off to the Macintosh building late at night. And this is a night that we were working pretty late because the Macintosh people were gone. And there's a fire ladder going up to the roof on the outside. We climb up the fire ladder. Turns out the flag doesn't have like a rope to raise the flag. It's just attached at the top of a pole that's kind of nailed into the wall. And Dick is trying to figure out how to get this thing down, and he's pulling on the pole. And it starts pulling away from the wall. This is okay, but it's making a heck of a lot of noise. And sure enough, after a little while we're struggling with this flag, and I think it was after we got the flag off and we're putting up the new flag, a couple of Apple security guards come up the ladder to see what we are doing. And I'm explaining to them what we're doing and that no, we're not really stealing it. One of the guards recognized me because I was over there all the time for, heading out for dinner with Andy Hertzfeld and Burl Smith. So he's there, well, okay. And we put the flag up. We go back to a building called the Triangle Building. It's a couple miles away. That's where the Apple IIc group and what was called the Personal Computing Systems Division, all the Apple II stuff was in that building. We go to Woz's cubicle, take some of the scraps of the bed sheets that we had used, put them in his garbage can, and I took the flag and put it in the window of a second floor office where it could be seen from the street, and closed the blind. Woz wasn't in that office all that often. And then we decide to wait for the fun to ensue. And Andy Hertzfeld calls me the next day saying, someone stole our flag, someone stole our flag. And I'm not going to lie to him, but I just keep saying things like, really? That's weird. Apple that weekend had a company picnic at a place called Great America. It's sort of like one of those Seven Flags kinds of things, and an amusement park. And I'm walking around, and Randy Wigington comes up to me because he was pretty sure I had something to do with this. And he's explaining to me that this better get fixed soon because people are really, really mad. So I'm there thinking, okay, this is another time I'm almost going to get myself fired. But I'm just sort of there, oh, really? So the next day, or the next Monday, I'm having lunch with Andy Hertzfeld. I bring the flag with me. But it's hidden in a pouch or something like that. And when Andy went to the bathroom before going to lunch, I put it in his desk drawer. Andy doesn't use his desk drawers very often. And I wait for the fun to ensue. And sure enough, like a day or so later, Andy calls me up and says, "We found the flag. It was in my desk drawer." And I figured out when Woz put it there. But then I finally confessed to him, no, it was me. I did it at lunch. And he thought I'd lied to him. I was there. No, I was just very careful in what I said. So then I think we're all done with that. And I kept a low profile in the Macintosh group for a week or so after that. And then I was coming to the Macintosh building again, thinking it's all blown over. And I'm coming in the building, and there's a guard at the desk, and he goes, "You!" I just get that reaction from people, I guess. And it was the guard, and he had recognized me as somebody who was in the Macintosh building a lot, didn't know who I was, and I guess he told them that for all he knew, it could have been Woz. But it was all good again. They had their flag back, and everybody was happy. So we proceeded on with the firmware. We got things working well. We started doing prototype builds. Of course, we could do a lot of development just on Apple IIe's. But the prototypes are important because then you're doing it on the real hardware. There were some Wally boards made that were very good that fit in Apple II cases, but particularly for the product design people like Rob Kamel, they really needed to check the fit of the pieces, check that measure the temperatures and stuff like that. So we started getting the units like this coming in, which in some ways were more useful for the mechanical engineers and the product design people than for software, because we need to change the ROMs. And it's a major disassembly if you want to get to the ROMs on these puppies. But they were very proud of them when they presented them with us. The first one that we got, and there was only a couple, and they gave me this unit to start testing with. It was a lot like this one. It was a previous iteration. And the big problem with it was it all had blank keys. And I'm not really a typist. And on a couple of the other ones that we had gotten, we just took a Sharpie and wrote keycaps on it. I decided I wanted to do something better than that. So I went to the Michael's art store, which is fairly close, and I got these transfer decals of the letters. And then when I was there, saw where you can get these transfer decals, and they have, you get the whole alphabet, and they have the special symbols, at least for most of them, which we have. But they also have them in Old English. So, what you see, Gothic, Bible stuff. So I got those, spent a Saturday afternoon applying them to the keys and lacquering it over because I didn't want the decals coming off. And then I realized if you're not a very good typist, Old English isn't much better than nothing at all. No, you're just sort of there. Is it a G? Is it a D? I don't know. But yes, Rob Gamel and the others pulled off their magic, and they got the thermals to work, and that got us we're just about ready to ship. And I was coming into work at the Triangle building there, and I was told, we need you in a meeting. So I go to, and that was my manager, Ken Victor, who had told me this. And so I'm going to this meeting. There's a whole bunch of us around the table. There was the hardware people and the product design people and all that, and the manufacturing people. And the problem is on the PVT production line. So the projects tend to have a couple of stages to them. There's EVT, which is like engineering, validation, testing. There's DVT, which is, it's pretty good, but it's not really final. When you get to PVT, that's production validation testing. That's when you think you've got it done and you're just tweaking the production line. The problem was, on the production line, which was in Dallas, Texas, when running the manufacturing diagnostics, they were, I forget what the number was, but it was something up around 80% failure with the disk drives. So it was sort of their project schedule and launch is in danger. We need to go fix it. You, basically all of us at the table. You are all flying to Dallas at 1 o'clock today. If you don't have time to go home and get clothes, buy some in Dallas because you're not coming home until it works. So they ship us all to Dallas, and they had to send everybody because the production line people just didn't know what was wrong. And so you wanted to have all the bases covered. Fortunately, it wasn't my fault. I didn't have anybody going, you. And I think it was just a problem with the setting of the disk drive motor speed or something like that with the test on it. So we actually got it all working within a day. Life was good and it came back. Rob will probably have more details about what they had to fix with that. Yeah, so I took a picture of one of those prototype units, showing that it still boots, it still works. And then in the prototype room there, they had this one, which people can come up and look at if you haven't already looked at that. So then we had our product launch, which was pretty exciting. The people in the core team, we were having this big event that was almost like a revival meeting, the Apple II Forever, at the Moscone Center up in San Francisco. They actually got us to they rented tuxedos for us, and we got to sit in the front row with tuxedos. Now, Ernie and I, this was Ernie's idea, thought it would be cool, since we're renting tuxedos, and Apple was paying for that, for $5 more, you could get a cane like Fred Astaire uses. So we got canes, and which we thought was pretty fun. In some ways, it's a terrible idea because everybody thinks they're Fred Astaire, and if you have a cane, everybody asks for your cane, and they try to spin it. I am pleased to say that nobody got sent to the hospital with a concussion that day, because it usually twirls about 3 times, and then sails off in some random direction. But it was fun. There was this big reveal. Many of you have probably seen videos of the launch because we had Apple IICs hidden under the seats and Apple employees scattered around, making sure they were on those seats. And so at the right time, we all whipped out Apple IICs and passed them around for people to look at. This shirt here is the shirt that we used when we were doing booth duty at various shows or giving talks at user groups about the Apple IIc. And this was kind of when Apple started doing the booth shirts with the custom embroidery for the projects. Oof. Am I talking too long? Nope. Okay. Because we want to leave time for Q&A too, so I'm going to pick up the pace a tiny bit. But we weren't done. We wanted to, I was asked how we could put the 3.5-inch drives on the disk port on the Apple IIc, and that's where the protocol converter came from. Why is it called the protocol converter? Well, it was kind of mapping from Protoss calls to its own custom thing. We would just call it tunneling now. I also figured I will name it something non-controversial, but that marketing would never do, so they'll just have to make up a name. And it became SmartPort. But all the technical documentation still says protocol converter. And we had to do the 2C ROM upgrade where we were rolling the protocol converter stuff in it, and that was the one and the protocol converter could also potentially be used for a network interface box, but Apple abandoned the project on that. You remember earlier I was talking about the Macintosh group having their 90 hours a week and loving its shirt. Well, the PCS division was going to make a shirt, and I was having lunch with my product marketing friends, and we were tossing names back and forth. And we're there, well, maybe we do 80 hours a week. Maybe we have 80 hours a week and dateless weekends. Maybe we have something else. We kind of decided we liked 50 hours a week. And I thought of 50 hours a week and on schedule. But you got to be careful about saying that because you might not be on schedule. So we came up with 50 inspired hours a week and loving it. Okay, then we're doing the Apple Mouse 2 card. I was working with the team doing that because that needed to be compatible with the 2C mouse, where I had very limited code space for the 2C stuff, and I guess the Apple Mouse card team had a lot of things they wanted to do, and I kept telling them that they couldn't do it because there's just no way we could support that on the Apple IIc. And an interesting thing about 10 years ago, one of the engineers on the Apple Mouse card team ran D&D games. I played in his D&D campaigns for many years. And then about 10 years or so ago, he commented to me that because I had worn this shirt to a D&D game, just because I thought it would make him happy. He goes, back then, we thought you were a real jerk. Jerk isn't the word that he used, because I was being very dictatorial about what they could and couldn't do, and I sort of had the seniority on it. And he goes, and now I realize you're actually a pretty nice guy. Okay, so a Woz story. Some of you have probably heard of this. The Woz tells it a bit differently. Woz went to a mint one time, and it turns out the US Mint will sell you uncut sheets of $2 bills or of $1 bills. And he bought a bunch of sheets and had them cut and then put that sort of glue cheesecloth-like strip at the top that like legal notepads use, so you can just tear them off. And he had a lot of fun when going out to restaurants and such, when leaving tips, he would just start tearing them off. And he then later improved on his design and had micro perforations so that the bills could easily be separated. He then had checkbooks made, so it was in checkbook format with single bills you could tear off. And what I was told back then was he went to a pizza parlor and was ordering his pizza and trying to pay with these. And I saw on online the other day that he also talks about it happening at an In-N-Out Burger, where they just decided that he was counterfeiting money. And the manager wasn't going to let him leave the store until the government came to haul this counterfeiter away. And finally the police come, or there were some police nearby, and they came in. No, and it sort of got resolved, but the whole thing looked sort of dodgy, and the store just didn't want his money there. And I still have one of those pads of bills. But the way was, and I did use the bill one time at a meeting at Apple, one of the sheets from it, and I just sort of waved it around and said, "The new Cola laser writer's great." And you get people believing it for at least a couple minutes. Another project I worked on was a Slinky card, doing the code for the ROM on that. That's a pretty straightforward card, and I think the whole project, the software for it was just sort of done within a couple weeks. But then the funny thing with that, Apple, like many companies, has their employee newspaper. And the employee newspaper was doing a story on new products that Apple had come out with that year. So the newspaper is the Banley Shuffle. And they took a bajillion pictures of us in different poses. But they then, on the front cover, have it look like everybody is admiring me while I am just sort of modestly smiling or something. And here it is, we have the people doing new Macintoshes and printers, 20 megabyte disk drives, and the big story seems to be the RAM card. But the person who was taking notes, I guess, didn't really know what group I was from. So it lists me as Rich Williams of the RAM card group. And I'll be honest, we did not have a RAM card group. Or if we did, I guess I was executive vice president of it. So just a few fun things at life about Apple. Then I know they want me to stop so we can do Q&A. Halloween was always a big deal at Apple, and we would have parades, we'd go wandering through the buildings. And we'd have a big beer bash, and it was just lots and lots of fun. Now the picture that has the guy with the rainbow, I need to go back a slide. If you look on there, sort of in the middle next to the ladder, the guy with glasses and a beard, that's Joseph Friedman. who was the engineer in charge of the Lyron disk drive. Lyron disk drive was named after his daughter. And in Hebrew, it means something along the lines of love of my life or the light of my life or something like that. Just wanted to give him that acknowledgement. Because we also had the dual Lyron drive. And these units, when you see these are probably from the PVT build. There was a lot of them. It was just about to ship. And well, I have some speculations. It was nothing to do with the product quality as to why they canceled it. But they did. They decided that the single ones were fine. Oh, but anyway, so in this picture here, there's the guy with the rainbow apples shirt on. That's Mike Askins. He was the one that did the firmware that's inside the Lyron drive, which is 2 megahertz 65 CO2. The person to his side is me in my Halloween costume. And you can't really see it in the picture, but there's glowing red eyes. And I wanted to make something with LEDs that glowed, and I wanted to do interesting patterns. So I made a little itty-bitty 6502 system that really had a very simple clock source. It was running off like a pack of D batteries strapped to my belt. And I could put in code. The only thing it could write to was the latch driving the LEDs. And there was a EEPROM on it so that I could program it with code to do different patterns. Now I found while I was doing this that I really wanted to have 1 byte of RAM. So think for a second. If you had no RAM and needed just one extra byte, how would you add it? Any ideas? Yes? Floating on the bus. What was that about the bus? Just relying on floating data. That's an interesting idea, but no. Okay, but we got an idea. Here's the thing that then occurred to me. If I don't have any RAM, I don't have a stack. But I've got one more register because I can use the stack pointer. So I thought that was pretty clever. Okay, this is another Halloween picture. And at some marketing sales meeting or something, they had a play with people dressed up as Apple products. And Harvey Laitman was there, and he asked him for the Apple II costume, and he wore this for a number of Halloweens. So I'm throwing that picture up in case any of you are wondering what to dress as for Halloween. I thought it was quite clever. Oof. Is it a problem if we run slightly over? I'll ask these schedulers here. Go for it. Go for it. Okay. So we talked a bit about the friendly competition with the Macintosh group. When the Mac 2 FX came out, Jean-Louis Gasset, the vice president or whatever the position was called, in charge of hardware, on his car got the license plate Open Mac because the Apple II, or because the Macintosh 2 had slots. Harvey Laitman, with the Apple II, who is the software manager for the Apple II GS project, then on his new car got the license plate Open Apple II because, and so since had always been open. He put the registration date as 1977. Okay, later stuff that I worked on. Apple IIe enhancement ROM, folding stuff from the Apple IIc into the Apple IIe, mouse text, more compatibility on the 80-column firmware. And we put some other old features from earlier Apple II ROMs back in. Apple II GS, worked on the memory manager for it, did a lot of demos with video digitizing and slideshows. Did similar stuff for the QuickTime project. Worked on the tablet driver for the Newton message pad and was the software lead for the 110, 120, and 130 projects. Worked on the iBook and later the MacBook. And then, so I guess I'm talking to you, Joe. Is 8 bits enough? And the answer is very much a resounding yes, especially for the right kind of projects that you can take advantage of that. And so I just wanted to bring this up because here is some examples of a couple of quick projects that I did. Well, on the MacBook or on the iBook team, where I was really bringing expertise in from old Apple II projects. So one was we were doing a remote control for the iPod, for an early iPod and the iBooks so that you could control iTunes. It has 5 buttons that are inputs and a serial output. And I was asked if I could do this, and I did this using a microchip PIC 508 controller, which is an incredibly simple architecture. It's got like 33 opcodes, 2 levels of stack, 24 bytes of RAM. But that was really all that you need for doing this. Now they have a calibrated clock in it, and that's within a percent or so, depending upon what your temperature range is. And something that we didn't talk about with the Apple IIc was we had some serial port accuracy problems that you might have heard of, where the IIc didn't use a crystal on the serial ports, and that was a problem at higher baud rates. And Apple had to retrofit those machines. So I was talking, and the serial port here, there actually isn't even serial port hardware in there. I was just banging it out. And I was concerned about serial port accuracy. I was talking with the microchip engineers about it and saying, well, it looks like we're just barely making it. And they go, well, that means you're good to go if you're just barely making it. And my attitude was, no, that means I don't believe it, because I've been there before with the Apple IIc when they said we were barely in a spec there. But then something that I realized with this was that there's 5 push buttons, so I only need to send out 5 code words for indicating buttons. And the way a serial port works, it's normally high. Your start bit is it goes low, and then you pick up the next 8 bits, and then it goes high again. And if your clock is starting to drift, much like with disk drives, the error will accumulate and get worse throughout the byte. But I only needed to send out five different code words. So as long as I put the 1s and 0s in the low order bits, which come out first, I could actually be 20% wrong with the clock, and it was still going to be okay. So we did that. So it's showing that even if you're doing something with an 8-bit controller, and if it looks like it's not going to make it, if you make sure you really understand what the parameters of your problem are, you can do a lot more. Then, last project I'm going to talk about is how 8-bits saved the PowerPC chip in one of the iBooks. So we were coming out with one of the iBooks and learned that, kind of towards the end of the project, that the PowerPC chips had a reset issue and they would not properly reset coming up out of power. Or when you turn the power on. IBM or Motorola, whichever it was, understood the issue, but it was going to take them months to turn the chip. And we were just about to do the PVT build and start production on hundreds of thousands of machines. So this is when 8-bits came to the rescue. The chip vendor told us they understood the problem. They couldn't fix the chip quickly, but now there's something with hardware chips called JTAG. Have you heard of that? Yeah, sort of like a long serial register in the chip that's used for testing chips, and you can also set options in the chip by sending commands out through this JTAG port. And they could if we could send the right bits through the JTAG port, they could enable some delay lines that would make the chip come out of power on reset properly. So then the question was, how are we going to do this? Well, if we go back to the previous slide, I had just done a project with an 8-bit chip. It was an 8-bit chip. It was an 8-pin package, which 2 power, 6 I/O pins. JTAG takes 4 signals. So I had just the right number of pins to have reset in, reset out for the processor, and the 4 tags with the JTAG signals on it. And by doing a run length encoding of these thousands of bits that needed to be sent over JTAG to enable the processor, or to enable the delay lines, the chip could then come up out of power. And they quickly turned the board to add that in there. It was a well understood thing. We did one test build. I spent a great deal of time staring at a logic analyzer, making sure that I had the right bit stream in there. And it just barely fit within the chip, although we could have gotten one with double the ROM space in it. And that saved us building hundreds of thousands of iBook sales. So yes, keep those 8-bit skills handy and a processor that you like in your back pocket. Woof, that was that. So that's coming to the end of my talk. So we're going to have some Q&A. Now, I've sat through a lot of Steve Jobs presentations, and the best ones always had just one more thing. And actually, I guess I have just 2 more things. One is I want to emphasize I've been made to feel very welcome here. Thank you all for that. Make me feel like a hero. If you want to know the real heroes of the Apple II story, look to your left, look to your right, look in the mirror. It's really been the customers that made this happen. No, all those sales didn't happen. It is because of people like you and clubs like you that the enthusiasm is still there. And I can be pretty confident that 20 years from now, there's going to be posting on whatever online discussion groups are then, and somebody is going to say, I just tried to power up my granddaddy's Apple II. It booted right up, and then smoke came out the back. And there'll be 50 people saying, it's magic smoke, welcome to the club. And the other person that we couldn't be, or the other people we couldn't be doing things like this with are the great organizers of events like this. So I want to bring Paul up here to thank him. This man drove an hour and a half. This man spent an hour and a half driving to pick me up from the airport, and I brought him a pair of those $1 billion Apple II wine glasses. You're very welcome. Okay, now we're for Q&A for however, until they pull the hook out to drag me off the stage.
All right. Let me bring Rich on here. He has agreed to join us to answer some questions here in the online stream.
I just promoted him.
Okay.
I think I'm here now.
Okay. Excellent.
I don't take that video though. Oh, you got to. There we go. Okay.
All right. Spotlight. Okay. Hello again. Good to see you again. And thank you again for the wine glasses at the end of that video. They are presently safely with the prototypes and the other things with the KansasFest collection.
And you should drink a toast to the Apple II every year at KansasFest.
I think so. Yes. So you have been in the channel, and so you've seen some of these questions go by. I can send I can sort of relay some of the questions to you if you would like. Was there anything that you wanted to add? Now that the week's gone by.
No, I don't think so. You can just forward the questions on to me. We'll say it's a pleasure to be here and to have the chance to interact with all of our friends who couldn't be in UIS in a person there. And it's too bad that they missed out on what was an excellent show.
Thanks. Yeah. And congratulations on making it home. I hope your luggage made it as well.
Luggage had a bigger adventure than I did getting home, but it made it home.
Excellent. Okay, so let's see. Let me just kind of go through some of the questions that have been coming in. So Eric asks, did you do any work on the unenhanced 2E ROM, or was your work mostly with the enhanced ROM?
It was mostly with the enhanced ROM there, and a lot of the parts that I did in that was, making the changes for the CO2 code, sometimes re-coding some parts that, just to make space to get some of the other changes that we wanted in it. And making the interrupts and the mouse text stuff and serial port and some 80-column video changes.
Another question that came up was how did the Slinky card become named the Slinky card? Did you know anything about that?
Wow, I am sure that I knew at the time, but it escapes me a bit. There was a bit of a theme of using toy names and such. The Apple II GS was the Gumby project. The video overlay card was called the Pokey card. So Well, I don't directly recall the origin of the Slinky name. That I would be pretty confident that it was just part of going with the toy theme that people were enjoying back then.
Okay. Gwen asks if you worked at all on the 2C plus ROM.
I did not work on the 2C plus ROM.
Mhm. Oh yeah, I missed the second part of that. And I think we talked about this in person, but she was wondering about why the beep was done the way it was because she did dug into that a bit.
Yeah, when you asked me about that once, I did a bit of searching online and looked at some of the code that people had disassembled from the ROMs, and it looked like, and it just sort of looked to me like somebody had been playing around with trying to fix the boot beat because there's a whole bunch of no-ops in there. And that can either be that they were trying to make timing loops come out right, or they were trying to make code line up properly. I couldn't really tell which without looking into it more. I'd have thought that if the MIG chip was doing what it was supposed to be doing, slowing the clock speed down, that if they just left the code alone, I'd have expected it to sound pretty much the same. But I haven't looked into it beyond that.
Okay, so, another question here is, had the decision to make a compact Apple II have anything to do with the influence of the early Macintosh concept of like computers as an appliance?
Not that I know of. One of the things that we had, of course, found with over time with the Macintosh is there was the initial vision, and that this was really Jeff Raskin's vision, that the computer was an appliance and they would all have to be exactly the same. So in that first visualization of what the Macintosh was, all Macintoshes would have the same amount of RAM. They would have the same things built in. And I think they reasonably quickly learned that that's not necessarily what you want, because you want your computer to be able to grow as new things come out. The serial ports on the Macintosh, which were much more powerful ones, were kind of an expansion bus, but that wasn't really the best way of doing things like external disk drives and such.
Another question came in. Now that we know the story behind the naming of FID, was there any story behind the name of Muffin? Is it really the acronym that we know, or was there something else before that?
It really is the acronym that you probably know, which was Moving Utility for Files into New DOS. I think I came up with that acronym fairly quickly. Also thought that typing B-run muffin sounded kind of like bran muffin, so I thought that made it cooler. And then the reverse copy, which was NIFM, was just muffin spelled backwards, which fortunately could be pronounced.
Excellent. I had a question, and I typed a fairly long question, and let me see if I can summarize this. We were talking about the protocol converter, the smart port, and I think almost all the applications of that were for at the time were for sort of drives, so block devices, but it supported a character device. And recently there's been some work on FujiNet and some other things that are trying to make use of the smart port character device. And I was kind of wondering, people think that might have been the first device to actually use the smart port character mode. And I was kind of wondering if you knew of any earlier things that either were sort of intended or did actually use the character device mode.
Don't know of anything intended there. No, there was the intent of being able to do a network connection that was kind of more of a block device from the booting point of view, which could then move some other driver in. So I don't know of any other devices that used it, But I have to think that it is kind of cool to think that an expansion capability that I put in there 40 years ago then turns out to be finally useful today. Is that awesome or?
Yes, that is pretty great. Let's see. So, another question that came in was, is there anything that you wished you could have sort of added to the Apple IIc that you didn't get a chance to?
Nothing that jumps to mind. I think maybe the silver lining to it being everything built into the box was that we knew what we had to support. If we could have done more to make a network possible someday, that would have been cooler. One time, and I forget if I had talked about this in the stream talk or not. In a discussion with Steve Jobs, he asked if I thought that the SEC chip could have been put into the Apple IIc, and I said that I thought that that was a great idea because if you're going to break things, coming out with a new product like the Apple IIc would have been a good time to do it. So we could have worked out any issues with the serial ports then. Whether the SEC chip, which as I recall was a large chip, could have been fitted in there or not, I don't know. Given the cost constraints, space constraints, and the thermal constraints there. But I think if we had the SCC chip, that then local talk would have been much more possible with the Apple IIc.
I think we're running kind of low on time, but there's one more question I can at least convey. Do you know how the mouse text character set was chosen and who drew the glyphs for that?
I think a lot of that came from Bruce Tognazzini, who is one of the major UI people for the Apple II family, and had been a champion of UI things, for the Apple II from the very early days, where he would lecture us on things like saying, "Do you want to quit? Do you really want to quit?" It is just silly to keep asking the same question over and over again because people just go, yes, yes, yes. So I think those came from him. There was a couple of characters that were later taken out to indicate that a program is running. There were a few characters that looked like the running man, and those got dropped at some point. But yeah, that was mainly Bruce.
He has I forget what manual is in, but he has a delightful story of sort of user testing, trying to get them to tell him whether they had a color monitor or not. And anyway, okay. I think we probably should leave it here.
Okay. Certainly, if people have more questions, if they put them on Discord, I will keep checking that over the next couple days.
Yes, thank you so much for both coming to Springfield and for returning now. It's been great to hear the stories and to learn from you.
Well, thank you.
Okay. And now we will move into a break. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then the next thing will begin. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay, I guess we are back from break, and the next talk is Micah Khan talking about Bobbin. This talk occupies basically the entire time slot, so there won't be a Q&A, but Micah is here, and there is a channel, and he will answer your questions. I am confident in the Discord channel. So, without further ado, as they say.
Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to
Welcome to my talk. My name is Micah Cowan. This mini-talk is about Bobbin, my still very work-in-progress special-purpose Apple II emulator. You can find out about my other projects in the links on this page. My links and contact info will be shown again at the end of the talk. Okay, so why would you want to use Bobbin as your Apple II emulator of choice when there are 100 others out there? Chances are you wouldn't, especially if you're just looking to fire up some software and just get to playing games or, I don't know, tracking your finances in VisiCalc, whatever suits your doodle. Bobbin is an emulator aimed at developers, or at quick launching a simple Apple II instance very rapidly, without the boot up overhead of a quote-unquote application. In particular, Bobbin's GUI is likely to remain as non-existent as MAME's. In fact, as of right now, its only interface is a terminal interface, and the emulator only works with an Apple II's text display modes, though this will change in the future. But even when it does, there will most likely just be a graphical display, no GUI controls. And even if I'm wrong and it gets GUI controls, they'll probably never be as comprehensive as Virtual 2 or Apple Win. And Bobbin is very much a work in progress at this point in time. It's planned to have, but currently doesn't emulate, a 65C02, which means it can't emulate an enhanced Apple IIe, but only the original 2, the 2 Plus, and the lame unenhanced 2e. It's planned to have graphics, but as mentioned, currently only display of the text pages is supported. It's planned to support sound, and hard drives via SmartPort. All of this is still forthcoming. It can't currently play Prince of Persia or Choplifter, and even when it eventually does, it will probably never be your first choice for doing so. Alright, with that out of the way, let's leave talk of how much my pet project sucks, and move on to why it still also kinda rocks. And to get to that, we'll start with the question, why did I write Bobbin? Well, I wrote Bobbin because there were two specific things I wanted emulators to be able to do that I hadn't really found amongst existing ones. The first reason I wanted an emulator like Bobbin is to promote a much faster development cycle for writing Apple II software. A couple of years ago, I tried out Stephen Hugg's 8bitworkshop.com, which is an IDE that runs entirely in your browser for writing software for a very wide variety of retro computing and console platforms, and an accompanying series of guidebooks available on Amazon that gently guide you through the process of writing software for a number of these supported platforms. It runs almost entirely client-side, requiring server-side support only for its GitHub integration. Because yeah, it has GitHub integration. As soon as I tried 8-Bit Workshop, I immediately made it my go-to development platform for Apple II software. Despite several annoying drawbacks, including a very inflexible start location for your program, and copyright-free alternative firmware ROMs by default, unencumbered by both copyrights and most useful features, it had a key feature that easily improved my development productivity by an order of magnitude at least. 8-Bit Workshop includes a host of compilers and assemblers, including CC65, built into this browser IDE as WebAssemblies using Emscripten. And while you type your code, it automatically rebuilds your project and reloads the emulator with it. This means that if I've made a glaring error with the statement I just finished typing, whether it be a syntax error or a runtime error, I can know about it as soon as I've typed it. This was an absolute game changer for me. But as I mentioned, there were also drawbacks. Many of them are fixable, and I did contribute some improvements to this free and open source IDE. But the main issue I found I had with it is that it has necessarily had to reinvent the wheel with the included but limited editor, the included but limited emulator, and the included but very limited Git support. I'm a fan of modularity, and rather than investing my efforts in contributing a bunch of improvements to the editor, the emulator, and the GitHub glue, I thought I'd rather use my actual favorite editor with the actual official Git and GitHub tools, and have the fuller suite of all of the actual build tools available to me, and just focus my efforts on having an emulator only that can instantly respond to code rebuilds. And so that's what Bobbin is. Someone else can worry about the other missing part, an editor that will automatically rebuild my code while I type it. I imagine VS Code might have a feature for this, and you could definitely coax Emacs into doing it. So here's an example clip of Bobbin being used to fill that same space. I edit some text, and the change is quickly reflected in Bobbin. I accidentally fail to terminate an important loop. I see that too. A disadvantage in relation to 8-Bit Workshop is that in this clip, I'm still having to take the extra step to explicitly save my work before it rebuilds and reloads, so it's not quite happening just as soon as I type. But it's close enough that I'm happy. I also had to set up a separate loop script that checks for code changes and rebuilds the project. That part also isn't handled by Bobbin. So motivation number 1 for writing Bobbin was a rapid development cycle comparable to 8-Bit Workshop, but with better interoperation with other favorite tools. Motivation number 2 was, I wanted an emulator that I could just fire up in my terminal to try something out real quick. Look how fast I can get to an Apple II prompt. That -M plus bit, by the way, won't be required once Enhanced 2E emulation is supported, which will be the default. I just didn't want anyone to get accustomed to getting a 2 plus or an unenhanced 2E by default and then switch things up on them later after they'd gotten used to it. So I can get an emulator up and running right away, and I can paste in code from some website snippet or the like, or I can cat a basic program into it to play around with. Whatever I needed to quickly grab an emulator for and experiment with, it's there. Bobbin is also great if you want to use a basic program as a Unix command for some reason. With the --run basic option only, you can use a shebang line. Bobbin needs to be somewhere on your path, of course, or else the shebang line needs to specify the full path to it. Here's a simple example where the text of input lines is reversed for output. There's no access to any command line arguments, of course. Could maybe add that if someone really wanted it, but honestly, I don't see this getting a ton of use. I'm told that Bobbin is a great choice for use with a screen reader, which wasn't on my radar when I started writing it, but makes sense. Bobbin's simple mode interface just uses the standard command line input and output, so it would be pretty straightforward for a screen reader to see what it's doing. The user who was using Bobbin for this had previously been stuck with a very old DOS emulator, as it was the only one they had found that could work with a screen reader. But once DOS went the way of the dodo, they were left with MAME, running with an emulated speech synthesis peripheral. But they're not able to swap disks on the fly in MAME, as the necessary UI elements aren't accessible through the emulated speech synthesizer. Of course, with Bobbin, right now they're suffering from things like lack of hard drive support to be implemented in the near future, hopefully. I want to too, so I can get 4AM's Pitch Dark collection running. And of course, you could set Bobbin up to be a remotely accessible Apple II emulator. Apple II over Telnet, anyone? I think that'd be pretty cool, and want to have that set up on my own server soonish. Currently, Bobbin has a couple of potentially unsafe commands that can read or write arbitrary files, but I could add options to disable those, and anyway, in the meantime, I could run it in a VM or Docker container. So far in this talk, I've mostly been showcasing the so-called simple interface, but the default interface at a terminal is actually a more realistic ncurses-based display of the Apple II's text display, which could work nicely over Telnet. You saw a bit of that interface earlier with the automatic reloading demo for rapid development cycles. Bobbin does have a built-in debugger. It's not currently very feature-rich, and most of the features only work in the simple text interface, and not the curses interface. But I'm already finding it quite handy. You can also trace disassembled instructions as execution proceeds to help you figure out why things are going wrong. There is no support for symbols currently. Let's see. You can kind of hack Bobbin via scripting to be a disk image editor of sorts, at least provided the disk you boot from drops you into a DOS prompt and not a hello program. It can kind of sort of serve as a disk image editor, by actually loading up Bobbin with DOS or ProDOS, loading in a binary file, and feeding scripted bsave commands to Bobbin's input. So you can see here, load a disk image up, feed a catalog to the emulator, you get the output out, and Bobbin exits because it's done processing input. And Bobbin has an option to hang around and switch input to the terminal if the standard input is depleted, but we didn't give that. Then we tell Bobbin to load up a binary file into RAM and feed it a bsave command to save that piece of RAM. With the options you see given here, the order of operations is Bobbin boots up the disk, the program counter reaches the key in input subroutine, at which point, due to that delay until option, it loads prog.bin into RAM at the designated location at hex 300. Bobbin will exit because input is exhausted, but it waits until the emulated disk drive has stopped spinning. And then, of course, the following two shell commands are getting another catalog to demonstrate that the file has indeed been saved, and a brun to demonstrate that the command was correctly stored and retrieved. The intent is for Bobbin to be highly scriptable and tweakable. I've already shown that with its simple mode text interface, you can feed input and process output from Bobbin, and this is plenty to allow someone to script the emulator using expect, which, if you're not familiar with, is an old scripting language originally written in Tickle for watching for particular program output and responding with programmed input. But Bobbin's internals are where Bobbin's flexibility really shows. All of the interesting things inside Bobbin, including disk drive and other peripheral emulation, the current two text interfaces, and especially the ability to feed text from a file into Bobbin's keyboard inputs, and to print the emulated machine's output back out as text, are all implemented in terms of events and event hooks. For output, the interface watches for the CPU to step into the monitor's character output routine, grabs whatever is in the CPU's accumulator register, and translates it to ASCII as appropriate. For input, it watches for whenever a bus read event is happening for the keyboard soft switch and supplies a chosen value. Bobbin has a mode for acting as a tokenizer for BASIC to produce binary files suitable for storing in disk images, and for detokenizing the BASIC back out to ASCII. The tokenizer works by feeding the input file into the emulator, character by character, and then saving a snapshot of the tokenized BASIC in RAM out to the file. The detokenizer starts up the emulator and waits for it to prompt for a line of input. It does this by again watching the program counter to reach a particular place in memory. When the tokenizer sees that the Apple II is prompting the user for input, it knows that all of the firmware's necessary initialization has now taken place, so it magically teleports the tokenized BASIC program into RAM and jumps the program counter to Applesoft's list command. It also continually resets the cursor's horizontal position as the firmware sees it to 0, so that the list command never winds up putting carriage returns in the middle of a token or string. On a real Apple screen, this would be indecipherable because it would keep overwriting the same character over and over for each line. But since Bobbin is just watching for characters to reach the monitor's output routine, then Bobbin produces program listings that can be faithfully fed back into Applesoft later. When Bobbin is feeding input into the emulation for tokenization, and also for the --run basic option we saw earlier, Bobbin adds extra listening hooks to watch and see if the program counter treads into routines for complaining about syntax errors and the like, or for code branches that deal with repeated or out-of-order line numbers in BASIC, so that it can gracefully terminate with an error, rather than let the emulator run amok when it's supposed to be tokenizing things or what have you. So anyway, Bobbin's highly hookable nature allows for very interesting features for the future. To start with, it means we could provide much friendlier and more robust interfaces targeted at manipulating DOS or ProDOS disk images than the awkward scripting we saw earlier. It also means we could potentially use Bobbin as a cross-assembler. We could port the SC macro assembler or the original Merlin 8 assembler for use in modern systems without having to actually rewrite those assemblers. Just write hooks to feed the assembly files into memory and jump the program counter to a suitable place to do the assembly, and catch the binary output to toss out into a file. Now, the obvious drawbacks here are that many things may get awkward if you're dealing with files that don't fit easily into an Apple II's available memory, though probably smarter hooks could work around this. And of course, compiling things in an emulator is liable to take significantly more time than it would in a native re-implementation. Bobbin won't be replacing Brutal Deluxe's excellent Merlin 32 cross-assembler anytime soon. The current plan is to support scripted hooks, possibly in Python or maybe Lua, so that users can write their own hooks and wrapper programs that can listen for bus events or program counter trips, and manipulate the CPU or memory in response, just as Bobbin's own built-in commands do internally. In fact, some of Bobbin's current command modes might be re-implemented in the future as separated scripts. It's also planned that, by the same mechanisms, users could write custom peripheral emulation scripts that can be plugged into Bobbin. Well, that's all we have time for in this brief mini-talk. Thanks for your time and interest, and let me know what you think. I plan to post future updates on this and other projects on my Mastodon account, shown here. Thanks very much.
All right, great, thanks. We are going to quickly roll into the next talk, and then after that we have Lucia Mossberger Morales will join us, and then that'll be the day. So the next talk is Petr Puskaric talking about FujiNet for your Apple IIc and IIc Plus, and I will begin that now.
Apple II forever, making life better and better. Apple II forever and ever, bringing the rainbow to you.
Well, hello, this is Petr Puskaric, and I am going to be talking a little bit about FujiNet and using it on your Apple IIc, and as well as your 2GS, 2E, basically anything that has a smart port device card that you can hook the FujiNet to. Again, this is for the FujiNet session for KansasFest 2024. I guess I can basically just start right out and figure out, okay, so what is a FujiNet device, and what is it? What does it look like? And I've got a few here that I can show, and this is one of the very first ones for the Apple II, and it's the revision 0. And this was one that we did about 2 years ago now, 2022, June 30th. It was released, and it mostly worked at the time. It can actually be reprogrammed now for the current firmware, which is really good. Shortly after that, so July 13th of the same year, there was another one released. That was the Rev 00, and the focus for this little web camera is really horrible, so I apologize for that. So then about a year after those two devices, we ended up with the first revision 1, which has a nice little case now. And the current revision 1 currently is on the Apple IIc I have on the desk, that I'll be showing the screen for here shortly. I only have the 2 web cameras for this particular session, and it's a little hard to move them around and getting them situated easily. But you can see the screen over there, or at least the keyboard for the 2C, and then the 2C Plus is the one that's a little bit above it. We'll probably use that in a little bit as well. But yeah, so basically the project started back there in 2022, at least for the Apple II side. And what the FujiNet will do is give you a multi-function device that hooks to your smart port. And at least on the Apple IIc, the smart port is built right into all of them, except I believe it's the firmware 255 model. The ROM 0 works, and the other firmware works. In the one I'm using today is a ROM 0, but I also do have the ROM 4X and the ROM 5X for the 2C Plus that I use as well, and FujiNet works great with those. And you can do things with the other firmware that allow you to, say, boot off of the FujiNet directly as the first drive it boots to instead of the internal. You can do some neat things like that. And then on the 2C Plus, you can also set the speed by default to be the slow or fast, whichever one you want. And that's a neat feature to have. Let's see, as far as the device itself and what it presents, and I'm going to cover a lot of these through the software I'm going to show here in a little bit. It's going to basically give you a device that can function as a SD card image loader, but it has a huge amount of networking ability and Wi-Fi as well. So instead of just using your SD card to load images, you can also load them off of Wi-Fi endpoints via a server you can run or hit anybody else's servers that are exposed to the internet over what's called TNFS. And that's a protocol that's being further developed, and recently it was just added the ability to do it over TCP/IP instead of just UDP. It also has the ability now, I believe, that they've added, I think, some form of FTP, as well as possibly SMB services to it as well. I have not played with that yet. I need to do that. So that's where you can, those methods, allow you to remotely load images and use them remotely, both read and write, depending on the privileges that you have on those images. If you're using the SD card, then it's kind of like having a floppy EMU, and then you can just boot things locally. Another neat trick that you can do with FujiNet as well is you can copy images from someone else's server down to your FujiNet as well. So then you can have a local copy. That was a nice feature that was recently added a few months ago. But in addition to that, what else can it do? Well, we now have a ProDOS clock. So yes, you can have a clock on your Apple IIc, and all you need is the FujiNet device hooked to the back of it. Pretty easy, and it works. Let's see, the driver was added, we added it to ProDOS, and 242, 243 works just fine. There's also, let's see, the ability to run CPM as well on your Apple IIc or 2C Plus or whatever. So if you have some old app, some old CPM apps you want to run, you can do that pretty easily. You don't necessarily need the ZRAM Ultra in your 2C to actually run those now. There's some other features that I'll get to in the software side of this, which will then be looking at HTML and JSON network protocol adapters. And there's also the ability to do direct SSH now, as well as telnet connections, and we'll do a couple of those. There's some examples we can do for the weather and the International Space Station tracking. There's all sorts of neat fun things that we're going to cover. Buried in the FujiNet device itself as well is the ability to have a integrated, basically, modem over Wi-Fi, as well as a virtual printer. The virtual printer is implemented sort of like an internal, I guess, say the new print device, where you basically print and then you pull off your PDF from the web interface that the FujiNet has as well that you can get to separately. Unfortunately, you have to do some custom ROMs right now to do that redirect, and it's kind of slow and maybe a little buggy at the moment. I do have a couple ideas of possibly how to fix that, but we probably will be having to add some serial interfacing externally to the FujiNet in order to interface directly to the serial ports on the back. It's just an idea. I came across it last week, and I think it may work if we have enough pins, but I don't know yet. So with that, let me start by showing you some of the software that will run on the device, and I am using a ROM, I guess ROM version with device 1 with the latest firmware on it. And with that, let me switch over to the great blue screen. All right, so hopefully you can still hear me in the video. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna fire up the 2C. All right, so it'll do the standard boot cycle, and then it'll drop into basically smart port PR number 5, whatever's running there. So FujiNet will come up automatically if there's no disk in the floppy drive. When you first get a FujiNet, you'll have to configure it for your Wi-Fi adapter. And yeah, these are all internal addresses, so you're not gonna get to me anyway, but that's a whole nother story. So you can basically set up your Wi-Fi endpoints, and let's go ahead and do that. And we'll say change the SID, and then it'll scan for your networks, and it'll find what you have available. So let's go. We'll do my normal one, and then you can enter in your security key, and it's uppercase and lowercase. And if you get it right, it'll join your network. So right now, the FujiNet device basically knows how to talk to your Wi-Fi and can get out to the internet. So here's where I was saying that you could connect over your SD card. So let's do that first. So here's SD card. And when I was talking before about the CPM, if you have the full CPM folder, you can have basically access to a full library of CPM apps. And we'll get to that after bit 2. So let's just go through. I'm going to show you the clock first, I think. So in that case, this particular image is actually corrupted. So we'll go down to images and get the other one. So here's A2 desktop 1.4. And then basically when you select it, then you get to decide if it's readable, read only, or read write. I'm going to choose write by hitting W. And the interface is kind of interesting like that, where once you make the selection, it drops you back at where you are. But if you want to go back out, you hit escape. And then you'll see down here, so slot 1 is for slot 1 through 4 are for your smart port, say devices and or drives that you mount or images that you put in there. So in this case, we have the A2 desktop image mounted to it. Nothing else is there. The ones down in the bottom, so this would be positions 1 and 2, are for the disk 2 emulated drives. So the first 4 are for smart port block devices. The next 2 down are going to be for your actual disk 2 style images that you can mount. They are read only at this particular point in time, but you can actually load WAS images. I believe it's .do images, and that's what kind of goes in there. And that's kind of how it makes the distinction between whether it's running as a disk 2, and it'll actually present it electrically on the bus on the 2C as a floppy drive. So it would look like an external Apple IIc floppy drive. All right, so right now that's empty, that's fine. We'll hit escape, and that's where it's going to boot. So now I say it's going to boot. It'll hit the floppy drive that's empty and then start to boot up. So now it's loading A2 desktop, and at that little blip at the beginning actually saw the FujiNet clock driver. And as you can see, it is pulling up the correct time. And yes, I am recording this at 4:13 in the morning, Central Time. But I just want to say that is, yeah, it is the clock. And since we're using the driver in A2 desktop, you can't set it because it's pulling it off of the FujiNet. So it's a ProDOS clock in action, and it just works. And that's on basically an otherwise bone stock Apple IIc ROM 0. So basically, this one's loading the entire image up, and it was loaded off the SD card. So let's go over here to look at. I want to show the screensavers because this is just kind of fun. And it shows how fast things load off the SD card as well. So the speed is actually pretty decent. That's enough of that. And I do have a regular Apple mouse connected to this Apple IIc. I'll close back out of this. And then here we can do this. We can say about this Apple II. And then it'll say that, yeah, it says ROM 0. We're in ProDOS 2.4, 128K of RAM, 65 CO2. And then here down on slot 5 is where it identifies basically all of the FujiNet devices that it knows about, because it's just enumerating the SmartPort devices. And it still knows that there's a disk 2 there. So that's, pretty neat. Okay, so yeah, you can launch images off the SD card. So what else can you do? All right, so what I want to do here next is there are 2 buttons on the Rev1 FujiNet. And in order to reset them, so we want to get back, we want to get back out of the A2 desktop. Basically, you can, let's see, make sure this is right. It's this one. You hit the reset button there, and that basically resets the config and all the devices within the SmartPort enumeration. So the configuration disk comes back. So I'm going to push that button now, and then basically do a control open Apple reset. Well, most of the time it works. All right, so switch back. You'll see this reboot screen. All right, so we'll get back and we'll reconfigure it. And the FujiNet will store the last settings that you had for it. So down here, you can see in drive position 1, the A2 desktop is still there. But we don't want to do that. So let's go do some other fun things. So let's hit the internet. Let's see what fdiller.org has on his server. So it's going out to the internet and hitting his TNFS server. And let's go to the Apple folder. Oh, okay. Let's see what we got. Let's take a look at some of these FujiNet lib apps. And these FujiNet lib apps are the applications that use the FujiNet data handlers and what they call the end device. So you can actually do very newer and complicated things, like doing JSON parsing and HTML parsing. Let's see, let's go in. Yep, we'll do this one. We'll do the ISS. And we'll do that as read only there. Come back out, boot. All right, it should drop in here any second. There it goes. So load the ISS, and this is the International Space Station Tracker. and it is going out to a data source and pulling direct JSON via the FujiNet adapter, and then presenting it back to the basic application as a string of data that it can use to plot where the ISS currently is. In this case, it's in that upper right-hand corner. And then every 30 seconds to a minute, it'll make another request out to the network and pull in new coordinates and then remap where it's at. And it'll sit here and, you can do that basically all day. But it's one way where, it's pulling the live data, that longitude, and latitude, and it gives you the time when it was pulled. So that's a pretty cool one there too. So let me drop this off again. We'll come back in. Isn't that fun? Got to give it time for the old MT chips to drain. All right, so now we have our FujiNet back. And then again, let's go back out to his site. Apple, we'll do another FujiNet lib app. Okay, so International Space Station. How about some weather? So we'll do the enhanced one. And then we'll say read only on that one. Escape to let it boot. And this one's using a non-chargeable data source for the weather. And the API is being utilized in order to fetch local weather. So right now it's actually going out and fetching the data for, I believe it's Wiley, Texas, because that's the closest one it has in their system. And then as you can see, yes, it's pulled right up. In this particular app, you can do some changes in the units. We'll hit U for units, and it'll go back out and repool in Fahrenheit instead of Celsius. And then it'll update that as soon as it's done. So we'll give that a second to populate. There it is. Yes, it's basically 74 out, but because the humidity is 89% right now, it's feels like 81. So somewhat typical Texas day in the late summer. You can also see it also brings in the forecasts. So there's our current day today. So it looks like we're going to get some rain today, and then it'll finally clear up beginning of this coming week. And then you can keep going if you hit next. So we can see what's going on. So it's going to be okay. I'll hit back. All right, cool. Let's go back to the weather. There we go. That's kind of what it is. And you can even also go through and say, I want to change the location. So instead of Dallas, let's just say Boston. Let's see if I can find it. Sometimes it'll find them by name. So it's currently out pulling data at the moment for Boston. And there's a Boston, US is a MA. So pick the New York time zone, and yeah. And we're still in Fahrenheit. So yeah, it's 52.2 dew point, and it's 60 degrees out. So a little cooler than me and down here in Texas. But that's that. So we'll quit out of that, and there it is. This particular TV I've got has an issue with syncing sometimes to the color and non-color. Okay, so let's reset that back. And we'll control reset. And then I'll hit config system, and I'll pull us back in the FujiNet proper. All right. So let's go back. See what else he has in here. A lot of the latest development work has gone into these FujiNet lib apps. That's why I'm kind of going over them now. The clock part, I've already shown how to do it, but this PO for the FujiNet clock, yeah, we'll load it. It has basically the driver for it, I believe, is all that's on that one. We'll say read only. It might not even boot. We'll see. Oh, is it getting that? It doesn't like that from before. Yeah, so let me just reboot. With the way that the FujiNet, let's say uses and abuses the smart port protocol and the port itself, sometimes the machines do get a little cantankerous and you just have to reboot and start over. So yeah, so let's go back. Luckily, this is all fast, and you can, you don't have to have any floppy disk for this. You don't have to, anything at all. Everything's coming over the net. Okay, now let's go back down. We'll grab the clock PO. We'll make it readable. Let's make sure things are where we want them. Oh, there's the other thing. That was my fault. So there's what happens when you have a PO, which is ProDOS order, that's in our disk 2 mode drive, and you really don't want that. So we'll hit E to eject that because we want to boot it off the smart port side for ProDOS mode. And then there we have a normal boot. Okay, and it should, I think this particular disk loads the driver. Double check. All right, so there's a list that has everything there. CPM, and there's the unit number 6 is the actual clock. And here's where we can show you that, those first 4 slots are 0, 1, 2, 3 for ProDOS style blocks images, and you can use the large ones like the Total Replay. Almost forgot. I forgot its name. And then that number 5 is where CPM lives. And then we have the network printer and then modem devices. So let's continue. Let's see what this is doing. Okay, so in this case, yeah, it's just setting up the clock in the back end. So let's go back. Oops. And this is showing what happens when you pick a local server that is not online, and it'll eventually time out here in a second. Or it's just as fast to reboot. I promise we'll get to something fun here again. All right, back here. As we're pounding his server left and right. Okay, here we go, back in. Okay, so, okay, here, let's go back to this one. So we can go to the Catter, and basically this is a VT100 emulator that was now written in assembly language, and it was converted over from another application, but it's really fast and it works extremely well. And this is where I'm going to show you basically SSH and Telnet. All right, so put this up here again. This is going to be read-only again. Okay, it's in the right spot. All right, so it's going to load it up. All right, so here we have this Catter, and you can do Telnet and SSHs. Unfortunately, it's going to be passwords in the clear and that kind of stuff, and when you do SSH, because you have to give them. So you'd have like user and password for SSH. So in this case, we can do SSH. And here's a throwaway one. Whoops. Do Control H for delete. We're going to say, let's see if I can get this one. H, pi colon apple 2. Let's say at 192.168.0.105. All right, so pi apple 2 is the standard for the A2 server instances. If you don't change them, whatever. And this is one of my local AppleShare Net talk boxes that I created. And we'll go ahead and see if it connects. And looky there, it's like just boom fast. It's like you're not going at slow modem speeds, or even if you have like an Ethernet 2, it actually seems to be actually faster than what Ethernet 2 can do on a regular Apple IIe. So in this case, we see whatever we're on here. There's some of my old scripts and stuff. You can even do you can run standard console commands. It's essentially it's SSH into your server. So it actually updates pretty fast. I'll do quit. Let's say who am I? Then we can do so basically it's scrolling as fast as you would get it kind of off of Wi-Fi and direct. All right, so that's SSH. So let's exit from there, and then when you exit, it dumps you back. So we're gonna come back in the Catter system. But this time, let's go over to a BBS, and I'm gonna basically pick on Captain's Quarter 2 BBS again. So we're gonna basically telnet this time into the cqbbs.ddns.net on :6502 for the Apple II side. And let me go back there. So in this case, we can just do telnet : // and then we can come back in with the cqbbs.ddns.net :6502. And if it works, which it should, it'll connect to his BBS over telnet. Unless someone's on and you can't get in, we'll see. All right, well, maybe not this time. Now I have noticed that sometimes the reconnects do not actually work on this right now, but I bet if we reboot, come back in, it's gonna work. There we go, so it mounted the disk. All right. And when there's activity going on the device itself, the little red light for disk activity will be there. And if you have Wi-Fi access enabled and it's connected, the white light will be there. All right, so let's try this again. Telnet. I go CQBB, oops. QBBS.ddns. Make sure that's right. Yep, .net :6502. And then that is usually a good sign when it goes black, and then there it is. So there's the Captain's Quarters BBS. And come in. We'll do this. And unfortunately, it is black and white, not color, but it is super fast for as far as going BBSs on an Apple IIc. And you can also notice that we're not getting any dropped lines or missing characters or anything either. So there we go. It's like, it's just kind of amazing how well this works. So then you can, basically it's just, standard VT100, and you can configure anything you're connecting to do that. So then we scroll around, do whatever. And so let's look at system news, which is what we already did. Let's see. Here's what people downloaded and whatnot. And then basically you can say, we're done. Let's go out of here. Yes, we are out of here. So there was Telnet and SSH on an Apple IIc. All right. So that gets you the network device for doing transforms across JSON, HTML, and HTTP, whatever. Let's show the let's show the HTTP direct, and we can do that. Whoops. Go back. Here we go. We'll go down here to the Kentucky browser that was rewritten to use the FujiNet as the protocol handler. It works for the most part that I've tried it for simple sites and things. So we'll give it another shot here. Oh, there we go. All right. Now load of the browser. So this is what was the normal, basically, Kentucky browser that was recoded to use the network facilities offered by the FujiNet device instead of the native stack that Kentucky runs with. So in this case, and there's also mouse support for this particular app as well. So let's go here. I'll say, let's go. Oh, let's see. Let's see if that even works. Well, we're getting it done on it, but no. All right, so let me try something else. Let's do. Okay. So we're receiving a page back after we made the request. Let's see if it actually comes back. Now look at this. It may not look pretty, but notice what it did. That was an HTTPS request going out for Google. So in the background for the browser, the SSL was handled properly by the actual FujiNet piece. So let's go down here and see if we can enter in the field, and then we'll say Apple IIc. So now we'll do a Google search, and hopefully it'll make the connection and give us something. It's thinking about it. Let's say the simpler the website, the better. All right, come on. So maybe it's not gonna do it this time. All right, so let's do a stop anyway. All right, get everything deleted off here. How about this one? Most of the time, this will give us the headers, and then you can slide down them on the page. But it's you can sort of browse on the web. Yeah, here's it's slowly building the page up in text. There's no graphics at all. And then it'll build the first page, and then it should be able to stop at the bottom Then we can choose to go down and get more. Okay, mouse here. So let's take a look at the iPhone. And they are highlighted like that because it will actually follow in through the links. I just wanted to show that HTTPS side working. And a lot of these apps are going to be, completely, let's say, under development still, and they will get better. But it's still kind of cool. It is the Kentucky browser, at least trying to get out to the web. All right, let's go here. Let's try this. If I spelled it right, it might actually make the connection. Okay. Well, it's not going to cooperate today. That's okay. We have other stuff to show. All right. Another reboot. And there we go. Let me see if there's anything else on his site I want to show. Let's see. If you are into Mastodon, there is a Mastodon client that you could use as well, and that's pretty entertaining. Let's go. How about here? Here's something that people like to see, at least for those of us that played with this for a while, because this is basically the new 5-card stud. And what's really cool about it is that it is one of the first multi-platform apps where you can, in this case, it's a 5-card stud poker. You can join a table and play against other people on the network, or play against the robots. And there's a server in the back end that stores information. And the application for this program, whether it's on the Atari or the Atom or the Apple IIe, 2CGS, whatever, when you're playing on your Fuji with the FujiNet enablement, it will store which table you're playing, and it will also coordinate between the other apps who's playing. So right now there's no one online for good reasons here. So let's come in and we'll say, let's change. There we go. Find a table. And this one has the robots. So they're all going to basically make their bets and do what they want to do, whether they're going to call or bet or whatever. And then it's going to wait for me to do something. So I'm going to say, let's just raise 5. And then it'll continue going. And every time that it goes from person to person, it's going over to the server and pulling JSON information about the bet, about the person, where they're at, whatever, so it can actually be stored in the system. So we'll do another raise. So it's an actual live game, which is the really neat part about this, and it can be played across multiple different platforms of FujiNet. Okay, so I'm gonna basically kind of stop there, and we can basically close back to any kind of questions that you may have. I'll be online for this session, and we can go from there. All right, well, thank you very much, and hopefully I was able to show you a little bit about what FujiNet can do, especially using the Apple IIc. Thank you, and have a rest of a great Kansas Fest. Bye.
All right, excellent. We started a little bit late, so I think we'll there's about 3 minutes for questions, and I think you've been collecting questions in the Discord. So did you want to highlight any of your favorites?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You are oddly static.
Yeah. Well, I
That's
guess we'll
one
just
way to
leave it
solve
at
the
that.
AV sync.
just to get through this part. So I guess I guess to highlight a few of the questions that came in as far as let's say there was like a copy feature that we implemented back in April, May, that allows you when it works, and it takes a long time usually to bring it in, but you can copy files from other people's TNFS servers down to your local SD cards, and then you can kind of build your collection, your local collection that way if you want. It works. Sometimes it looks like it's stalling out, but it's actually still working. You just have to give it a while. There are currently nightly builds going on at the moment that the combination with Jeff Pietmeyer and Thomas Cherryhobes and Moswald, we kind of figured out how to get the Masteries versions, all three versions, the A to B, and the B, to have availability of the current firmware now instead of having to wait for someone to custom compile it. It happens automatically now, and it's up on the nightly server, and that goes along for all the other devices as well in the FujiNet platform, whether it's Atom or Atari or the Apple side here. And then there are several more platforms on the way. Let's see. Yeah, anything else I didn't cover, I guess, in the Discord as we were running? It was fairly active. I'm gonna say, yeah, if you're interested in FujiNet at all, feel free to jump into the Discord server. As Steve mentioned, it is a very, let's say, active location, so it can be a little daunting for newer users, but feel free to jump in anyway. We help out as many people as we can, and many of us started from very little, including me on this project. So you can actually jump in and provide lots of help and move everybody forward. It's one of the few projects I've been involved with that actually is inclusive of pretty much everybody's talents if they want to actually do something. And then, people that want to just use the devices, that's great there too, and they can get answers as well. Anything else I haven't covered? And if not, I'll give back some time.
All right. Yeah, I think we should probably move to the next thing. But thanks, and thanks for all your responses in the channel as well.
No problem. It was a great time. Thank you, guys.
All right. Now the next thing we're going to do is we have Lucia Mossberger Morales here. Just to mention, so I played the videos. Let me spotlight you. I played the videos earlier during the time slot, but of course without any discussion. So if you want to talk about them or play parts of them, I will move out of the way here.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I'm so sorry. Standard time, Pacific Standard Time, and I just got mixed up, and I really apologize because I was looking forward to explaining the videos, which probably didn't make a whole lot of sense. One of them is from Spatial, where I did a couple of years ago a gallery. I never got to really show my Apple II work when I was doing it. I have a stack of rejection slips from people who artists at galleries who just said it's not art. So anyway, so what I did was I decided I would make my own gallery in Spatial. And I did this in Spatial a couple of years ago, and I apologize that my avatar is, I think it's anonymous something. They wanted me to buy an avatar, so I apologize. I can drop the address of the Spatial room that you can enter if you want. You don't need an app running on a laptop or on a computer or desktop, but you do need to get the app if you're doing it on a phone. So anyways, I'll drop that in. And the other video was Space Lace. Space Lace, Bob and I were, I remember the first program that I saw where I went, okay, I really have to have a computer, was Colorsoft Demo. And it had all those patterns, those kaleidoscopic patterns going. And I told Bob Bishop, that's really cool, but it's just so random. I wanted to do something where I could actually have a lot more control of the kaleidoscopes and could add my own aesthetics to the kaleidoscope. So Bob and I started working on Space Lace, and it was fascinating for me because I didn't really think of all of the parameters that are that you need to use to create a kaleidoscope, at least the kaleidoscopes we did. Of course, there's color resolution, duration, then there's, speed, but there's also like, what is the next pixel it's going to go to? Is it going to go to one of the 4 horizontal or vertical, or is it going to go to one of the diagonals? And that's why you get a lot of the patterns. When Bob and I first did this, people thought it was the same as Game of Life. It's similar. I mean, the program is in many ways a similar program. But anyways, are there any questions?
I think Chris may be channeling some questions to you. But maybe I'll start with one, which is what how was the interactivity controlled when
on the first one?
On Space Lace? Yeah, was it like
Oh,
what
okay,
did the user do?
Oh yeah, it was just each kaleidoscope. There are 26 kaleidoscopes and letters. I think there's 36. All the letters and number keys are triggers for a different kaleidoscope. So each of those kaleidoscopes has a certain set of parameters that I specified. So the A key has one kaleidoscope. So each of them have a different kaleidoscope that I designed. Does that answer it?
I think so. Yeah, that because we were definitely wondering, since the description mentioned the interactive kaleidoscope, how you fed your own sort of artistic, how you contributed to it artistically to make your own kaleidoscope.
Oh yeah, I had to go work in Hex to figure out all of the parameters that I wanted. So yeah, and there is a part of the program, and I don't know how. I was trying to figure out how to give you a copy of the program, Space Lace, but if you need, I didn't know what to do, but I do have the diskette that I can pass along. But yeah, so there is a program, but it lets you create your own kaleidoscope using all the different parameters, but you only get to create one kaleidoscope. So you don't get to do the whole keyboard, but you do get a chance to try whether high res, low res, anyways, all the different parameters. It was an educational program, and kaleidoscopes turned out to be something that's an interesting topic to explore. A lot of algorithm studies in computer science algorithms for, anyways, yeah. Any other questions?
You want me to jump in?
Yeah.
So another question that came in over Discard, this is Chris, by the way. Someone asked, what hardware were you actually running the interactive kaleidoscope on? Was it an Apple II Plus or a 2E or a 2GS?
Oh gosh, it was an Apple II Plus.
Cool. And that's what you developed it on with
Yes.
Bob Bishop? Okay.
Yeah, that's what we developed. I mean, Bob developed it on his Corvus, but the final output was, yes, on an Apple II.
Right. Okay, and then I guess related to that, how did you first meet Bob Bishop and then end up actually working together with him?
I met Bob, well, okay, in the 1980s, Silicon Valley was really, really different than it is now. People were very collaborative, and there was this group called the Graphics Gathering that gathered in Santa Cruz. Whenever Howard Perlmutter wanted to make a graphics gathering, a lot of people came to them. They're really interesting. I mean, anyways, a lot of people whose names you would know now would come to those events. And I met Bob there. I had just finished the designer's toolkit that was published by Apple Computer. And of course, I knew who Bob was. And so we started talking, and I was fascinated. I mean, it was just so interesting. He was the first person I could actually talk to about who really understood, like who loved to talk about algorithms. So it was always really, we are always focused on that, on what we could do with the computer. And the kaleidoscope turned out to be something we both really enjoyed.
Cool. And then it sounded like you have a couple shows maybe coming up. There was something about either the California Museum of Photography or AKG Buffalo. Are those happening in the future?
Yes, they are happening. My work, okay, first of all, I have a website, LGM Apple II. So you can see a lot of my Apple II work. It's pretty much divided up. So it's LGM Apple II. Yes, I have one which is part of the Getty Initiative on Art and Science Collide. The Getty Museum does an event like once every 4 years. The last one was Latin America in Los Angeles. So I'm participating as part of digital capture, which is at the California Museum of Photography or at UCR. It's a really, so it's got a lot of the artists that were using kind of retro computers. So I'm showing Space Lace, but it's in a kaleidoscope. So you see Space Lace is the square, the computer monitor has a triangular kaleidoscope against it. And it's pretty impressive. I showed it at SIGGRAPH in 1987. It was the first time they showed an Apple II. So yeah, with the kaleidoscope. So, and that at Buffalo Museum, at Museum of Buffalo, I don't know what they're showing. They're showing Space Lace, but I don't know how they're showing it. They might just be showing it on a computer where you just, interactivity is just push the keys. It's been really interesting with it, particularly with the big kaleidoscope, because it really, it's rather, it's just beautiful. Bob and I wanted to see how infinite a design I could get. And Bob, as an astrophysicist, worked on the dimensions for the kaleidoscope compared to the peephole. So I don't quite remember the dimensions, but yeah, it was pretty, you couldn't see infinity, but pretty close. So,
That's awesome. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm curious, back in the day, I'm sure, people really liked this and, you got recognition, but it seems like maybe you didn't quite get as much recognition as you perhaps, could have back in the day. And I'm wondering now, it seems like, people are really, really into this. And, here you have a chance to actually present your work. And so I'm just wondering, like, did you ever think that was going to happen, or is it what?
yeah, if I lived long enough, yes. I mean, I got it. It's great. Not my work, but the whole work that time was a really special time. I mean, at some point or another, yes, I thought that there was just so much creative juice. And the problem I had was that there was a lot of computer art, but it was all being done on large machines. And I really wanted to work on a machine that everybody could have, because that's always been one of the points of my art, is that it's available. And so that was the reason I chose the Apple II instead of Ava or Silicon Graphics, because then I wouldn't be able to show it to very many people.
Yeah, cool. All right. And what about next year? Are you going to create some new art for us for next year?
I don't know. We'll see. Been doing a lot of AI and AR recently, so been caught up in that. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you can combine that with the Apple II somehow or something. So
Got any ideas? Let me know. AI
okay.
and Apple II. Okay. I did I did do I did play on AI and do these pixel people. because I wanted to include them in my space. So, but I couldn't quite get it all to work. Anyways, maybe I'll get the pixel people working.
Cool. Oh, Andy Malloy is asking, were you inspired by or aware of the kaleidoscope art produced by the Dazzler video board for early S100 computers?
Wow. It sounds really familiar. What year was it?
Oh, I don't know, Andy. 1977.
Mm. It sounds really, really familiar. What kind of computer did it run on?
Since it's the S100.
Okay. I've probably saw it, probably heard of it, but anyways, yeah, it sounds interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Chromenko for the Altair. That's what it was.
Okay, the Altair. Did the Altair have color?
Boy,
I
you're
don't
asking
remember having color.
you're asking the wrong person.
Okay.
I don't know. Andy? Anybody? The internet?
Well, I think it I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the Dazzler was basically an add-on board. So it kind of didn't fundamentally have color or not have color. It was mostly just, I think, a terminal.
Okay.
But with this board, you could do sort of like interesting graphical stuff that was I know it was very impressive to people at the time who saw this because it was early.
Oh, wow. What kind of resolution did it have?
Well, yeah, and now you've escaped even my little bit of
Not a
knowledge.
problem. I'm just, yeah, I can nerd out on color and resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we need to talk for next year on the Altair Dazzler video board. Somebody needs to research this and do it. So
Sounds good.
all right, any
Thank you
other?
all so much. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to make sure there weren't any other questions. I don't think there are. So go ahead and say what you were gonna.
Oh, just thank you all for doing this. And I'm really, really sorry that I got the time wrong. Anyways, next year.
Not a problem at all. Yeah, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, it's so great to see all your work and yeah,
Oh, thank you.
keep it up. So thanks again.
Okay. Thank you guys.
All right,
Bye-bye.
bye. All right, somebody else should jump on here with me.
Okay. Yeah. Do we need to? I guess we can spotlight ourselves here. But yes, we have reached the point of the daily wrap up. So thank you, everybody. It's been an intense day. We have another intense day tomorrow. But I hope I think it's been great actually to hear all of this stuff. So
yeah, definitely agree. And like Paul said earlier, I think for the most up-to-date schedule, look at the web version, not the PDF, because I think there's been a few changes, especially for tomorrow. So check on the web for that schedule. I think we start at 8:45 a.m. That's Central KansasFest time. So
yeah, and right. So the beginning is mostly just us reminding you of things. The day we'll start with the talk that Jordan Mechner gave to us last week, and then sort of later in the afternoon we'll have Rob Jamel giving us the talk about the designing of the 2C. So those are highlights. Another thing I might want to mention is that we have a pretty packed schedule, and so there were some talks given last week in Springfield that we have video of, but we're not going to play in this time because we only have 2 days. So we have Q&A sessions from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, I think. And there's a YouTube playlist that has the videos on that that these Q&A sessions will be for. So if you so try to watch at least the ones you think you would be interested in asking questions about, since the Q&A time is relatively limited. But those times are in the Google Calendar schedule.
Right, and be sure to post questions though, because that would be great to have a lot of questions built up for each of those. So.
Yep.
We will
Okay.
take the link, but it will get sent out again just in case you've lost the email. And everything from today is on our YouTube live stream. We'll edit things later, post them nicely, but if you miss something, you can rewind that stream and check it out. I would like to take a moment to thank especially Paul. He's the mastermind behind this virtual session and organizing, coordinating, editing the videos and the schedules. Thank you, Paul.
Thanks.
Yeah. Well, thanks. Thanks for your thanks.
All
All right. Well, it's been a long day.
Yep. And I think there are some, there's still plenty of discussion happening on Discord. And I think there are even some voice channels that are on there. If other people want to jump on and talk to themselves later and have, they can carry the discussion on into the wee hours of the night if you want. So.
All right. Sounds good. All right. I guess we can probably reconvene tomorrow. See everybody in the Discord in between. So.
All right. Have a great night. Apple II forever.